Hey, Scott. Hey, Abby. Yeah, it's cold. Thought it was Sunday. I'm so happy to be wrong. Well, even if it was Sunday, I'm supposed to be live. I just keep getting later and later. Uh, at this point, I'm pretty sure most of the people that watch my lives are just hoping they're there for the live mental breakdown. I lost the plot with the schedule a long time ago. Hey, Poopy Prophet. All right, let me open TikTok. Do today.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm peeing. You're good. It's all good, I'm peeing. Right. They're there, I'm peeing. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm peeing. Okay. I'm peeing. I can't stop peeing. Yep. I'm so sorry, I'm waiting myself. You're good.
Maybe that's the answer to getting me in a better mood to start the lives. Why did he keep saying it? Because he kept peeing. Needed them to know. Always be. We really need to get the soundbite of his yell. You hit the grifter goal. What do you want to use it for? I have no idea. What are we at now? It was 38, and we got $6 yesterday. So 44. We're $44 of 20,000. I have no idea what I would use $20,000 for. More cards. If there was some way that I could use that 20,000 to like take away Peyton's 20,000, I think. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was kidding. I can't stop kidding. If I ever pee my pants, I hope it doesn't get caught on camera. Okay. We could do this again, but I kind of want to mix it up a little bit. I thought we had an interesting topic kind of pop up yesterday, which is that like conservatives are wrong about literally everything. Like there's not a single thing that they're right about. Like it's the choices are vote for the Democratic Party where you agree with most of what they push for, or vote for the Republican Party where you agree with none of it. But they're so smug somehow. Yeah. We could maybe do something with that. Um let's see here. Canva. All right. So what if we do this? What do y'all think about that? Ugh. The G melds with the E. I hate it. Person that donates the most money gets to decide what happens with the grifter gift goal. Price is averted. The custom goal. The value was at, what did I say? I said 38 plus 6? 44. That updated, or if I have to be live on TikTok for that to work. Yes. We still haven't hit 1%. Let me see if I can fix the GE situation. Yeah, it's probably fine. Actually, it's fine. I'm not checking it. Okay. Buy more card SpongeBob noise. Okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't post a video. I didn't even prepare a video. Let me see what clips I have available. God, Nemo's 5th account just followed me. Wait, is this real? I was worried there wasn't going to be a stream today. I was worried too, to be honest. The Weenus Wrangler. Oh, that's a name. That's a freaking name. My drafts require so much work. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. By a second, I mean give me several minutes. I'll find something. Find something. That one. I don't think there's anything Weenus. Uh, I think it's been normal, but pretty sure I haven't checked it. Let me see if I can work with this clip. Hey, caffeined. I can't work with. Not enough. We gotta find a different clip. 6 clips. 6. Okay, yesterday. Maybe there's a good clip from yesterday that we don't have to edit. All right, y'all. If you want to go get some ice cream or something, probably gonna be like 12 minutes. Hi, Chloe. That's just processing. Okay, I think I can work with this clip. I'm good, Max. I'm editing the video that I'm gonna post when I go live on TikTok. Sorry, I'm just locked in. All right, I think we're good. Just gonna the hashtags. Okay. Video's ready to post. Do is get the TikTok live ready. Is basically ready, but I need to change my aura. The algorithm picks up on smile, so I gotta. I feel so forced. Don't remind me. Next time we need a the filter for watching a video. It's called Luminous Bloom. All right, we are officially live on the talk that is Tick. Video now. All right, video should. We're live on TikTok. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. What's up, RJ? Tic Tac, Jinx. Hey, everyone, and welcome in. We're going to be getting started shortly. Okay, I got a smile for the algo. Hey, everyone. Just smiling through the pain. Thank you for the heart maze. Hey, Lori. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're going to be getting started shortly. Big relate to that one. Guarantee if you're liberal in 2025, you're on the fence. Wait, can I talk to you? Like not a debate. I just want a conversation to see what would make you think that a liberal in 2025 is on the fence. I can't even see the fence from where I am. I may need to steal this prompt, man. I'm sorry. It's all yours, RJ. It's literally every possible topic, whether it's policy, whether it's the rule of law, whether it's the Constitution, everything. They're wrong on climate change. They're wrong on healthcare. They're wrong on the economy. They're wrong on ethics. Clearly, they're wrong on election integrity. They're wrong on what the literal Constitution says. They're wrong on education. They're wrong on taxes. All of it. They're just wrong. Wild. You've aged so much since the beginning of 2024. Yeah, actually, tomorrow I think we're doing a rerun live from back in January, and it is wild. The difference is wild. But they're the only ones attempting to fix it. Alpha, please, I'm begging you to come up. I need it for my own sanity. What do you mean attempting to fix it? Republicans are doing 90% of the damage. Like, how can you even justify that? Every time a Democrat comes to office, most of their first term has to be dealing with Republican damage that was done. Bill Clinton left us with a surplus. George Bush, massive deficit. And a housing crisis that led to a recession. Obama comes in, Fixes it. Took him 6 years, but he pulled it off. Fixed it. Trump comes in, fucks it all up again. Joe Biden has to come in, fix it again, reduce the deficit. I know you guys don't understand that the deficit and debt are two different things. Joe Biden reduced the deficit that Donald Trump left us. And then, now we're back with Trump again. And if we ever have elections again, another Democrat's going to have to come in and fix this issue. Clinton started the housing crisis. What? Clinton is literally part of the reason that the housing crisis didn't happen until the end of Bush's term. The Glass-Steagall regulations would have prevented the housing crisis, but the Republicans let those expire. And then it wasn't until Obama where we passed Dodd-Frank. The border, yeah, Republicans are wrong about the border as well. All of it. There's not a single thing that a conservative has been right about since 1978. LOL, you shift blame on every point. It's hilarious. Oh, if you think I'm shifting blame, just come up and prove me wrong. All I'm asking, I am begging a single conservative, MAGA, whatever you want to call yourself, centrist, anything. A single one of you to come up and prove me wrong. Just a single one. One. Can you comment on the Affordable Care Act and its affordability? The Affordable Care Act, when implemented properly in states that expanded Medicaid, made it so that millions of Americans had access to health care that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to afford. Yes. I don't care to choose a side. Haha, so childish to act like either side cares. You know what? It doesn't matter whether or not either side cares. It doesn't matter. It's just there's one side where we're getting slow progress in this direction, maybe 10% progress every time they take office. The other side takes us back like 100% every fucking year. This is like a thought-terminating idea. Oh, both sides are bad. Yeah, okay, both sides are bad. It's like, I'm hungry. I want to have lunch. We have a turkey sandwich, but it has lettuce on it. And the lettuce is kind of wilted. Ugh. And then the other option is a bucket of diarrhea with razor blades on it. And people like you are like, I'll just let the voters pick which one of those I'm going to eat for 4 years. No, I'm going to take the turkey sandwich with the wilted lettuce. And it's not even close. Okay, so mods, y'all know y'all know the move. Right now, if you're MAGA or if you're disagreeing, if you disagree with anything I'm saying and you're typing in the comments, I'm revoking your freedom of speech. You can only talk to me in person. Press the little request button. That's what it looks like. It's a pink person, blue person, and you can come up. But if you're too scared, then you don't just get to spout out misinformation in the chat. I'm sorry. That was the worst analogy I've ever heard. Nope, it's actually the most basic analogy. No matter what, you're going to eat something for the next 4 years. No matter what. This is the menu. The menu is turkey sandwich with stale bread, bucket of diarrhea with razor blades in it. And the people that didn't vote just rolled the dice and said, whatever I get. The people that voted MAGA are drinking diarrhea right now because they didn't want that turkey sandwich, because the turkey sandwich happened to be a black woman. All right, we're going to go to our first guest.
Yeah, it's me.
You want to use your words?
Yeah, I'm 50 and I'm from Pennsylvania.
All right. And
You
so,
asked me why I like Trump?
yeah, you can tell me.
Okay, well, he closed down the border.
He closed down the border. How was it open? Can you explain?
Are you kidding me?
I know what you don't actually have an answer, so you say these things like it's common sense. Like the border was wide open.
Yeah,
I've heard the talking
you
point.
see the people by the thousands.
You see them where? Where do you see them?
Pardon me?
Where do you see them?
On the news?
On the news. What, you trust the news?
Listen,
I'm peeing.
what happened when the Sanford had airplane up to Martha's Vineyard?
I'm peeing.
Oh boy, were they
Yeah,
upset. weren't
That's
they?
right. So DeSantis was human trafficking.
They
I don't know
were
why you're bringing that up.
Really upset.
I'm so sorry, I'm winning myself.
Yeah, DeSantis was human trafficking. That's right. He was taking undocumented immigrants, telling them that he was going to send them to a place that it was not where he was sending them, and then he was sending them to Martha's Vineyard. That's right. That's a horrible thing. I'm glad you brought it up.
That's horrible. How you figure?
It's known as human trafficking. I don't know if you know this. When you take people and lie to them about where you're taking them, and then send them
They
somewhere
were
else.
not good enough to stay in Martha's Vineyard. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say anything about that.
They shipped them right out.
I didn't say anything about that.
Yeah. Well, you damn well near it. Said it.
Who said it?
You said DeSantis was human trafficking.
That's right. DeSantis was human
That's
trafficking.
not human trafficking. Said, no, look, you got to go to Martha Vineyard, much nicer place than down here in Florida.
So they told them that they were going to be set up with jobs. They were going to be set up with driver's licenses, Social Security cards, and then they sent them to Martha's Vineyard without telling Martha's Vineyard. That's human trafficking.
No, if you say so, it's in our country. It's not human trafficking. It's in our country. Done by
I'm sorry. When you traffic humans within our country, it's not human trafficking?
No.
Okay, so if you were to kidnap a child right now and take her over state lines, not human trafficking, not kidnapping because you're in the country?
No, that's something different.
Why is it different?
Because that's underage.
Oh, okay. So if you were to kidnap a grown adult woman and take her over state lines, what would that be called?
If you're kidnapping, that's a crime.
That's a crime. You know what else is a crime? Human trafficking. Like, what is this argument?
I don't know. You brought it up.
You brought up DeSantis and the buses. That was you.
Did, because as soon as they went to Martha's Vineyard, they were no good for that.
I don't even know what that is. So I'm gonna ask the question again from the start. I'm gonna just go back to the question because you couldn't answer. You just brought up DeSantis for some reason. The question was, in what way did Donald Trump close the border?
He shut it down. Nobody could come through.
Okay. So if I tell you right now that the border actually, believe it or not, was shut down during the entire Biden administration as well,
then you would be lying.
What is your evidence that it was wide open?
Because over 10 million people came through.
What is your evidence that over 10 million people came through?
That's a fact.
Wait, where are you getting that number? Because the Customs and Border Patrol,
you better Google it.
Homeland Security estimated that the total number of undocumented immigrants over the past 40 years is between 11 and 15 million, right?
Well, no, that is not a fact. Okay, you want to lie about Biden and his border. I've seen it on the news, thousands and thousands.
So you believe the news? I just want to make sure you believe the news, right?
Yes, I do. Yes.
You believe the news?
Certain parts of the news, I do.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
Because I can see it with my eyes.
Okay,
One time
great.
they were under a bridge. They were reported. Man, Biden cleaned up underneath that bridge, brought in excavators, cleared the dirt and all the trash out of there.
I'm not even convinced you're speaking English right now. What?
Why?
I just didn't process your sentence. Can you say that again?
There was thousands of immigrants underneath a bridge. Thousands.
What bridge?
News used a drone to film them. Biden cleaned them right out and used a backhoe to clean everything up underneath that bridge like nothing was there. What about the horse fish?
Sir, do you have a loved one that can help you?
What do you mean?
There's no way this is coherent thoughts being levied at me. You're saying that Biden cleaned out the bridge with tobacco? What?
He cleaned it up with a backhoe.
With a back cone?
Backhoe. You know what a backhoe is? It's a machine that moves dirt.
Oh, you're saying that he cleaned out the undocumented immigrants from under the bridge?
And then cleaned up the dirt after they left.
So Biden was cleaning up after...
There was feces. This is what you do, act dumb.
I'm just so lost. I genuinely like that. This is the new talking point. But this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Over 10 million people came in Biden's term.
How did they come? Okay, so let's go ahead and go with your number. How did they come in?
They came right through the border. They were let right in.
They were let in. Why were they let in? Can you explain that? Wait, can you explain how they were let in?
They were just walk right in.
At the gate?
At one point, the Biden administration had an app where the people could just use the app and walk right in.
Okay. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. I was trying to figure out what you're talking about. Okay. So the CBP app is what you're talking about. Perfect.
Yes.
So the CBP app did not allow people to just walk right in. All it did was it allowed people who are seeking asylum to input their information in an easier way than having to do it in person.
Not true.
Not true?
Were never vetted. They were never checked for even in the COVID.
Oh, if you could, perfect. I love this. If you could provide me a single piece of evidence that people that were here seeking asylum were never vetted, I will become a Republican today. I'll wait. Go ahead.
You better check what's his name? Moriarty. Oh, shoot.
Moriarty, yep. I'll definitely check.
No. I forget his name. Shit. Moriarty. Ah, damn it. Anyway,
Don't worry, buddy. You're trying your best. Yeah. So all right. You made a positive claim right now.
Nobody came through the border while Biden was in there.
I never said nobody came through the border. I never said. See, that's the thing. You're not even. You're not having the same conversation I'm having. All I'm asking you is what Trump did differently than Biden, because you're under the impression that the border was open. Like the border is a gate. Under Biden, it was like this, and under Trump, it was like this.
Kamala said it was closed. That's right.
That's right. The border has been closed for the past 50 years. So that's what's confusing to me. I want to know what your actual problem is. Your problem
wide open, and thousands of people came through. Thousands.
Okay, watch this. Actually, believe it or not, right now, not only is the southern border open, the northern, western, and eastern borders are open, and there are 100 million illegal immigrants coming in under Donald Trump.
Yeah, try it again.
You see how me just saying things without any evidence?
Well, that's me. If you want to deny it, and your own eyes,
it's not about denying. I want you to be very specific.
Because you're bullshit.
I want you to be very specific about what your problem is, because if your problem is
millions of people in through the border,
the issue you're having here, sir, is that the border being closed versus open is not a thing that actually happens between administrations. Now, you could say that you have an issue with the asylum seeking process. You can say you have an issue with the amount of border patrol at the border guarding the unprotected spots. You can even say you have an issue with the lack of wall, but just saying the border was open doesn't say anything. I don't know how you don't understand that. Like when a person comes to the border,
it says plenty. Just to say the border's open, it says plenty. The fact that you want me to deal it down to what exactly every person was doing.
I want you to be specific.
You know why? They even had wristbands, the immigrants, for how much they owed the cartel for crossing into our country. And they had to repay that money.
What does this have to do with Joe Biden or Donald Trump? What does that have to do with anything?
They were that's under their watch.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a question. All right, I'm gonna give you two scenarios: one with Biden, one with Trump. All right. Scenario one: Joe Biden's president. A group of undocumented immigrants, family of 4, comes to a port of entry. What happens?
Well, if it was at the southern border, you just walked right in.
You were under the impression that they were just walked right in.
I'm not under the impression. That's a fact.
No, that is not a fact. Provide a single example. Provide a single example.
Fact, but you can't get it through your head.
No, I don't. I don't just believe random guys with a J as their picture on TikTok. Okay, I base my reality on the facts that are presented in front of me.
Well, your reality is not too great then.
Okay.
And deniable.
You're believing this based off no evidence. That's the problem. I'm asking you for just give me one. Oh, you have plenty of evidence. Perfect. Jay, what's your name? Sorry. Lifting up. Just, you can take 5 minutes. Go get me a single piece of evidence that an undocumented family could just come to the border and be waved right through under Biden, and I'll become a Republican today. I'll put on a MAGA hat right now.
Listen, I'm not going to insult my own intelligence.
You're doing it right now, buddy. This whole conversation. If you just said you have plenty of evidence, but then you cannot provide any evidence. That means your evidence is your vibes and your feelings. You're afraid. You're scared of brown people, and so you believe what Donald Trump tells you.
Right.
Yes.
When Donald Trump tells me?
Yeah, you believe when Donald Trump says that the border was open under Biden, you believe that. Like, he just says things. He just says things and you believe it because it appeals to your view of the world. You view brown people as scary. You don't want them in your country.
Evidence. You want my evidence. Here it is.
I'm asking for it.
One of the number one things in the last election was the border. And you lost the election.
That's not evidence that there's a problem. That's evidence that there's people like you. That's not evidence. I'm telling you right now, this is the easiest thing. You can be a hero for the Republican right, okay? I have 100,000 followers. If you, right now, I'll give you 5 minutes, provide a single piece of evidence that a family of undocumented migrants could come to the southern border under Joseph Biden and be waved right through, I will not only become a Republican, I will lobby for Donald Trump for the next 3 years, and maybe even in Trump 2028, okay? If this could be you could be the hero. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Go find
it. Even the people coming across.
You can't find it because it doesn't exist. Okay, that's the reality. You live in a world where you have to believe everything Donald Trump says because you're afraid of brown people. That's the truth. Because he could have said that there were 100 million people coming in under Biden. You'd believe it. He could have said. He could have said not only
there was even immigrants wearing Joe Biden shirts. They were wearing Joe Biden shirts because the border was wide open. Okay, the cartel made.
What does the fashion sense of the immigrants have to do with anything? I'm asking.
Over the borders being open.
I need you to understand this. I need you to understand this. If you cannot provide a single piece of evidence for this thing you believe, this is a massive thing you believe. You chose to vote for a potential child rapist because of this thing you believe, and you can't provide a single piece of evidence. It kind of sounds like your life is based off vibes and feelings. You're not based in reality and fact. You're based off what your feelings are. Your feelings tell you brown people scary, so you believe Orange Man.
Lie. No, you just lied about me.
I'm basing my opinion based off of what you're presenting in front of me. Oh, you could debunk me right now by providing one single piece
Only
of evidence.
your own thought.
One piece of
Have
evidence.
you biting? Yeah, because you're showing partiality.
One piece of
Why
evidence.
you lost the election.
One piece of evidence that the border was wide open and people were being waved through under Biden. One. Just provide one, and I will put on a MAGA hat right now.
Go and look.
You can't do it. You're wasting my time. I'm going to the next guest. I can't, bro. Just go. How do these people not drive into ditches on their way to work? Actually, I take that back. There's no way that man is gainfully employed. Like, these are real humans. This is so simple. Just provide any piece of evidence for what you're saying. The evidence is that I believe it. Typical liberal cash out. 11. Yes. If you think that me crashing out about the fact that 77 million people voted entirely based on vibes and feelings, and that's not worthy of crashing out, then I guess we're just different people. I think that's worthy of crashing out. The idea that nearly half the country doesn't live in the same reality. Like, how am I supposed to drive knowing that people can just see a red light and be like, I believe that's green. Like, how am I supposed to just keep existing in this society? I'm so good on that. We're going to the next guest. He doesn't represent all Republicans. Yeah, you know what? Actually, TCG Island, yes, he does. Right now, if you support Donald Trump, that is the common denominator. That person, that's the type of person that's still left. Because there's nobody left. The people in November that got scammed about the inflation, that were like, oh, Donald Trump will bring back 2019 prices, those people have left. They left when they saw the concentration camps. They left when they saw the cover-up of the Epstein files. The only people left on the Republican right, the only people left supporting Donald Trump right now in August of 2025 are racists, pedophiles, and Nazis. That's it. That's all that exists. And if you think you could prove me wrong, just request up. The reason you can't request up is because there's not a single thing I have said that is wrong yet. You cannot defend the indefensible, so you remain in the chat and you say, look, the host is crashing out, but you can't actually debunk anything I've said. Look at the last guest. I asked him for a piece of evidence, just one piece of evidence, and I would have ended my support for the Democratic Party. I would have become a Trump supporter today, but he couldn't provide a piece of evidence. All he could provide were his fifis. Don't forget misogynistic too. Yeah, true. Okay. We're gonna go to our next guest. Oh, actually, there is no next guest, because even though there's at least 10 maggots chirping up in the chat. Okay, yeah, we support the cover-up of the Epstein file, but that doesn't mean we molested children. It's illegal to molest children. We want to lower the age of consent, though, by the way. Just request up. If not, you're going to get muted. I don't see how you do it. I don't see how they do. How can they go through their lives without realizing that they're the villains? Like, this is so out in the open. Obama. Thank you, Fufu. All right. While we wait for the child marriage guy from yesterday, still blows my mind. Yeah, that. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this every day until MAGA is gone. The reality is, Donald Trump is officially making America great again, and I will tell you why. Because his actions and his administration's actions over the course of the past 7 months have made it so simple and so easy to separate those that were conned with those that are truly despicable human beings, the deplorables, if you will. Now we know. August of 2025, someone's wearing a MAGA hat. You stay away from that person. They're not a safe person. Right? Because if someone's wearing a MAGA hat right now, they support concentration camps. If the people that are going in there are illegals, they support the cover-up of the Epstein files. They probably support lowering the age of consent, which is what we're looking at now in Republican states. The fact that we're talking about this is absolutely insane. Wearing a MAGA hat in August of 2025 is an indicator of the type of person you are. So Donald Trump officially has done it. Like now at least those of us with empathy, those of us with brains can know who to avoid. Because before you could maybe say, oh, well, correlation causation fallacy exists in a lot of humans. And obviously so with so much inflation, people assume that it had to do with Joe Biden, even though just a little bit of research would have shown them that it was global inflation caused by the after effects of the pandemic. Maybe they're just so smooth-brained and window licking that they got conned, but they have good hearts deep down. But now it's like, okay, got it. Nazis, pedophiles, misogynists, racists. That's all that's left. Got it. So what hat are you wearing? I'm not wearing any hat. But if I were to wear a hat right now, it would be Make Racists Afraid Again. I love those hats. Notice how still none of them have requested up. There we go. We got one.
What's up, man?
Up.
I just decided to join because you kept complaining that no one was coming up.
I appreciate that.
I got you, big dog. What's up, bro?
For Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support him for the most part, man.
Or
Oh, what you drinking? What you drinking?
kombucha?
I think I've had kombucha before. It sounds familiar.
All right. So, what about him do you support?
Honestly, I really like that. Well, are we talking like just in general, or you want like a policy, or you want what he's doing? Like, what do you want?
Whatever you said, for the most part. So I'm like curious.
Yeah. Probably a hot take, but I really like no matter how much. Not saying you, but the people that you support and like, no matter how much they like insult him or berate him, bro still gets up every day to do his job, regardless if you agree with it or not. I like that resolve. Some people break down when their mental state gets to that level because of people like that, but he just keeps going. You know?
Can I ask how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 24, man.
Okay. So the idea that he can still go to work is the case for like pretty much every president, except the ones that ended up being too sick, like Reagan.
But I mean,
so like I don't know why you're bringing that up as if it's
ever been this insulted or threatened or harmed, and he still just shrugs it off and just keeps going.
I don't think
like
you did you follow the Obama presidency? They would criticize him for anything. He would breathe wrong. Yeah. They would criticize him. The tan suit, the freaking Dijon mustard. They literally came out and said, our job is to make Barack Obama a one-term president. Even on bills that they agreed with, Republicans said, no, we're not passing anything because we don't want Obama to win another election.
Yeah, that's still nowhere to the level of Trump's berating, though.
Okay, so how was Trump berated? Can you explain?
I mean, he was people tried to on live twice, 3 times. I don't remember.
I mean, I guess
pointless protest every single day by people that just don't like Trump.
Pointless. Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, now I get it. You just don't understand the issue. Like you think he's based.
Well, what's the issue, man?
Okay, the issue is that like he's a fascist, racist piece of garbage. Is the issue?
I don't think that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are you a Hitler fan?
What? I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I just didn't hear the question. Say it one more time.
Are you a fan of Hitler?
We're allowed to say that on TikTok?
I'm allowed to say it on TikTok. Are you a fan of Hitler?
Hell yeah, that's what's up. I'm not a fan of what he did, no.
Why did you couch that answer?
Well, because that's I can't just say yes, I'm a fan of Hitler because no,
you can just say no. Why?
Well, can we not agree that he was a great leader, or are you going to say no?
Okay, got it, chat. All right, we figured it out. All right.
Sure. I mean, you can say whatever you want. It's true.
No, if you're praising Hitler's leadership, it sounds like you're too far gone. And you're also
again, that's your opinion, though.
You're also proving my point. Like, I don't think there's not a single maggot that can come up that's gonna not be one of the four things, one of the big four.
Okay, what is
Nazi,
it?
misogynist,
okay,
racist, pedophile.
I would say I'm neither. I would say I'm none of the four.
You already sound like a Nazi based on what I've heard.
Okay, that's your opinion. Doesn't matter.
You said Hitler was a good leader.
Is he not?
No.
He quite literally united all of Germany when they were in internal conflict with each other for a large majority of the time.
Is it uniting? Wait, I'm sorry. Is it uniting a country when those that aren't united are murdered? What about the Germans he killed? Yeah, it's easy to unite all the ones that are left. Are you being serious?
Are you not aware of what he did for Germany? Like, I understand what he did was terrible.
Tell me what he did for Germany. Go ahead.
I told you, he literally united Germany when there was so much turmoil and conflict in it. Yeah, he did he did a horrible thing, and he had a horrible mentality.
Did he unite the Germans that he killed?
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Did he unite the Germans that he killed?
Yeah.
Well, no, they're dead, so he didn't.
Right, exactly. Them. So it's super easy to unite all of the people when you kill the ones that disagree, right? Like right now.
One more time. You just keep cutting out for some reason. It's weird.
Okay. So right now, let's say just as an example, all right? Let's say Democratic president comes up after Trump. Okay.
Okay.
And they get 51% of the vote.
Fantastic.
And the Republican gets 49%.
Okay.
So that Democratic president then proceeds to murder 49% of the population.
You said that new president murders 49% of the population?
Yeah. Does that mean that president is a good leader because they united the country?
Doesn't sound like a whole lot of uniting.
Yeah. Okay. So that's what Adolf Hitler did.
He murdered almost half his population.
Not almost half, but he murdered anyone that disagreed with him. And those that disagreed with him but were too scared to get murdered had to bend the knee. That's not uniting.
He still got Germany out of an economic downfall, though.
Why do you need to defend Hitler?
I'm not necessarily defending him. I'm just saying that he wasn't a bad leader. He was a bad dude. He was evil. We understand.
I would say, listen. Maybe my metrics for judging a leader are different than yours, but I would say when you kill a large portion of your population, I would say that's probably a bad leader.
I mean, you can say that.
You disagree with that?
I disagree that he was a bad leader. Yeah.
Do you disagree with what I just said? That if
he didn't kill. He definitely killed a much larger portion of people that wasn't his population. Am I wrong or not?
Is your defense that because a majority of the people he murdered weren't German, that means he's a good leader?
I told you why I think he's a good leader because he got Germany out of an economic downfall. They were basically in a depression, and he brought that back up. He was a terrible person, awful, despicable, but he was still a good leader.
Are you real? You're a real person? You're not trolling?
Yeah, I mean, do I sound like I'm trolling?
Where did you get these? What rabbit hole are you down? Tell me what YouTubers you watch. What podcasts?
I think I'm just I listen to a lot of gaming YouTubers. I don't really listen to political YouTubers.
Asmongold?
I don't even know who that is. I don't even know who that is, to be honest.
Yeah.
Who is he?
So, by the way, Germany did what Trump is trying to do now, which is they covered up their economic downturn. So when the job numbers come out, right, in present day, and Donald Trump fires the person in charge of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and puts in someone that says, we're not going to release job numbers anymore, he's literally following Hitler's playbook. This is what Hitler did. Hitler said, okay, well, the economy sucks, so we're just going to pretend that it doesn't suck.
I have a question. Do you truly believe that Trump is trying to imitate Hitler and make America into 1940s Germany? Just curious.
All of that specifically, no, but I do believe that he is taking several plays from Hitler's playbook. He literally quoted Hitler's. The whole reason, by the way, this question this conversation started was because I asked, "Are you a fan of Hitler?" expecting you to say no, and then I was going to say this sentence, but we went on a whole different route because you gave me an answer I didn't expect. I guess I should have actually because you're MAGA, but yeah. So he directly quoted Mein Kampf. That's the book Hitler wrote when he said, "Immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation." He used that to demonize immigrants and tried to pretend like it's the immigrants that are the problem, rather than the politicians, rather than the global economic downturn due to COVID, whatever it is. He was scapegoating immigrants, just like Hitler did with the Jews.
So by immigrants, do you mean like the people that legally got their citizenship? Or
I swear to Christ, I'm going to say it again.
No, I don't really care about immigrants.
He took a direct quote from Adolf Hitler. Do you agree with that quote?
What was the quote?
Immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation.
Not all. No, definitely not.
Okay. So, are you okay with Donald Trump quoting Adolf Hitler to demonize immigrants?
So is it your opinion that he's quoting him to demonize immigrants?
Why else would he say it?
See, that's the thing, though. We don't know what goes on in Trump's brain. You know, we can only speculate. That's the problem. Like we're just getting assumptions to each other. We don't.
I'm sorry, chat. I can't platform the Nazi for that much longer. Are we being fucking for real? Okay, so these are the 4 categories. In August of 2025, there is not a single Trump supporter that doesn't fall into one of these 4. You have Nazi, you have racist, you have misogynist, and you have pedophile. Now, some lucky winners are 2, 3, or even 4. Our first guest, racist. Second guest, Nazi. Let's see who we get next. Now, I'm not doing this to sow division. I'm doing this to make sure that the Americans right now recognize we cannot give the benefit of the doubt to unsafe people anymore. That's where we're at. It used to be, when Hillary said about half of Trump supporters are deplorable, she was probably right at the time, back in 2016. But where we are right now in 2025, with everything that's happened, it's all of them. That's all that's left. So it's important to know, to keep our families safe, that right now, if you see somebody that currently supports Donald Trump, that is an unsafe person. This is inciting hate, dude. I am informing my audience that they need to protect themselves. Do you think it's inciting hate when all the guests that come up are demonizing immigrants and or praising Hitler and or advocating for child marriage? Does that not incite hate, Nolan? You have to remember that the paradox of tolerance makes it so that if we're tolerant of the intolerant, then the intolerant will continue to take advantage of the tolerant. So let's be divisive. I don't care. All right, don't lock arms with Nazis. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm not saying anything worse than what Donald Trump has said. He called half the country the enemy within. That's the president. Why are you holding me to a higher standard than the president of the United States? Going to the next guest.
Develop language models.
Hi, welcome up.
Here's an offer: 350,000, 33 and 30.
Hello, Pablo Escobar.
Hello.
You okay? You
Rolling a blunt.
are you? What about Hillary? What'd she call half the country? No, she said half of Trump supporters are deplorable, and she was right. I wish she didn't take it back. She was right. She literally, if you listen to the quote, she said, but the other half are worried about the economy, are worried about the future of this country. Like, she praised you guys way better than she should have. She not half, she said all. Oh, none of your business. Come up and show me. Wait, I sent you a request. Can you show me Hillary saying all of Trump supporters are deplorable? Just so we're clear, I wouldn't have cared if she did, but you're just wrong. Like, we got to live in the same reality. I know exactly what you said. I know the quote because I had to talk to Trump supporters back then too, and they said, "See what she said about us?" And I'm like, she literally gave you guys a caveat. She said about half. If you're identifying with the deplorable part, then to me it kind of sounds like you're telling on yourself. Okay, go to the next guest.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
It's going well. Nunya, wait, you said you're not worth debating, you lie. Nunya, I will be completely quiet, and all I'm asking you to do is just come up and provide me the quote of Hillary Clinton saying all Trump supporters are deplorable. That's all. I won't even say anything. You don't have to debate me. You just prove me wrong, Nunya. Sorry about that. Hi, how you doing?
Hey, so I'm not a Republican. I agree with you about your four brackets of Republicans. I haven't heard it put like that, and that's really eloquent and I think precise. But what I wanted to mention really quickly was your last guest, and what I noticed about them is that they kept bringing up, between Hitler and Trump and showing, resonance with these people. They're telegraphing that what they're really buying into is the pro wrestling of it all, not any of the actual politics, but the performance of grievance and of building a coalition based on anger and rage and grievance. And it's really telling because it shows that they're into these like Ciceronian tactics for manipulation, which shows that they either like that these people are manipulating or that they're easily manipulated. So wanted to hear your thoughts on that, and that's really all I had to say.
I mean, I think that's a big part of it, but at that point, like, if you're cool with concentration camps and child molestation, if it means that your sporting team wins, then you're just as bad as the rest of them, right? Hello? You still there? I think that I guess disconnected.
I'd agree with you on that.
Oh, I kicked them thinking that they were lagging. Okay, well, anyway, appreciate you for coming up. If you were in chat and you're MAGA and you got muted, so what is happening right now is my mods are revoking your freedom of speech because you don't get to just spout misinformation from behind your little keyboard. Okay, if you want to come up and prove me wrong about anything, you got to press that little button. Okay, it's right next to the chat. That's what it looks like. It's a pink person, blue person button, and you can prove me wrong in front of 450 people. 450 people will see that I am this beta liberal, misinforming, bleeding heart, leftist, communist. I don't know, whatever all their insults you have. All you have to do is come up and prove me wrong about a single thing. I'm waiting. I'm waiting patiently. I'm live 41 minutes, and all I've gotten is racist, Nazi. We'll see if we can get bingo with all four of the categories. Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
You support Donald Trump?
I don't align directly with MAGA. I'd say I'm more in line with like Thomas Massey on many things. If you've heard of
are
him.
you a fiscal conservative?
Center right on physical issues.
Okay. So who did you vote for?
So I'm a new voter. I just missed the 2024 election, but I've been voting in like my local elections, which were held in April. I'm in Wisconsin, so I saw the whole Supreme Court race through.
Okay.
That was nationally known.
So if the election were held right now and you could vote, would you vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Is this with hindsight of like what's happened now?
With what you know now,
I would not vote for Donald Trump. I will say that.
would you vote for Kamala Harris?
I mean, in my opinion, she's probably the lesser of two evils here. I mean, I do agree with some of like the overarching proposals. Like, I agree with the idea of a organization like Doge in government. I think it was ran horribly though. Like, I think there should be things to help streamline government efficiency. It just wasn't done well.
Really quickly, mods, if you could do me a favor, the people that are like super duper wrong in chat, only mute them when there's nobody in the box. If there's somebody in the box, you can let them spot things off, unless of course they're being hateful.
Okay, I'm seeing someone in chat. I'm saying Harris isn't evil. I'm not saying she's evil outright. I'm saying like there are things I disagree with Harris on directly. I mean,
Like what?
some of the foreign policy stand like she didn't directly say she would support an arms embargo against Israel. I will say I'm more moderate, I guess you could say. I do though I will say I will disagree with that thought that conservatives are wrong about literally everything. I'm more on like the pro Second Amendment side of things, so like that's one issue I definitely will agree with Republicans on, conservatives on, you could say.
Okay. Is there a Democrat that is against the Second Amendment?
I would say one I can name is the governor of New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham. She directly attempted to suspend the ability to carry any firearm in, I think it was Albuquerque and Santa Fe, like last year or 2 years ago, which was opposed by the Democratic sheriffs in New Mexico, of the counties that it was within.
Okay. But not Kamala Harris then.
No, I do disagree with like some of like the more. I disagree with say the assault weapons ban, like that Democrats push.
Okay. So, couple things about that. First of all, you do recognize that Kamala wasn't running on an assault weapons ban in 2024, right?
I understand it, and she didn't make it a point of the campaign, but like it's the overarching thing that Democrats usually out pushing broadly is what I'm trying to say. I know that she didn't bring up directly. Yes.
Neely, it doesn't. You don't have to do for the whole live. That's what it says on my end. No, not that person. The person prior. Okay, so why are you against an assault weapons ban?
So comes to like you can definitely say I'm not MAGA here. Of like I believe that assault weapons can be needed in like the prevention of a police-esque state. Like this is something that I don't know if I should say on TikTok, but like I fully agree with you in the realm of saying like what Trump is doing with ICE is draconian, and I will just say it. An immigrant household who, if they have an assault rifle, They can't get deported by ICE.
Okay. So would you say that this comment here is pro or anti Second Amendment? Pull it up for you. Take the guns first, go through due process second, and I can play the clip.
I'm well aware of that comment, and it's completely anti-Second Amendment. And this is why I'm not a Trump supporter. I support, as I said, some of the ideas, like an idea like Doge, just not in how it's been thought through.
Okay. Do you recognize that earlier you said Kamala would be the lesser of two evils, and like you had a long pause when I asked you right now if the election was ran. It was a long pause before even saying that. And I don't even think you committed to voting for Kamala. If the election was run today, would you vote for Kamala or Trump?
I would hesitantly vote for Kamala, and that's
hesitation. Okay. And your biggest qualm with her so far, when I asked you for examples about what you disagree with her on, was something that didn't even have to do with her. Is it was just a general vibe of the Democratic Party. Is
one thing I also said that I disagree with her on is that she has not openly stated that she would support an arms embargo to Israel, and she still has echoed the mainstream establishment Democratic Party's stance of still supporting weapons to Israel.
Well, even if that's the case, that's like still better than Donald Trump's position, which is where I'm going to be the most pro-Israel president of all time.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm just saying that, like, she's not perfect. She's better than Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are other things you disagree with her about here?
As I kind of said, I'm more to like center to the right on like economics. So I don't agree with everything she said. That like the some of the price gouge controls that she discussed in the campaign felt more like a what's the word for it? It's like market controls that you've seen in Eastern nations that like have historically not worked well.
Okay, so banning price gouging is not the same as price controls. Do you recognize that?
I do recognize that, but like the question is like, what are we defining price gouging here? Because there was a lot of price increases have also been due to inflation and other issues.
So it was defined in her policy. She had an 82-page policy, where basically if you were raising the price of something during an emergency by an amount greater than the amount that inflation would entail, then that would be banned. So, for example, raising the price of masks during the pandemic, raising the price of water during a hurricane. Those are basic examples. This is different than putting hard caps on the prices of things. And in fact, there are states that already have bans on price gouging, Texas being one of them.
I wasn't aware of that with Texas. I'm sorry, I have not read the 82-page platform. But yeah.
Okay, well, it kind of sounds like you maybe should have looked more into her platform before making the decision to. Obviously, you didn't vote for Trump, but like, it sounds like had you been able to vote in 2024, you would have voted for Trump. Now it seems like you're more leaning towards a begrudging Harris vote. But I would recommend in the future maybe just look into what the actual candidate is proposing, rather than just the vibes that you get from online.
Yeah, I understand that, and like, I will say one point. I was never a really big person who like supported Trump. I mean, I live in a household where the vote was split between those who lived there. I heard out those people. I feel like going into the November 5th, 2024, I almost would have abstained. I don't know.
Well, it's unfortunate, but I do appreciate you coming up.
Thank you. And that, like, I sat through the NAS, and like, I feel like there are other voices, in who lean to the right that have to be heard. That like, those are not us.
What do you mean by us?
Of like, lean to the right on some issues. I would vote for certain Republicans. I would vote for certain Democrats. It's not like, um
Well, other than being anti-assault weapons ban, I still haven't figured out what you lean to the right on. Like you said, you're against price caps, but so are Democrats. That wasn't what was being proposed. So, like, that's what I'm confused about.
like any issues that Harris directly, because I know a lot of like the issues that like I would have disagreed with her on, that she ran in a 2020 campaign, she moved to the right on. I understand it, and I see that. Um, and I will say I disagreed with Harris's 2024 campaign a lot less than I would have disagreed if she was still running as 2020 Harris.
Okay. Well, I hope you have a great day.
I hope you have a great day too, and I hope you don't have to deal with any more Nazis on here.
I hope so too.
It was a good talk.
Fuck. Why do you think Trump has a successful pull on the Hispanic community when he is against them? I think part of them are hateful, ladder pulling pieces of shit, but a lot of them just got scammed, like many Americans, into thinking that inflation was Biden's fault, so they voted for Trump. That's my guess. Wait, react to All Right Japan. You've been asking for a few days. Is it a video, or is it? Or are you trying to get me to react to like the whole thing? All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. There's a bunch of it, to be honest. Okay. All right, next guest. Here we go. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We do these live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks with the occasional crash out, usually on the weekends. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. Thank you all so much. Okay, there's actually nobody in the box, so let's see. MAGA, if you support Donald Trump in August of 2025, you are one of four things: racist, misogynist, Nazi, or pedophile. If you disagree with that, come up and prove me wrong. Okay, Eli, I'm gonna pull that up and we'll watch it. We're done with debates, or all of the above. Don't forget homophobic. I'm putting homophobic in the Nazi category. Because the Nazis really did not like the LGBTQ community. Dirty Dan not mincing words tonight. Oh yeah, I've been on one for the past like 2 weeks, I think. I can't take it anymore. Okay. Why the far right is on the rise in Japan. All right, got it. I will react to that here tonight. Remember the first month when they said short-term hurt, long-term gain? Deep down, there is the racism, homophobia, and misogyny. They covered up with fiscally conservative. What's happening in DC is a huge red line. I remember riding Dan's TikTok around election night. Time flies, bro. Yeah. Never back down from a MAGA clown. I just came in from MAGA Live. They blocked me. Republicans aren't even fiscally conservative, though. That's actually a really, really good point. So when people say that they don't agree with Donald Trump about, or they don't agree with Republicans about like social policy, but they're fiscally conservative, it's like, okay, well, then you're still not a Republican, because Republicans haven't been fiscally conservative since Eisenhower, maybe even before. Like when were Republicans fiscally conservative? They spend more than we do. I'm waiting for conservatives to conserve anything tangible. I mean, listen, Teddy Roosevelt was a conservationist. Julian, how about instead of spamming TDS, you request and prove me wrong about a single thing that I've said? Did you finish watching the presidential history election? Yeah. Remember morals? Good times. Do you ever go on MAGA Lives? I get muted too much on MAGA Lives, and it triggers me. I don't get how conservatives don't see how they cause their own problems. Oh, Eli, it's especially prevalent in Florida. Like most like native Floridians are really, really pro-environment and environmental conservation, and they keep voting for Republicans, and they keep getting mad on Facebook that that the Republicans in office are allowing the environment to be destroyed. It's the strangest thing. Hi, welcome up.
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. I really don't have much to say about the Trump presidency, but I want to know more about what your takes are, so I can see how I differ from you.
Okay. So
Does that make sense?
sure, I will try to speed run it as fast as possible. I believe that for our democracy to continue to function, we need politicians that are not openly engaging in insurrection or attempting coups to remain in power. I also believe in a informed population, which means I am against the censoring of freedom of speech and freedom of the press. I believe in hopefully universal health care. I think every American and actually every human has the right to health care. I also believe that women should have the right to make their own healthcare decisions. All people, frankly, should have the right to make their own healthcare decisions, but it's women that are under attack for that right now. I believe in equal rights for all people, regardless of the color of their skin. And I believe in taxing the ever-living fuck out of the top 1%.
So we agree on a lot of different points. We agree on a lot of like I'd say 4 out of 6 points that you just made there. We definitely agree on a lot of them. I just think that, I mean, I'm definitely not dick eating billionaires, but I think we should just leave them alone. I mean, a lot of these guys, they made their own way. I mean, why should we bother them? I mean, obviously, you make the point that they should contribute back to society.
I will answer your question. No one earns $1 billion on their own. They obviously were benefited by the society around them. They probably got lucky a lot of the way along the way. They probably took advantage of people along the way. But even if you ignore that, even if somehow a person worked for $1 billion, which I don't know, I can't fathom what job. Like if you were changing out tin roofs in 110-degree weather for 24 hours a day, you still probably don't deserve $1 billion. But even if you earned $1 billion, the biggest reason to raise taxes on billionaires to help fund healthcare for other people is that when you increase taxes on billionaires, their quality of life does not change. They have the exact same
Whatsoever.
quality of life.
They do not change whatsoever.
How could they?
No, it will not change.
Right.
So there has to be another way to go about doing things
Why?
as opposed to attacking these motherfuckers, dude. Because
we already back in the 50s, right? The top marginal tax rate under Eisenhower was in the 90%, and that's how we paid for the GI Bill. That's how we paid for Medicare. Excuse me, that's not Medicare. The few things that were paid, few different social services that were paid by raising taxes on the top 1% back in the 50s, and I don't understand what the benefit would be to lower taxes on them. Like that just it doesn't make any sense.
I have a question. May I ask you a question? What is the 1% anymore?
I'm just using that as a catch-all. I'm talking about the obscenely rich. I don't know.
No. I mean, the obscenely rich, everybody knows who they are. But what is the 1% that we're talking about here? Because I feel like there's a lot of people that work really fucking hard for their money. I'm sorry if I'm cursing, if that's gonna, do anything with your life. But there's a lot of people that work really hard that make, $400,000 to $700,000 a year. Business owners that are going out there every day that are working really hard. I mean, I don't think these guys should be hit that hard. You know what I mean? I mean, you can play that music, but I want to know what you think. Because I've been waiting. I wanted to talk to someone about this, but I have no one to talk to about it.
Okay, so business owners that make $400,000 to $700,000 a year, first of all, is not the top 1%. But
really
under Kamala, I don't believe so. Probably the top 10%.
I mean, they are in the top 1%.
Regardless, under Kamala's plan, people that make over 400,000 would potentially see increases in the amount they owe. Why is that a problem?
Well, I just think these guys work really hard for that, and I am one of them, so I don't know why I should have to pay more for. I work really, really fucking hard every day to do shit, and
What do you do?
IT sales.
IT sales.
I just don't think it's fair that I should have to be taxed that much.
Well, you wouldn't be taxed that much. It's just literally that's the bottom. That was the only the line that she drew when she said no one making under 400K would see their taxes go up. That's just the line she drew. But the top 1% is making millions of dollars a year.
I mean, there's a fine line between 400,000 and billionaires. So I just want to know.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Wait. I'm going to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Who do you think you have more in common with? A homeless person or a billionaire?
Homeless person by a mile.
So why would you say there's a fine line? There's a massive Grand Canyon between someone making 400K and a billionaire.
Well, see, a 400,000 was a great living like not that long ago, and a billion is just something we would never even be able to touch.
Yeah. So you make $400,000 a year, okay?
Yeah.
Let's say you make $400,000 a year, tax free for the rest of your life. Also,
well, it's not tax free.
Also, I'm just giving. I want your brain to process what we're talking about here.
I mean, it is, buddy.
Okay. So then, why are you defending the top 1% if you recognize what I'm about to say to you?
All right, keep going.
Okay. So you make $400,000 a year. The government says, you know what? You don't have to pay taxes on it anymore. And you know what? You can save every dollar of that. We're gonna pay for your food. We're gonna pay for your rent. We're gonna pay for your Netflix. Everything. You don't have to spend a single cent. Every dollar you earn, all 400,000, goes right in the bank. Okay? How many years do you think it would take to hit $1 billion?
It would take an unfathomable amount of time. I'm not going to do the math right now.
Okay. So you recognize that we can treat billionaires like the pinatas that they are, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So what do we disagree on here?
We disagree on nothing. I just want to know, like, do you support socialism or communism or I don't understand.
I'm not a communist. I think socialism is like a really vague term. I personally consider myself
No.
like a social democrat, like in the Nordic countries.
Yeah, I mean, what are those countries?
Like Sweden, Denmark, Norway,
Dude,
where
wouldn't they be great to go and visit?
they weren't so cold. Yeah,
Dude, what about Switzerland? What do you think about that one?
Switzerland's a little bit different, but
What are they?
I mean, I think they might be capitalist. But either way, pretty much every country in Europe
Oh,
provides
so
healthcare
you-
to pretty much every
are
country in
you-
Europe provides healthcare to their citizens. We're the only like developed country on earth that aren't providing healthcare to our citizens. And what's worse is our government pays the most for healthcare out of every country on earth.
So what would happen? Let's just say they started paying the citizens for healthcare in the United States, and I mean, what would happen?
What would happen?
Like,
What would happen if
it
we
would-
if we increased taxes on the billionaires, and that made it so that people in this country could all have healthcare? That's your question.
How would that even look? I mean, I can't even fathom.
This
that
is how it would
because
look. Watch this.
It's so far gone, man.
Well, no, it's actually not even that difficult because we wouldn't even be paying any more money. A Medicare for all system actually saves the country money because of how expensive private insurance is and how much we put into that. But
Believe me, man, I know.
well, if you know that, then how are we disagreeing here?
No, we're not disagreeing at all. I want to know what your solution would be.
Oh, it's super simple. My solution: increase taxes on the top 1%, increase taxes on the people who can afford it, and then implement Medicare for all, or at the very least, single payer healthcare, where the government is
Can
the
I
single
say
payer.
can I say one thing? I mean, we've agreed on so many different things, but I think that you should really have to work hard for what you're given in this country. I do think that, the harder you work, the more you get. And I just never got away from that concept, and I've always worked harder.
Okay.
And I don't.
Do you think a billionaire works harder than a contractor?
No, I don't at all.
Okay. So what you just said, total falsehood, right? I don't know why you said it.
Well, I think
A single mother working 2 jobs is working harder than a billionaire.
Oh, absolutely. But I think that I'm trying to think the best way to put this. You just gotta
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Is that what you're trying to say?
no. I'm never gonna ever use that terminology, but you gotta work harder than the next guy next to you, and you could fucking do anything.
Problem is that just working harder in this country no longer is enough to achieve the American dream.
I do agree.
Prior to Ronald Reagan, that was the case. But ever since we started implementing supply side economics, aka trickle down economics, the wealth gap has been growing larger and larger. The median wages in comparison to median house prices, the gap has been growing larger and larger. The American dream is slipping away from us because of Republican policies that cut taxes on the wealthy. Because of Republican policies that deregulate businesses and to be able to take advantage of regular consumers.
I do agree because I remember back in 2007, 2000, even say whatever it was. I was born in 2002. I'm 23. Things were a whole lot different. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 35.
You're 35. Where are you from? You don't have to say that. Obviously, you don't dox yourself.
I'm from New Jersey, but I live in Florida.
I'm in New Jersey right now. But what I'm saying is, nothing was ever like this. What was the big switch? You know what I mean?
In
Like, what was it?
1982, Ronald Reagan decided to devastate the United States permanently by.
Wow.
You said why?
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't born then. I don't do a lot of history study, but I mean, I'm
Okay.
sharp on the things I need to be sharp on. But
I would-
I would love to hear.
Yeah, I mean the general idea is that he started deficit spending in he started deficit spending excessively to provide massive tax cuts to the top 1%. He started deregulating businesses to be able to take advantage of Americans, and the list goes on and on. I would really recommend you just look into the Ronald Reagan presidency and look into supply side economics and trickle down economics, and then you'll see why we've been on this downward spiral ever since.
So there's no way Biden tomorrow could have done that or fixed it.
There's no there's no way they could have fixed it. I mean, it's the problem is anytime Democrats come in to try to fix the issues caused by Republicans,
But
get
I'm
a-
a moderate, by the way. I'm very moderate.
we get a new Republican to come in. So, for example, George W. Bush oversaw the housing crisis, which wouldn't have happened, by the way, if Republicans didn't let Glass-Steagall expire. And but anyway, George W. Bush oversaw the housing crisis in 2007, 2008. Barack Obama comes in and has to save the economy, and then, for whatever reason, Republicans and the U.S. decided to vote for Donald Trump, and Donald Trump decided to increase the deficit again for no reason. The economy was doing amazing. He inherited a great economy, and you're supposed to have a deficit spend when the economy is doing poorly to try to stimulate it. But the economy was doing amazing, and he deficit spent out the ass just to give tax cuts to the rich. He did exactly what Reagan did. And then when we needed to deficit spend, when COVID hit, things got really bad and started to spiral. So now Biden comes in and has to save the day again, just like every Democrat. And he passes several pieces of legislation to get us back on track. We have the American Rescue Plan. We have the Inflation Reduction Act. We have the CHIPS and Science Act. We have the PACT Act. And we actually see a recovery better than any other country on earth. Like, no matter what, no matter who the president was, if it was Trump, it was Biden, whoever it was, we would have seen inflation. We would have seen the after effects of COVID. Because, I mean, we had a global pandemic. Like, there's no way around it. But our recovery from COVID was the fastest and strongest of any country on earth. Every single G7 country wished to be the United States of America. And then we threw it all away by electing Donald Trump again. And now, look what he's doing. Even with all of the Doge cuts, we are still spending more than we were this time last year.
Thank you very much for that, honestly. I'm not very, hip with the. Thank you very much for all that information.
You're
I
welcome.
do have a question. Though.
I'm listening.
It's not so much of a question, but what do you think about the? I mean, it's not so much of a question. It's more of an open-ended response. What do you think about the ICE shit? I mean, I could say that in a very brutal way, but like, what do you think about the deportations?
I think the way they're doing them is pretty horrible. I think the idea, first of all, the idea of doing mass deportations already is really irresponsible.
Yeah, but you got to play a double-edged sword, like Obama did it too, and
Obama didn't have like massive waves of ICE hunting down migrants. Most of the deportations.
No. It looks like they are military, but like you got to think that he put people in cages, like we all know.
Hold on. Just I want you to be I want you to be very specific about what you're talking about here.
Completely in the middle.
The thing is, I don't think you understand what the difference is. So when undocumented immigrants got to the border under Obama's administration, a lot of them were deported when they got here, and in the interim, they were kept in detention facilities at the border. That's true. Then in Trump's first term, they used the same detention facilities, but instead of just keeping them there, while they awaited to be processed, they would separate children from their parents. So already a huge difference from the way Obama had been doing it. Now in Trump's second term, we're not only seeing things like that, but we're seeing just a militarized group of, first of all, a lot of times they don't even identify themselves, but militarized group of ICE agents that are racially profiling people and in some cases disappearing people. And then we're not even just deporting them. We're not even just deporting them to their home country. We're sending them to concentration camps, whether that's in Florida or whether that's in El Salvador.
Yeah, I don't agree with that by any means. I want you to know that.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, but like I recognize that as a young person, I've talked about this before. I recognize that as a young person, it might be difficult to see how different this is than normal, right? Like normally, you could look at the right and the left, and you might agree with something, and you might disagree with something, and like you might lean one way or another. But there's no way that like one is so much worse than the other. This is like not even close. Like we're
No,
talking about the difference between one party which has a moderate stance on immigration, where they want to pass legislation that would make it easier to immigrate here legally, but more difficult to immigrate here illegally, and the other party that has concentration camps where people are actively dying due to heat or due to lack of medical care. Like that should, you saying, oh, I disagree with that, it shouldn't just be, oh, I disagree with that. It should be, I am adamantly against it. It should be, I am working towards that never happening again.
You know what I think? Why can't we all just fucking get along, man? It's really not that hard. Like, why can't we all just like I mean, I don't know that many people that are that far right. Like, to be honest with you, my friends, like, we're all very nice people. Like, I really don't get it, man.
Not nice does not necessarily mean good. And once you start digging under the surface, you see where the cracks of division lie. For example, if you ask one of your friends that voted for Trump over Kamala, and you ask, hey, why did you vote for Trump over Kamala? And they say something like, well, I just didn't think Kamala would be good when dealing with other nations, or Kamala could never like speak in full sentences. She had a word salad. It's like, okay, well, that person, they might be nice, but they're clearly a misogynist. They clearly are judging her to a different standard than they are Trump, because Trump actually just spews nonsense constantly. And yet,
Well, can I ask you something else? Is it that they probably didn't do the research? They probably watched a couple of videos and were like, "Fuck, this is where I'm going."
if I mean, listen,
That's. I mean,
it is
be honest.
possible. It is
That's where a lot
possible.
of. That's
It is
where there's a lot. That's where a lot of people go with this shit. When they
certainly
watch
for
one
Gen Z.
video,
Certainly for
they
Gen
watch
Z.
they watch one fucking video on Instagram Reels, or they do whatever they do, and that's where they make the decision.
I understand what you're saying, and certainly for Gen Z, I know that the algorithms on these social media platforms do not care about properly informing you. They care about keeping you on the app. So if you watch one video that shoots you down the alt-right rabbit hole, then you end up being alt-right. But we're not talking about back when they voted for Trump. We're talking about right now, when we see concentration camps, when we see the cover-up of Epstein's crimes and moving Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security. Yeah, you shouldn't. These are all the things that would make you say, okay, well, now I need to reassess. Maybe I was being misinformed.
Dude, I am so middle that you don't even know.
I understand what you're saying. Listen, I swear to you, I was young too, okay? I used to, I know it doesn't look like it. I used to be a 24-year-old.
No, you look young, man. Come on.
And I've aged like 20 years in the past 7 months. I used to be 24. And nobody wanted to call themselves a Republican or a Democrat. They were just, oh, well, I'm in the middle. I'm an independent. I think my own way. I don't believe I don't ascribe to what one party does. I'm an independent, right? But then when you actually start to look at every single policy, I swear to you, you actually go down and go through every single policy, you'll see that there are stark differences. And you'll know very quickly which side of the fence you're on. You don't have to call yourself a Democrat or a Republican, but you'll know if you're a conservative or a progressive.
I'm getting on the boat right now. Hold on, I'm getting on the boat. No, I know. I heard everything you said. To be honest, you have a very good way with words. To be honest with you, I mean, you know how to talk. You do a very good job. I still find myself in the middle, man. I agree with policies on both sides.
What
I
policy?
don't know.
What policy of the Republicans do you agree with?
This is going to be bad, man. All your followers are not going to like this. But I think that the border should have got under control, man. I really do. I
The border
really
should have got
think
under control.
I think that it should have been heavily regulated.
What
Who was coming in
what
here
was
and who
wrong with the
wasn't.
border? Can you explain?
What was wrong with the border? People were pouring in left and right.
How?
What do you mean how? You know how.
No, I'd like you to tell me.
Buddy, I'm really not that
That's the
educated.
problem.
I mean,
That's the problem. You're self-aware that you're not educated in how. You just believed what the propaganda told you. The propaganda told you that the border was a problem.
I mean, there's propaganda on both sides. Let's not be wrong here, but we both know a lot of people are coming in that weren't regulated. And I don't
No. Stop. What you're doing right now is not okay. You're saying we both know. No. I don't believe things based off vibes and feelings. I believe things based off of the facts that are presented in front of me.
Okay.
There's no evidence showing that people were pouring in through an open border. There were problems at the border, and we can talk about those problems individually. But if your idea is simply that, oh, well, the border needed to get under control, and when I give you just a smidge of pushback and ask, well, what do you mean?
Listen, man, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not gonna lie to you here. You know a lot more than me. You know a lot. You know a lot more than me. I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
All I'm asking, I'm not asking you to be rocket science. I'm not asking you to be an expert on immigration. I'm not asking you any. All I'm asking you is to not believe things based off vibes, and rather to believe things based off of facts and evidence. That's all I'm asking.
Well, could you put I mean, we both know what happened.
My guy, this is not a good look. We both know
it's a terrible look. I mean, there's a lot of people that aren't legal in this country. I'm not saying everybody's bad. I think that we need a lot of people in this country, regardless. Ellis Island was a thing for a reason. But the next thing is, I have a problem with fucking nobody. Like me, I just like to fucking live my life, and I live my life.
Do you have a problem with undocumented immigrants?
Fuck no. Why would I? If they give a problem with me,
there you go.
If I have a problem with, I mean, if they have a problem with me, I'll have a problem with them. But
they don't.
Other than that, fuck that.
Yeah. So if you don't have a problem with undocumented immigrants, then it sounds like you're not on the right. You don't agree with what the right is doing. You already said you don't agree with the concentration camps. You already said you don't agree with the racial profiling. You already said you don't have a problem with the undocumented immigrants because like I'm
just a nice guy. Like that's what you have to get. Like I'm just a nice fucking person.
Oh, bro, don't do that. I'm trying to help.
What do you mean?
Well, you can't say you're first of all like nice guy has a really weird connotation, but let's put that to the side for now.
No, I'm just a nice person. Like I believe people inherently.
How can you be a nice person if you just said that you think that we should get the border under control? And your basis for that argument is nothing. You had no basis.
No, I didn't. I lost. You won.
I don't. Oh God. Okay. I do get that there are creators on this app that like treat the debates as like, oh, win or lose. I want the country to win. Okay?
No, I don't
care.
I have genuinely learned a lot from this conversation, and I would love to continue it.
Okay. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go to the next guest now because we do have a lot of people lining up. I urge you to just watch the lives. A lot of times we do news when we're not doing debates, and maybe you can be one of the people who in a few months sends me a DM and says, Dan, you completely opened my eyes. And
your name's Dan?
My name is Dan. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Dan. Thank you, man. Have a great night.
I'm trying so hard, chat. I'm trying so hard. All right, quick double Dan break.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
Figured you might need some only Dan's time.
I appreciate that. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna sub this out for a cold drink. If you wanna talk to chat for like 30 seconds, that'd be awesome.
All right, sounds good. What is up, chat? You got substitute Dan. Let's see. What are we gonna talk about? Yeah, every conversation just kind of seems to be the exact same nowadays. It's just literally everyone on the right is either just full on MAGA cult, or they are just sitting there actively defending the whole P3DO thing. And the conversations have gotten just depressing and boring. And I'm not really too certain where things go from here, because it's either you let Donald Trump and the administration just kind of do what they're doing and have like a comically just sidestep the Epstein thing summit up in Alaska, or you try to refocus everything back on Epstein, and then that almost doesn't even seem like the most important thing, because we have literal concentration camps.
Can I stop you right there real quick? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you got it.
Shy GA. I know it feels like the smart thing to say is that both sides are right and wrong. I get that. Literally everything. A smart person understands both sides are right and wrong. I'm not saying that the liberals are right about everything. What I am saying, though, is that conservatives are wrong about everything. And if you think that sounds unhinged, like there's no way, then just challenge me on any policy, any topic, whether it be the law, whether it be the policy proposed, whether it be morality, whatever it is. Conservatives are wrong about everything. It's mind-boggling that these are our two parties. Like, I wish what it was the Democrats were like Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and the Republicans were like Theodore Roosevelt. But instead, it's what we have now, which is the Democrats are the only party that actually can govern in this country, and Republicans just cut taxes, crash the economy, and bounce for 4 years, and then come back.
Yeah, it's like on Monday, you trimmed your fingernails, and then on Wednesday, you sawed off your leg at the femur with a rusty hacksaw. And then on Friday, you're telling your friends, hey, on both days, I cut off body parts. Yeah. Like, no, these are different in kind.
Literally. Hi, it's welcome crazy. Up, Falcon.
Hello. I haven't come up just to say hello and chat in a little bit. I figured you might want a break. Also, if you're still here, I don't make nearly as much money as you do, but I am also a business owner, and I do want you to take the time to consider how much money you could save and how much more you could invest into your business if you didn't have to pay for your employees' healthcare.
Great point.
As a business owner, that's one of my largest expenses that I have to consider when it comes to hiring an employee, is not just, do I have the money to hire like these employees? It's like they're pay for their wage, but it's also healthcare and the taxes. And I've seen situations where like trying to ethically hire someone part-time and offer them some kind of healthcare is still more expensive than their actual wages, especially for small business owners. So I want you guys to think about the economic impact of how much more availability there would be for small businesses to grow and hire new employees and pay their employees better if they didn't have to consider the cost of healthcare on top of wages. So that's the thing that conversation made me think of as someone that has owned a small business and is familiar with the struggle. It is literally better for everyone. And the billionaires lose pocket change in the process for them. So
actual pocket change, yeah.
Yeah. But also I know MOP's been really quiet since the March just because we have been, you have to do the background work. So we are doing lots of typing and strategy meetings.
Oh, I'm Falcon. I love you so much. I just got to stop you. Conservatives are definitely right about smaller government. Can you tell me what about Donald Trump's current government is smaller government? Is it militarizing Washington, D.C.? Is it increased government spending? Is it increased control over the citizens? What about Donald Trump's America is small government? Conservatives haven't been for small government in decades.
Dan, it's obviously because they're firing half of the federal government.
And then being forced to rehire half of the ones they fired because they realized how big of a mistake it was, which actually costs us more money than had they kept them on in the first place. But yeah,
very fiscally conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah, like spending almost $1 million to wrap 3 ice trucks for a DaBaby music video that the DHS posted on their official Twitter. Oh, did you not know about that?
I heard about it last night, and my brain tried to block it out.
Oh yeah, it's a real thing.
Oh my god.
It's $732,000 wrapping 3 trucks.
That's crazy.
For a recruitment video that the DHS posted on their Twitter account.
I would just like to point out that there are people staying in my house right now because of what's going on in DC, because they needed to get out of town. Because it got that bad. So
It's real.
This is so real. I have a friend sleeping on my couch because of what's going on in DC right now. But also MOP is currently testing our city council initiative toolkit. So we have gone to a couple of city councils in Virginia, Texas, Utah, and Florida so far, and tried to get resolutions for the constitutional amendment passed at the city council level. And we are currently testing the process and producing a toolkit that people will be able to download from our website and go and follow the steps in the process that we've tested out to do it themselves. So no matter who you are or whether you want to be a part of MOP, the goal is to build a map. You can go onto the website, see if the resolution for the amendment has been passed in your town, and then if it hasn't, you can download the toolkit and it'll take you through a step-by-step process for your state to get a city council resolution passed.
For y'all that don't know, MOP is the Money Out of Politics movement, and the links they should be in your bio, right, Falcon?
Yeah, you can also look up Money Out of Politics here on TikTok. I am at home doing embroidery and goofing off, so I'm not on the MOP account right now.
You're good. Thank you so much, Falcon. Really appreciate you coming up.
But yeah, so that will be out. It's 50 states worth of research, so I am busy.
We're working hard, harder than most billionaires, actually. But yeah, thank you so much.
Hopefully this was a refreshing break. I've passed the initiative in 2 cities in Virginia so far as a test subject. So we are chipping away, and I don't know how you do this. As I have started live streaming for MOP more and more, I had to step away from TikTok for a little bit because it's so emotionally draining. I literally don't know how you do this.
I'm just going until I have a mental breakdown. I think that's the. But yeah, thank you so much, Falcon.
Of course. Have a great night.
You
Check
as
your
well.
blood pressure. Take care of yourself, and remember that your ADHD meds can increase your blood pressure, your heart rate, and increase dehydration. So you need to keep an eye on yourself.
Will do. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.
I mostly just wanted to see if you needed a hug after that.
I do, but you're many miles away, unfortunately.
Well, not with that attitude.
But will you settle for thoughts and prayers?
Yes, those always pull it off.
That was rough.
Yeah. Did you Did you catch last night's guess?
I didn't.
Yeah, we had one guest defending child marriage.
Oh, I saw that video. I just
that was just one
saw the
clip.
video. You,
If it's
yeah,
it's
the ending statement of him saying, "quote I know a lot of 18-year-olds that are married to 17-year-olds, comma, and I know a lot of 18-year-olds that are married to 19-year-olds." I'm just like, one, wild way to say that you like defend this. Two, one of those is legal. This is a weird stance to take. This is weird.
And why does he know so many 18-year-olds and 17-year-olds?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
Why,
This is a grown man.
Why so deliberately focused? Like, that's very, very targeted.
I can count on one hand the amount of 18-year-olds that I know, and that is none. I don't I don't know any 18-year-olds.
Yeah, it was something else. And by the way, that's just one person. There's Michael Fox. Are you okay? I guess bet you didn't report him. If you saw what chat was up to, you wouldn't be saying any of this shit. All right, relax.
I am
was
convinced. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, my chat was fighting the good fight. Let's just put it that way. But we've now had 3 separate guests. I need to keep remembering to ask people this question. We've now had 3 separate guests. Yeah, Dan had the FBI page up. I literally pulled it up. I pulled up the FBI report page. We had 3 separate guests. Okay, in the past, in 2 nights, 3 guests, where I asked them the following question, and I need to remember to ask people this question more consistently because I want to make a montage. I asked them. The election is happening again. Okay, it's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Nothing has changed about their policies. Nothing has changed about the debates. Everything is the same. All the metrics of the debate are the exact same. Only difference is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who do you vote for? And all 3 of them said they wouldn't vote.
I have since been asking people this question. I've not gotten a single person say that they would switch.
Well, just be careful because apparently my live is the only one where people are immune from using the no word. So I just don't get banned for saying it the way I say it. We have I don't know what glitch I have, bro. We watch full movies and shit on this live. I don't know. I'm just I think it's because I'm not afraid of getting banned. That's what it is. Like I want a break. That might be what it is.
Oh well, I'm also assuming you just have your account set to like that audience control setting on.
Plot armor? Is that plot armor?
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah, 3 so far. We'll see how many. We'll see if we can get more tonight. By the way, that's not, just so we're clear, I don't want that. It's just that they're proving my point. My current philosophy is that in August of 2025, if you support Donald Trump, you are one of the following 4 things: a racist, a misogynist, a Nazi, or a pedophile, or some combination of the 4. And not a single guest has been able to come up and disprove that so far.
No, that tracks.
And also, TikTok Shop is a great place to buy items if you're shopping for Christmas or Halloween. Now is a great chance.
I get all of my makeup tutorials at the TikTok Shop. Like, the deals there, like, I like the deals there almost as much as Republicans like fucking kids. Almost.
Jesus. Okay. Dan, Nicholas, appreciate you both for coming up.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Have a good night.
Back at you. Peace.
Bye. All right, y'all. We're gonna go to our next guest. Appreciate everyone's patience during my break after the last guest. And here we go. While that guest is loading, if everyone here can just do me a favor and make sure that you're following the live. everyone who's gifted and subbed so far. I really appreciate it, but nobody has to gift or sub. The only thing I'm asking is if you could just make sure that you're following. Right next to my name, there should be an orange heart or a gray heart. If you see a red oval, that means you're not following. Now, if you do want to support the live, but you don't want to spend a lot of money, there are great ways to do that. You can tap this screen, which will add more likes to the counter, which is good for the algorithm and could get you on this little leaderboard here. Also, for 1.5 cents a day, you can send your daily heart me, which is good for the algorithm as well, and protecting the live from maggots that might want to take it down. But again, nobody has to. If you haven't set up your credit card with TikTok, I'm not going to ask you to do that over $0.015. Appreciate all of you, and we're going to go to our next guest.
Please clap.
Who sent that? Thank you, Mahalia. All right, going to the next guest. Which gift is that? That is the Heart Me Flex. Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing, Dan?
I'm doing. How about you?
Okay, so I'm not really a maggot, but I did have a question. Why do you think that Trump wants to levy Alaska's natural resources for dissuading Putin from continuing his conquest of Ukraine?
I don't really have. Honest with you, probably because he wants to do whatever he can to benefit Putin. That's what it seems like. He also would like credit for ending the war. So if he can end the war, even if it's to the benefit of Russia, that doesn't matter to him because he doesn't actually care about what's good for the United States. He just cares about what makes him look good.
That's fair. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's my take. But I mean, I don't know for sure. All I know is that Kamala would never.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Well, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, go to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up. Did you just run to the phone?
Am I here?
Reedon, you there?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can't hear you that well, brother, but I'm going to just let you go. I ain't know I requested up here.
All right.
How do I get down?
I got you. Okay, we're going to go to our next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. Why do you say that conservatives are wrong about literally everything?
Because there's not a single thing that they've been right about the past several decades. Can you name one?
How many decades?
Say how many decades?
Yeah, no, if you say decades, yeah, how many decades?
Let's start with one. Let's start with the past 10 years, the Trump era.
Okay.
Have they been right about a single thing in the past decade?
I mean, the last decade would include Biden, so what do you mean about that?
I'm asking if conservatives have been right about anything in the past 10 years.
I think they have.
All right. Can you name one?
Men should not be allowed to compete in women's sports.
They don't. Next question.
What do you mean next question? That's what they're fighting for. Next question about that shit when that's what they're fighting for.
Men don't compete in women's sports, ma'am.
Transgenders.
Oh, are you talking about transgender women?
I mean, guys with... Don't make me go through that.
Well, you don't have to be hateful if you don't want to. You could just be like a normal person. Like you're talking about transgender women, right?
Is someone who's attempting to be a woman should not be allowed in women's sports. If they have a dick, they have no place in women's sports.
Okay. Did you say someone who's pretending to be a woman, or what did you say?
Yeah, pretending. Exactly.
Okay. So would you say that, do you believe trans people exist?
I think a lot of people have mental illness.
Okay. So you don't believe in trans people. You just.
No. I completely believe in gender dysphoria. I completely believe in that. But I don't think it fucking exists in women's sports. I don't think there should be any new rules for people with that.
Okay. So if you believe in gender dysphoria, right?
Wait. Can I ask you a question? Do you think that men should compete? Why? Also, why is there a background noise?
What's the background noise, ma'am?
I have no idea.
Are you sure that's not the ringing in your ears,
Do you
or?
believe that men should compete in women's sports?
How much have you had to drink?
I have nothing to drink, but it is shocking if you think that men should compete in women's sports.
Men do not compete in women's sports. That's
Exactly.
why I asked you.
Exactly.
That's why I asked you if you believe that trans people exist.
Do you think that
Yeah.
anyone who is born a man should compete in a women's sport?
Anyone who was born a man. So you're saying do I think any biological male
God. Do you think anyone who was born with a dick
should compete in women's sports?
In a women's, do you think that?
Okay. So I have two answers. My number one answer is I literally could not give a fuck. This is like on my bottom 1,000 things that I'm interested in. But if I had to, feet to the fire, if I had to, okay. So feet to the fire, if I had to answer, if someone is a trans woman and they're going through,
what's a trans woman?
A trans woman is a person who was assigned male at birth.
What do you mean assigned? No one's assigned shit. They were born with a penis or a vagina.
Cater.
You're like a fucking moron.
Cater. Hi, Cater. My name's Emmy. I am a trans
No.
woman.
Shut the fuck up. Keep going.
Wait, why would you
Keep
speak to her
going.
like
Keep
that?
going. Keep going. Keep going.
Who did you say shut the fuck up to?
Whoever just chimed in.
Yeah, my name is Emmy. My name is Emmy, and I am a trans woman.
You were literally just speaking the truth, and you needed someone to chime in.
No.
Dan empowers the trans community. Dan empowers the trans community because he knows that it's important to give voices to marginalized communities. So he allows me to come up and speak with people like you from time to time to help educate you and also ask you questions that make you look really dumb. But you don't need a lot of assistance with that. So let me ask you something. What advantage in any sport does having a dick give someone? What advantage?
You're
Cater, I asked you a question.
Wait,
I asked
is
you a
there
question.
Any chance, Cater 12, is there any chance that you could just not interrupt? Like, Emmy will do the same. Just maybe speak when sentences are completed, and then you can go. How conversations with humans go. But could I maybe get a commitment on
conversation.
that? Can I get a commitment on that, Cater?
You got to come off mute, babe.
Oh, no, wait, I'm peeing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You're good. It's all good. I'm peeing.
Thank you. Okay, Kristen.
They're there. I'm peeing.
Cater,
I'm peeing.
you know how to use a mute button, right? Cater, don't tell me you were born with one and you don't know how to find the button.
I'm so sorry. I'm wetting myself.
Please don't tell me that I don't have one from birth and I know how to find the button better than you do.
She's yelling at her phone right now.
She is. She's crashing out so hard that there she goes. Okay. Can you acknowledge what Dan asked you, please?
Say that again.
Can you acknowledge what Dan asked you, please?
I'm just asking if you can have a civil conversation where, like, your sentence starts at the end of Emmy's sentence and vice versa. Maybe do that.
Emmy chimed in the middle of our conversation. So yeah, I am very.
Do you think I have magical powers to come up here? Do you think I can just pop up on Dan's panel?
Emmy, start back again because I didn't realize you were going to chime in again, so I didn't hear what you said.
I'm up here to have a conversation with you. I'm not chiming in. This is a conversation between you and I right now, babe.
Wait, when did you chime in? Because I'm in Dan Malik's conversation, so I had no
Yeah.
idea you were going to chime in. So my bad. Honestly,
Hey, Dan,
my
when
bad.
was the last time you and I exchanged Discord messages? You know, just like
What the
two
fuck
people
is
talking
this?
outside of here. It was what, today?
Earlier today,
Do
yeah.
you
Yeah,
think that
earlier
men
today.
can be
So,
women?
Cater, we're
Matt, do
friends.
you genuinely
We're
think that men
friends.
can take
Excuse
over
me,
women?
your
Do
sentence
you
is
think
starting in
that
the middle
men
of
can be
mine.
women? Do you
Okay.
Your
think that men can
sentence
be
is
women?
starting in the middle
Do
of
you
mine.
think that men can be women? Do you think
No,
that
I
women
do
can
not
be
believe
men?
that men
You're a
can. No,
fucking
I'm
retard.
answering your
You're a
question right
fucking
now.
moron. You
I
do
am
not
answering your
exist.
question right now. Here, to answer your question, no, I do not believe that men can be women. Now that you're off the panel, if you're still yelling at your phone, that's cute. But no, I do not believe that men can be women because I believe that cisgender men are men, and I believe that transgender men are men, and I believe that that transgender women and cisgender women are women. So no, men cannot be women, and women cannot be men. Plain
No,
and simple.
I want to notice. I want to point out. Excuse me. That they always tell on themselves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna borrow a phrase here. A hit dog will holler, and when it's clear that they're hateful towards the trans community, of course they would also drop a slur against the against the what's the word here? I don't want to accidentally against the mentally disabled community. So
Of course.
I we have yet the trash takes itself out. Thank you. We have yet to have one of them prove one of the four tenets wrong. If you support Donald Trump in August of 2025, you are one of the four categories. You are either a racist, misogynist, a Nazi, which the Nazis were very against the mentally disabled. They were very against the LGBTQ community. So I'm putting that one in Nazi. Or number four, you're a pedophile. And we have yet to have a single conservative come out to disprove that right now.
And you know, Dan, this is the first time that I've asked the question on your live, but I think I have my new favorite question in these conversations. What advantage does having a dick give you in any sport? What, you know what I'm saying? Like, in what sport does that get used? Because if I can find that sport, that's probably the only sport I'm willing to play.
I mean, you could use it like as a propeller in swimming,
Or
maybe
like a rudder
a
to help
rudder.
you
Yeah.
steer. Yeah, I don't know. There might be a little bit of lag, you know, or drag. I mean, well, there's probably lots of drag.
In what's the one? The javelin toss.
Yes, that one.
Just
No, how about that? No, the high jump is where it gets in the way.
the
Remember,
high
like
jump.
from
Yeah.
yeah, the high jump, it
Jousting.
definitely gets in the way. The what is it? The French guy at the Olympics? Yeah, his got in the way. I watched that
Cater
video so
12.
many times.
Cater 12. Number one, you weren't the only female voice, but more importantly, number two, you're just a hateful person. Like, I'm not gonna have you up here slurring. And by slurring, I mean in both ways. Both using a slur against the marginalized community and slurring your words because you're clearly inebriated.
Yep. Oh, another fun one. Well, thanks for
And you're
letting me up.
spamming. I think okay. I'm just gonna. I think I'm just gonna block them. I can't. Like
Yeah.
no profile picture, no followers, comes up, not coherent, and slurs. I don't need their engagement.
It was funny that it was a woman this time. I don't get to speak to a lot of like, like you know, women that are transphobes. I really don't. Um, you know, a lot of times they're more supportive or curious.
Well,
Um,
are we even sure they were a woman? But we
I
don't.
mean, that's
By their
true.
philosophy, don't we have to check them to make sure?
We do, and that's not allowed on TikTok. Um, so we definitely can't do that. But no, I mean, like, and here's the thing too: we don't know because I also could have been a man's voice. It very well could have been. You know, everybody's voices are different, but you know, yeah, have no idea. But still, very rare that I get to talk with someone with that timbre of voice when it comes to these things.
Was that
So that
Nancy
was fun.
Mace? Can someone remind me what the restaurant was? I just saw a news story about there was a lesbian teen who was being harassed by a restaurant employee to prove that she was a woman. but I can't remember what the restaurant is. I'm trying to pull up the story.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was Buffalo Wild Wings. She went to the restroom. A male employee went in, right? And she felt like the only thing she could do to prove it was to show her chest. Like, this is fucking weird. This is like literally this is what puts cis women in trouble and in danger, is this attitude against trans women.
That's something we don't talk about enough, which is that transphobia hurts cis women.
Yep, this isn't the first time either this year, because we've already seen 2 other women get beat up, and we've also seen a trans man who was not allowed to use the men's restroom, was forced to use the women's restroom in a nightclub, and then got kicked out. He was 19 years old, got kicked out of the women's restroom after they told him to use it, because and then the cops threw him up against the wall outside.
It's horrifying.
It's ridiculous. I can't even keep all the names straight with everything else. So forgive me. But there was also the one that ended up in the hospital with tubes. With oxygen. I was gonna say with tubes up her nose, but that's not the same thing. That was also injured. So trans men are all like so cis women, and there's also the case with the trans man as well. It is ridiculous, and it's hurting cis women. Because if you don't, and this is the other thing. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
No, I just wanted to invite this Trip person. They said this is one of the reasons Kamala lost. Well, Trip, are you saying that what was Kamala's policy that would have made you not vote for her? What
Come on
what
up,
about?
Trip, tell me.
I'd love to hear it.
One of the other things that I just wanted to mention in this is while Trip is tripping his way up the stairs like Trump on Air Force One and Biden, but it's more fun to say Trump. Anyways, this also has a higher effect on Black trans women and Black cis women, especially when it comes to like cis women being harmed by this. Black cis women are being harmed because these people always think they can tell. And the things that they point to in facial structure are things that are very common among Black women. Things like a more prominent brow bone and things like that, right? And so they think that they can tell, and it puts Black cis women at harm because the things that they think are masculine are common traits. So it's putting them in even higher risk.
Yeah. Well, Emmy, as always, thank you so much for coming up.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm sorry you weren't able to have a conversation with that person.
It's also fun just being able to make them crash out with just like saying 2 words to them. That's just fun once in a while.
Your existence triggered her into oblivion. So
I make people run. Ask Hector sometime how many people I have made run just from coming up on the panel without even saying a word. It is ridiculous. He can tell you. I'll be in the comments.
All right. Thank you so much, Emmy. Have a good night.
Right, see ya.
Okay. Base Buster. Yeah, right. When everything a Democrat does is what they accuse Republicans. Bro, this is the call is coming from inside the house. Just can you give me any specific examples? I sent you a request. Give me a specific example. Okay? If you're MAGA in the chat, just request up and we can have a conversation. Okay, here we go.
Oh, hey, hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi, how you doing? Give me just a second. You know what? I wasn't expecting you to let me in so quickly. I'm going to go to this place where it's quieter, so we can have a peaceful conversation. Give me just a second.
No worries.
It won't take me long at all.
No worries.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Okay, well that's good. Have you had a fruitful evening?
Yeah, I think we exposed some really hateful people. Probably
Exposed? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what is it? You think? What is MAGA so wrong about that's your contention here? Conservatives are wrong about everything.
Well, I mean, frankly, I can't. I'm having trouble thinking of something that they're right about. But I'll give you the things that I personally, right now, I'm super upset about. I'm upset about what's going on with ICE and the fact that they're racially profiling people in this country and then putting them into internment camps. I don't know what you want to call it, concentration camps, whatever you want to call it. I'm upset about the fact that we have an administration covering up for child molesters that are implicated in the Epstein files. I am upset about the fact that we have women dying due to archaic laws, and even a situation where a woman's corpse was used as an incubator. I'm upset about the militarization of Washington D.C. Over one crime. I'm upset about a lot of things going on. I'm also still upset about the fact that the current person in office tried to steal an election in 2020 and disregarded the Constitution multiple times during his term. So those are my main grievances, but I can keep going.
Well, no, he didn't try to steal an election in 2020. I mean, I happened to be taking care of my mom at the time, and so I was watching the whole thing as it unfolded entirely, and there was just so much overwhelming evidence of fraud.
Where is it? Why did he lose 64 of 64 court cases?
He didn't lose any court cases.
He lost. Yep.
See, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Just a second. We can take. I mean, I'm not going to try to run over your talking.
Sure,
your
go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's speak to each other.
Let's go ahead.
There were no court cases that were lost. There were a bunch of them that didn't make it to any kind of court case because of standing, and there was a whole lot of evidence that was not heard, and that was discounted and not seen because of for procedural reasons, and also mistakes that Trump actually made with his legal team and stuff like that. But there was plenty. There was no shortage of evidence.
Okay.
I mean,
No.
let me give you.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna give you the facts here. So, of the 64 court cases brought by Trump and his supporters, 20 were dismissed before the hearing based on merits. Okay, so 20 of the 64. 14 were voluntarily dismissed by Trump and his supporters before the hearing on merits. And if you want my opinion on why, it's because they recognized that that the evidence was spurious. It was irrelevant. But 30 of the 64 cases were heard and were lost on merits. Okay, so they lost.
The reason why here's the problem with your arguments is that every single one of those cases, every single one of them, even if you're trying to group them into whatever, every single one of them has their own specific details and to them that are so much more involved than the soundbite attention that you're giving to them. That let me just provide for you what was obvious to me. That really. What we had was close to more than 1,000 people that were independent individuals that were not allied with one another. They became as a group that was organized long before the election. What they were poll watchers. These were people that we hired or had volunteered ahead of time that were Republicans, and they were Democrats, and they were independents that had all come forward after the day after the election independently had come forward, and they had gotten up in the morning, got dressed, and made their way to their state capitals or wherever, and to try to report the visible and actual fraud that they saw taking place. These were more than 1,000 people. Okay, this wasn't one or two isolated cases. This was in all of the swing states. And there were whistleblowers that were coming forward constantly. If you take the abundance of evidence that came, and none of those, because of the procedural, a lot of the procedures that we have, and not only that, but you had a whole lot of people on the left that were blocking a lot of that information coming through. So I mean, when you got all that happening, then and people that are in power, especially Secretary of States and other people that are in charge of the elections that are Democrats, not allowing anything to even be heard in hearings, whether it be in local governments or in state governments or whatever, if they have a majority in the legislatures, in the various legislatures, then you're not going to get a lot of that information through. And see, the reason why it was not able to happen in 2024 is because what the difference was between 2020 and 2024 is because in 2024 we had an open free speech platform because Elon Musk saved.
Okay, I got to stop you right there. You've been talking for 5 minutes straight. Listen, I'm trying to be respectful, but like everything you just said was bullshit. Like, give me a single example.
What was that said?
Okay.
What about the poll watchers? How do you explain?
Okay, we'll look it up right now. You know what I'll do for you? I will do the work of the 64 cases. Okay. And I'm gonna debunk all of them. We'll do it right now on live. Okay, 1,000 poll watchers. I'll look it up right now. Right? That's what you said. 1,000 poll watchers. Did you watch the 2,000 Mules movie?
I sure did.
Yeah, they had to pull that movie because of misinformation. So why do you believe the stuff that's from that movie? But we'll go ahead. I'll go through why it's false. 1,000 poll watchers. Okay. Can you give me more details? Because Google's not helping me.
What details do you need?
Where were the 1,000 poll watchers? Who were they reporting to? Yeah, that's right. Okay, so
I'm thinking. It's been 5 years now. I remember what I saw, and I saw it every day happen. And let me
ask you a question. Did you see when Rudy Giuliani testified that he is allowed to lie because it's his First Amendment right to lie? And so when he doctored a video and posted it to make it look like fake extra ballots were being counted, he was allowed to lie. Did you see that?
You know what? That may have surely happened, but that didn't discount the 1,000 poll watchers.
Okay. I'm saying the 1,000 poll watchers, the 1,000 poll watchers thing that you're saying, it's not relevant, or it's not true, or it's because all of this stuff was reviewed by cases. So on May 20th, 2022, Dinesh D'Souza published the film 2,000 Mules, where he alleged, with no solid evidence, that Democrats had organized a sophisticated system of ballot harvesting across several states. On October of 2022, Atlanta citizen Mark Andrews filed lawsuits for defamation, conspiracy, and intrusion on seclusion. A state investigation found that he had not committed any of the crimes alleged about him in the film. And on May 31st, 2024, Salem Media Group settled with Andrews, releasing a public apology and taking down the film and book. It's all bullshit. All of it.
No, it's not.
And you know how it's not even, you don't even have to take my word for it. His own lawyers, Trump's lawyers. So Rudy Giuliani had already told you a statement. He said, it's my First Amendment right to lie. You have Sidney Powell, who said no reasonable person would believe what we're saying.
No,
all 64 court cases. You have Republicans.
That's 100% out of context. See, here's what you guys love to do. You like to take little bits and pieces here and twist things around, and you guys are like perfect pottery makers. You mold clay.
All right, how about this? The redneck sage. I'm going to just ask you to provide your evidence about the 1,000 poll watchers, and we'll take a look together. I'll ask you to pull it up. Right?
I will do that, but it would take me a while to find that. I will do that for you, but I'd like to have a little bit more conversation with you. Maybe we can get somewhere before we go just straight.
No. The problem is we have to live in the same reality.
But wait a minute. The information is 4 or 5 years old. There's a lot of different sources I'd have to look for, and that would ruin our discussion right here. I can't find it. Pull it up for you. I don't have it at my fingertips right now. You couldn't find it right now either. So
no, I can't find it because it doesn't exist. It's not real. That's why I can't find
bullshit. No, it does exist.
Then you should be able to pull it up real easy, shouldn't you?
No, you shouldn't be able to pull it up because the information is scattered. It's 1,000 collective people, not in one. Not in one spot,
1,000
okay?
collective people. Okay. Did they have any evidence?
Different states.
Did the 1,000 collective people have any evidence of this?
Yeah, they did. They came and testified in all the various states. Hundreds of people in each state.
And then what happened in those cases when they testified? What happened?
There were cases. There were hearings that were made. I don't know. Trump and his lawyers made a lot of mistakes. The way they fired. The way they. But what really happened, though, the thing that really cut it all off was the conspiracy that happened on January 6th. Okay, because do you know what the remedy is for if there is a problem with the election? What's the remedy that the Congress allows for if there's a problem with the presidential election? The federal election.
I'm going to wait for you to finish urinating, and then we can continue the conversation. So the remedy would be for these things to go to court. That's what the courts are for. And they can be elevated all the way to the Supreme Court if needed, but that's what the courts are for. The president can't unilaterally say, actually, I won, and my vice president is going to pick fake electors to certify that. That's not something that is allowed by the Constitution. That's something that's allowed by a dictator. You can go ahead and unmute when your urethra is dry.
Oh, I was getting some water. I wasn't.
Oh, it sounded like urinating. Okay.
No, I was getting water.
Okay. So,
The specific remedy and this is paraphrasing, of what the Constitution allows in case there is malfeasance or something in the election. It's that there is to be a vote, and that was January 6th was the day, to where if it's been a while since I've read it. It's that if there's a problem, there's a vote taken in the House, and then if there's enough votes, that is sent back to the election results are sent back to the individual states where there's a dispute, and then there's a minimum of 14 days, 10 days or 14 days, I believe it's 14 of investigation.
The problem is you're just wrong. You're wrong. Everything you're saying
No,
is just
I'm not.
false.
That's true.
Okay, so provide me evidence of that. Take 5 minutes.
Okay,
I'm not going to kick you. Take 5 minutes and provide me evidence of anything that you're saying, because all I'm hearing right now, what I'm hearing is 5-year-old Republican propaganda. Right? It's just the lies that were told to smoothies back then to believe that Trump won the election. So I'm not just going to take your word for it. And for us to have a conversation, we need to live in the same reality. So what I need you to do is just pull up any kind of evidence.
This one I can pull up. This one I can pull up pretty quickly. In fact, I'm going to get the information right now. We can kind of speak while I'm searching for it. Sure. We can search on. We can speak about something while I'm pulling it up. We can speak on something else a little bit more.
Okay. Well, while you're pulling it up, let's talk about the fact that Donald Trump and his lawyers gathered fake electors, and he pressured his Vice President Mike Pence to break his duty to the Constitution to select those fake electors.
No.
No.
No. Hang on a second here.
Have you even heard about that?
You know what? I don't care about Pence and all that happened there. That's
so interesting. So you did so much research. You did so much research into Trump's claims, but none of the research into the federal indictment, the United States versus Donald J. Trump. The federal indictment. You did zero research. Don't know anything about the fake elector plot, but you know about the conspiracy theories. I know who you are.
I'm gonna provide you information right now. How about this? One thing that what's the other thing that was so what about this is one thing that we know because of data from poll records and also
nope. I'm waiting for the evidence that you said you were going to provide. We're not whatabouting. We're not doing. I am just going to be very patient.
Whatever comments, that's fine. Give me just a minute. Yeah, I'll find it.
No problem. Here, you find it. We can wait. I'll talk with chat or
Talk with chat. It's fine.
He believes the guy that makes pillows. Ask about Q.
Doing a good job of trying to investigate it. Sure. Do I believe everything he says? No.
Bro, if they couldn't prove it in 5 fucking years, then either they're so grossly incompetent that he shouldn't be president, or it's just not true. Let's be fucking for real, please.
You know what? I could probably use that same argument that you're trying to make about Epstein, because they had 4 years where they were in complete power and control. If there was so much evidence against Trump, why didn't they use it then? They looked for everything. That's
Can you
how
tell me who they is?
They, the Democrats, the people on the left that were trying to. So
what was the state of the investigation when Biden left office?
Same as it always has been.
You're wrong. The state of the investigation was open. The investigation was currently open under the FBI and the DOJ. Donald Trump takes office. The investigation continues to be open. This is where we see Pam Bondi say that the client list is sitting on her desk right now to review. We see Pam Bondi say that there's hundreds of victims. We see Kash Patel say that there's thousands of hours of footage, that they're going to release all of it. And then when Elon Musk says that Trump's on the list, all of a sudden investigation is closed. Epstein killed himself, and there's no other people to prosecute. Okay, so it is not the same at all. But I'm not going to let you pivot. We're going to go back to the claim you made, which is that it is in the Constitution, if there's a problem with an election, that they have a vote in the House. I'm waiting for your evidence of that. Or if you'd like, you could provide the evidence of the 1,000 poll watchers or any piece of evidence of the lies that Donald Trump tells. Is it possible that when Every single one of Donald Trump's family members, every single one of Donald Trump's attorneys, except for the ones that he hired after the fact, every single one of his administration, including his own Attorney General, Bill Barr, who had been a Trump supporter for 9 years, every single Secretary of State, including the ones from Republican states, every single governor, including the ones from Republican states, every single court case, including Trump-appointed judges. Is it possible that all of them are lying, or maybe just that the guy who's known for lying is lying? Which do you think it is?
Who's known for lying?
Donald Trump had 30,000 documented lies in his first 4 years in office. And even if you go before he ran for president, ask anyone in New York, he's a con man, and everyone knows it. The people that know him best. But we don't even have to go back that far. Just go to right now. Donald Trump is lying not even between days, between sentences. Tell me, is this the truth? I'm going to play you a clip right now. Is this the truth?
Years ago, it started where they were.
We're going to watch this
One
video.
of the things they're going to be talking about pretty soon are the tremendous drop in drug prices. You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 14, 1,500%.
Is that the truth? That was a week ago. Is that the truth?
I don't know. Let me ask you this though.
You don't know that you don't know if that's the truth or not?
I didn't hear that. I hadn't heard him what he said about that. I'm not up on. I haven't done any research on that particular question. But let me ask you.
You don't need to do research. I'm sorry. You don't need to do research. If you lower the price of a prescription by 1,500%, how much is the price?
He probably misspoke. I don't believe that he maybe. I'm not sure that he meant 1,500%. If he did, then that's wrong. But let me ask you this: what about this? What about the things he's done that would likely make him a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't do pivots without concessions on this live. So I'm waiting for the evidence about 2020 because until such time, we're not going to go to another topic. I need you to prove your statements because otherwise I'm having a conversation with someone who's in a different reality. So I need you to provide the evidence of. Yeah. I will wait. I'm patient. I'm a patient dude. Okay. But we definitely don't have guests come up, spew a bunch of misinformation, and then when I ask for evidence, they go to a new point. We don't do that anymore. We used to do that maybe 8 months ago. I'm so done with that. So we're going to wait for any kind of evidence on that until you officially either say, well, I don't care what the courts say, and I don't care what all the secretaries of state say, and I don't care what all of the judges say, and I don't even care what his own family members say, and I don't care what his vice president says, and I don't care what his Department of Justice says. I only care what Donald Trump says. That's one option, or the other option is, oh shit, I was wrong. Okay, so those are the only two options we're going to be expecting here because I know that you don't have evidence of what you're alleging because it doesn't exist.
All right, give me just a second. I've got to read through this here. I think I found it. Give me just a minute.
No worries. In the meantime, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live, usually on the weekends at night. I used to have a schedule, but my brain doesn't function properly anymore because we just keep talking to people that support Donald Trump, and that is not healthy for my mental health. But we are live on the weekends doing live political debates, political discussions, fact checks, and the occasional crash out. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. And for those that have gifted or subbed, I really appreciate it, but nobody has to gift or sub. The only thing I'm asking for is if you could just make sure that you're following. Thank you. And our guest can provide evidence of the imaginary.
You can speak to your chat if you want to for a minute. I got to read through. I'm reading through the Constitution.
Okay, yeah. You know what? This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and mute you, and then you can just unmute when you're ready. All right?
That's fine. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. As a reminder, all right, in January of 2025, you can maybe say that someone was tricked, someone was hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok by voting for Donald Trump, right? Because they believed it. They were like, you know what? Maybe Biden did cause global inflation. maybe Trump can go back to 2019 prices, right? There's a lot of 19-year-olds that didn't exist in Trump's first term, so they, first of all, their brain isn't fully formed, their prefrontal cortex aren't fully developed, and they weren't alive when they saw how horrible he was in his first term. So maybe, just maybe, back in January, you can give them the benefit of the doubt. But in August of 2025, there are four categories of Trump supporters. You have...
Thanks, Obama.
Elaine, thank you for the sub. You have number 1, racists. Number 2, misogynists. Number 3, Nazis. And number 4, pedophiles. There's also a fifth category, which is some combination of those four. There has yet to be a Trump supporter to come up and disprove this over the past 2 weeks that we have been talking about those four categories. And something tells me that if this conversation continues, he's going to end up in one of those four categories. But in the meantime, we happen to talk about the 2020 election, so we do have to hold his feet to the fire on that. We don't allow misinformation, particularly misinformation that almost led to the end of democracy as we know it. 248-year experiment known as the United States of America almost ended, if not for Michael Pence. Miki, thank you for the meeks. Thank you for the... Sorry. Thank you for the kicker challenge. Don't forget Fox followers. No. If you want to plead ignorance in August of 2025, that means that you're okay with the concentration camps. That means you're okay with the defending Ghislaine Maxwell. That means you're okay with lowering the age of consent. That means you're okay with Nazi rhetoric. No, no more benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry. Anyone that wanted to get off the Trump train, you had your chance. Kessler. Okay, you had your chance. Now I'm just revealing to the what these lives are. By the way, this is not to change MAGA's mind anymore, because MAGA's their reality is not the same as ours, right? They live in a world where immigrants are taking their jobs, where women can't run countries, where children should be molested, and where the Jews control everything, right? That's where MAGAs live. Well, I'm not going to convince MAGAs. My goal, as of right now, in August of 2025, thank you, Ashlyn, for the hat and mustache. My goal, as of right now, is to expose just how dire the situation is within the United States. Just so that the 90 million people that didn't vote will maybe swipe in and hear someone reply to the question that I've been asking and say, oh shit, I gotta vote because this is wild. The question I've been asking, chat, at the end of my debates is, if the election were to be held today, everything is exactly the same. The economy is the same. Their policies are the same. The debates are the same. Everything's the same. The only difference is there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for? 3 out of 3 so far have said they would not vote. If you are comfortable with a potential child molester being elected, then it's clear that we're not going to find common ground with these people. I want to find common ground with the 90 million people that don't recognize how dire the situation is. I want to activate those that would otherwise fight back against the rise of fascism. If it weren't for, thank you, Miki, so much. If it weren't for the fact that they have to work 2 jobs to put food on the table, if it weren't for the fact that they are going to school to try to maybe get a better job to support their family, if it weren't for all of the propaganda online, and sometimes coming from the far left, by the way, which says things like both parties are the same and there's nothing you could do, and the rhetoric that the billionaires want, right? The rhetoric that the people in power want, which is that, oh, there's no reason to vote. Both parties are the same, 2 sides of the same coin, when we have the literal difference of a turkey sandwich with dry bread and a bucket of diarrhea with razor blades in it. These are very, very different menu options, okay? The Democratic Party is not ideal. The Republican Party is a rot. And the current iteration of the Republican Party is not compatible with a functional democracy in the year 2025. So what I need to do with these lives is expose just how dire the situation is. This is not a difference of opinion anymore. This is a difference of morality. It should be, the one thing that should be able to unite the right and the left should be that society has a duty to protect our children. But Republicans don't care. They don't care because they continue to run cover for Jeffrey Epstein's accomplices. They continue to push back against common sense gun legislation. In fact, in Texas, we have, after the tragic Uvalde school shooting, not only did they do nothing, they did the opposite of nothing. They loosened gun regulations. They wanted more children to die in the next school shooting. So they don't care about children being molested. They don't care about children being shot. They don't care about children drowning in a flood, because we see Republicans not accepting federal funds to improve their disaster alert system in Texas. Because if they take those federal funds, that would be like giving Biden a win. We see they don't care about children that are hungry when they take away breakfast and lunch, free school breakfast and lunch. They don't care about children with learning disabilities when they defund the Department of Education. So the goal right now, the goal of my lives 1 year ago was to get Kamala elected.
No.
The goal of my lives 1 year ago was to get Kamala elected. The goal of my lives 8 months ago was to open the eyes of MAGA. The goal of my life right now is to show those who are disillusioned, disenfranchised by the situation, who maybe didn't vote or didn't want to vote or think that voting would be the lesser of two evils, to show just how dangerous the other side is. Because right now, anyone that supports Donald Trump supports concentration camps, supports child molestation, and or supports the death of children. This guy's still looking for the source. It's really hard to find a source that doesn't exist. That's the problem with MAGA lies. When especially the lies about the 2020 election, if it's just made up, then how are you going to find evidence? He's reading the Constitution. Jesus. Oh, and friendly reminder, by the way, that Republicans are also against democracy. Not only in the fact that they tried to steal the election in 2020, but with partisan gerrymandering. In 2022, Democrats put out a bill that would have banned partisan gerrymandering. Democrats said, we want everything to be fair. And Republicans blocked it. And now, when Donald Trump recognizes that his policies are not popular and his presidency is not popular, because frankly, who would it be popular with other than the four categories that I mentioned? And he recognized that he's probably going to get his back blown out in the midterms. He goes to Texas and says, hey, I need you to unfairly gerrymander to make sure that we get 5 additional House seats, because we're going to lose seats no matter what. I'm not lowering grocery prices like I promised. I said day one, and in fact, I'm raising grocery prices. I didn't end any of the wars. I didn't keep any of my promises except for cutting taxes on the wealthy. I'm going to lose House seats, so I need you to cheat for me. And Texas said, okay, we're going to do it. Republicans can't win on their policies because they don't have policies. They don't know how to govern. The only job of the Republican Party is to extract as much wealth from the bottom 90% and as possible and transfer to the top 1% as quick as possible. And everything else that they do is to throw red meat to their base. That's it. All other policies are just for that. They don't care about reducing the deficit, as we see with Donald Trump actually spending more this time of year than Biden did last time of year. They don't care about reducing the deficit. They talk about being fiscally conservative, but they spend more and they cut taxes on the rich, which lowers our inflow. They don't care about making the country healthier because they are against expanding Medicaid to people in Republican states. Like, we literally had the Affordable Care Act offered federal funding to states to expand their Medicare, which would have disproportionately benefited Republican states. And do you see Republicans in states like Florida, Alabama, Georgia say, we would rather not take this money from the federal government, which would allow millions of our citizens to access healthcare that they otherwise wouldn't have access. We'd rather those citizens go without healthcare and potentially die than give Obama a W. The Republican Party does not fight for anyone except the top 1%. Every single thing about their platform is about spreading hate, is about destroying democracy, but most importantly, is about helping the wealthy. And even the voters, or at least the voters that still exist right now, the ones that still support Trump, even if they pay more in taxes, even if they pay more for groceries, they are still voting in their best interest because their best interest is to hurt those they do not like. They did not vote to spend less money. They did not vote to pay less taxes. Some did, but the ones currently voted because they want people like me and people like you to be angry. They want to punish people that don't look like them. They want to punish people that speak out against things that they disagree with. They want to punish people that they're afraid of. That's the reality. Because these mass deportations, these concentration camps, these are not helping Republicans. These are not helping Republican voters. But they see how angry we are, and that makes them happy. Banning transgender people from the military, and then in the Air Force specifically, not giving them the benefits that they promised, even for people that have been serving our country for 15 plus years, that doesn't help anyone. But Republicans want it because it hurts those that they don't like. Taking away breakfast and lunch from children does not help anyone. Because it's not like they're spending that money elsewhere. No. That money is just being funneled to the wealthiest amongst us. The reason they do it is because they want to punish the poors. Criminalizing homelessness? Who's that helping? We're spending taxpayer dollars to remove them and put them in places where they're going to end up dying, potentially. Or at the very least, locked away. Burning the food that would have been provided to the poor nations around the world that we already paid for. We paid for that food. All we had to do was allow it to be delivered, but instead we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to burn that food. That doesn't help anyone that voted for Donald Trump, but it makes me and it makes empathy havers angry. And so MAGA is elated. Do not make the mistake of thinking that MAGA is in a cult or MAGA is stupid. The cult that exists right now is not a cult of personality. It is a cult built around self-preservation. These are people that relate with the hatred that Donald Trump espouses. And so that is why they must bend over backwards to defend him. Guest is still looking for the evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. Obviously hasn't found it because it's a lie. So all I want to make sure that happens, if anything happens in these lives, I just want to make sure that nobody plays into the idea that MAGA are misinformed or stupid. Trump voters certainly are misinformed and stupid. Back in 2024, 2020, whatever it might be. But right now, in August of 2025, if you see someone wearing a MAGA hat, that is not a safe person. That is not a safe person. Keep your child away from that person. Because they've shown themselves for who they are. The moment they defended Donald Trump for covering up the Epstein files, the moment they defended the concentration camps, we know who the villains are. And for that, I must thank President Donald Trump. He's finally making America great again by making it easy to weed out the window lickers from the true villains. Guest still has not found evidence of the 2020 election being stolen. Okay, we're going to go to the next guest.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
Hi, welcome up.
How you doing today?
That depends on the answer to this question. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm doing terrible. Why? How can you support what is currently going on? What about Donald Trump? Do you support?
I mean, where do we start? The guy's a legend. He's making America. He's brought it back. He's made it a better.
I'm
safer.
going to need specifics, please. Please stop with whatever
Okay.
this is.
I walk out. I got
It sounds like you're in the back of an ice van. I don't know what's going on. Like we can't hear you.
I have a much safer city now that I'm President Trump is in office.
You have a much safer city?
Yes, sir.
In what way?
There was a huge immigrant influx in Times Square. I couldn't even walk down the street without getting my phone stolen or my backpack stolen, and now I'm able to be free and walk around. I have a room. There's not so many migrants around. City's cleaned up.
In Times Square,
yes,
you were getting your backpack stolen?
Yes, sir. And my bicycle.
I'm gonna press X to doubt that.
What do you mean?
So I'm from New Jersey. Okay, I've been to Times Square a ton of times.
Cool.
The idea that you're getting your backpack stolen in Times Square is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making that up.
And my bicycle.
Where did you put it?
It was right in front of me. They took it within like 2 seconds. They ran it. It was right next to one of the migrant hotels. So there was 5 migrant hotel. Okay, so 6 migrant hotels in about a 5-block radius from 8th Avenue to 10th Avenue. And these hotels were housing. At first, they were migrants coming in from Venezuela. There wasn't many Mexicans, and then they started bringing them in from Africa, and then they were coming in from.
Wait, bringing them in. Wait, who's they? Who's bringing them in?
The Biden administration.
The Biden administration is bringing them in.
Yes.
Can you provide any evidence of that? How are they bringing them in?
So, did you see the border when Biden was president? Did you see them just pouring in?
No, I didn't see it. Could you say where were they pouring in? How? Can you explain that?
They were coming in from the border of Mexico.
Were they coming in through the ports of entry? Were they coming in over the
everywhere?
Everywhere. Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was just open.
The border was just open. Okay. Can you provide any evidence of that?
I saw it live on television. Didn't
Saw
you?
it live on television.
I saw it in Times Square. Didn't you?
The Times Square is not on the southern border, believe it or not.
Right, but they came to so they brought them all over to where they came in, and then they ended up going to Texas, and then they bust them all here because this was the sanctuary city, and we ended up getting like 200 to 300,000. Are you not aware of this, sir?
No, I'm aware of what the propaganda says. My question is, what did the Biden administration do differently than the Trump administration? How were they pouring in?
So there was nothing to do to secure the border. When Donald Trump left, he had the border wall was going up, and he was putting all the money into the border. And then as soon as Biden came in, that was just destroyed. He didn't care about it, and then he started putting all the money into Ukraine.
Are you saying the border was secure under Trump's first administration?
It was getting there.
Oh, so it wasn't secure.
I mean, was it secure when Obama evacuated?
I don't know why you're not answering my question. Was the border secure under Trump's first administration?
Well, so Trump came in after Obama, right?
Hmm?
Okay, so when Obama was president, he had 3 million plus deported. So it wasn't, he stepped into a big immigration problem. And then when Donald Trump came in, he had a huge immigration problem too, but he didn't deport as many as Obama.
Was the border secure under Donald John Trump?
It was much secure than it is when Biden was in. Absolutely.
So you said it's because he was building a wall, but only 1.6% of the wall was built.
Right.
Okay. So 1.6% of the wall is not stopping the millions of people that you're claiming that Biden let in, right? So my question is, what did Biden do differently than Trump? The maggots cannot answer this question, by the way.
He was working on the wall, sir. So he had the idea to put. There wasn't even the idea was happening. So
okay. So the border was open under Trump. That's what you're saying, right?
Under Obama.
No. Under Trump, right? 2017 to 2021.
Yeah, he was working on securing it.
But it was open. It was wide open. He was working
He
on
was
it.
trying to do something about it.
He was trying to do something about it, but it was wide open. I need you to say that. The border was wide open under Donald Trump, right?
Okay, so was there a wall?
There was no wall. There was 1.4% of a wall.
Was there more border patrol and more less entries when Trump was in? Yes. Is that what your question is? I don't understand.
Okay. So your claim is that there was more border patrol under Trump's first term than under Biden?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's false. I need you to prove that claim.
All right, so
yeah,
so we can approve a point from Fox News, from CNN, from
no,
NBC,
wherever you can get it from Fox News. That's fine. I'll take a look at what Fox has to say.
I'm going to get a point from what I've
No, I need you to. You made a claim, right? I found where the lie is. So I need you to provide that. And until such time, I'm going to go to the next guest. I'm just not going to pivot to the next point.
Trannies shouldn't be allowed in.
There it is. Okay, you're just a hateful person. You are the scum of the earth. And the pendulum will swing back. I hope you know that. Eat shit. You see that? That just can you provide evidence? And then in their head they're like, it's not evidence. I hate them so much. I hate the brown people so much. The hatred is so deep within them that instead of providing evidence, he just said, okay, well, I'm just gonna spread hate. And so he hates the LGBTQ. He hates immigrants. That's what it is. That's what it is. All I asked for was evidence. Yeah, if you could, MAGA, if you can provide me evidence that proved me wrong, I will become MAGA. I will be Trump's strongest soldier. I will wear his hat. I will read his Bible. I will wear his gold shoes. I will buy his NFTs. I will buy his trading cards. I will donate to his campaign, which was just paying for his legal defenses. What else? I will throat his Cheeto, whatever you need me to do. The problem is none of you can ever provide a single piece of evidence. All you have is vibes and feelings. And unfortunately, your feelings are rooted in racism and misogyny and transphobia. And I don't understand how it has not taken you, how it's taken you so long to realize you're the villains. When just a single, I'm being so polite and patient. It's like, what did Biden do differently than Trump? That's all I asked. What did Biden do differently than Trump? Well, he was building a wall, and then I was like, okay, well, it was 1.4% of the wall, right? So that would mean that the border is still wide open. But when he couldn't admit that, he went to a new lie, and he's like, okay, well, there was more border patrol under Trump. Oh, perfect. All you have to do is provide me evidence that there was more border patrol under Trump in his first term than there was under Biden, and I will change my stance on that. But you notice that he did not provide evidence. You know what he provided? Slurs. We are never going to be able to continue as a society when we have people that are unwilling to participate in reality. That's the problem. That's what's so incompatible with this version of MAGA. Like, they're so deep into the hatred that they'll just believe whatever. And the moment you give them a crumb of pushback, they can't contain themselves. They can't contain their hatred. This guy's been looking for the source that the 2020 election was stolen for like 40 minutes now. Chunga, stop spamming, big dog. Just request up. Just request up. All right, go on to the next guest. Okay, good. Chunga's requested up.
Yep.
Hi, welcome up.
Yeah. Do you need my age or something?
Yeah, what's your age?
22, from California.
Okay, so you seem to agree with the guest earlier, but the guest provided no kind of evidence. So maybe, do you have any evidence?
About the election being stolen?
You could do that, but the person you were agreeing with was the person talking about immigration, right? That was saying that Joe Biden had an open border, but Trump somehow didn't.
Oh, no. I don't agree with Trump's immigration policy.
Okay. What do you agree with Trump about?
I don't agree. I'm a social democrat.
Oh, you're this guy's a troll. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go to the next guest. But in the meantime, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live on weekends doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks with the occasional crash out. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. If you've gifted or subbed so far, I really appreciate it. Obviously, like the links are in the bio and everything, but nobody asks to gift, nobody asks to sub. The only thing I'm asking for is if you can just make sure that you're following. Just right next to my name, there should be a red oval that says follow. But if there's not, then you're good to go. We're gonna go to our next guest. Oh, and as a reminder, August 20th is our 1 year anniversary of doing political lives. I don't know what we're planning, but August 20th, 2024 is the day I first went live with the goal of talking about the fake elector plot and talking about how Kamala was a better candidate. It is almost 1 year. So you're not going to want to miss it. August 20th. I will not give you guys a time because I will not be able to keep my word. But it is very close. All right, going to the next guest. The hell did you do before this? I don't even remember. Did you think you would still be doing this? No, so my plan when I first started going live was to stop after the election. But like my community wanted me to keep going. So I was hoping that then we can maybe like stream like 2 days of politics talking about like, you know, Kamala's presidency, but then the other days would be fun games or something like that. But unfortunately, y'all know what happened. Hi, welcome up.
Hey, do you hear me?
I do.
Hey, how you doing? I would just say that, is there any way to promote less immigration without being considered racist?
Do you mean less illegal immigration or less immigration?
Or less immigration in general? Do you
Less
think that there's
immigration in general. Why do you want less immigration in general?
Because I feel like immigration levels are too high right now where it doesn't allow assimilation. And I feel like that diversity in an empire or a country has never worked before. Can you name one country or one empire that has been diverse and that has worked?
The United States.
One other country besides the United States.
Okay.
And the United
Yeah.
States is not a diverse
Yeah, so,
country. We still have a majority white population. But can you name another country that doesn't have a majority population?
Canada?
Canada is still a majority white.
Wait. What are you advocating for only majority white countries?
I'm arguing for a majority one culture country, and I think that that there's never, it could be considered white or whatever, but I don't think that a country can survive with multitude of cultures. I think that a country needs one culture, and I think that we can have a diverse country when it comes to races, but immigration needs to be slowed down to allow assimilation.
Okay, so you came up and asked if there was any way you can advocate for less immigration without being called a racist. And then you decided to espouse white supremacist talking points. Bro, I hate to break it to you. I don't want to be the person to tell you, but it kind of sounds like you're a little bit racist.
But can you answer the question? Can you name one diverse empire?
I mean, I already named two, but you know, the Ottoman Empire. How about that one?
Yeah, what happened to the Ottoman Empire? It fell after. The Ottoman Empire.
Okay. So can you name one successful empire that isn't diverse?
That has a majority culture.
The
Roman Empire.
What happened to the Roman Empire?
Smaller tribes. What happened? I'll tell you what happened to the Roman Empire. European tribes. The Roman Empire took an immigration from European tribes. When a lot of those tribes, when other tribes tried to invade it, instead of defending the Roman Empire, those Europeans who immigrated joined the tribes and overthrew the Roman Empire. So you can show that immigration can have downsides because people do not have loyalty to the country. They normally have loyalty to the country they came from. You can see this in sports games. When you go to a sports game in the World Cup, there was people waving Mexican flags rather than American flags, even though they're full-blown American citizens.
Okay. I have just a very, very quick question. Okay, and then we will keep talking about this. Very, very, very quick question. I take it that you voted for Donald Trump or would vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If the election were held again, right, and everything was the same policies, same economic. So the economy was the same. Debates were the same. Nothing has changed in the metrics of the election except for one key detail, which is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for?
I wouldn't vote.
Yeah. Okay. You're number 4. Thank you. I'm not gonna platform white supremacist. I hope you get the life you deserve. I just needed another one for the montage. That's 4 out of 4, by the way. 4 out of 4 would rather not vote than vote against a child molester. Okay? 4 out of 4. But yeah, no, I'm good on platforming a white supremacist. Thank you, Amanda.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, okay, hi. So, I haven't watched you for very long. You just kind of pulled up for me, so I'm not sure exactly what your views are, except that you're a Democrat or that you don't like Trump, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean, I would call myself a pragmatic progressive or a social democrat, but right now, I mean, my goal is to try to get non-voters to see how horrible Trump and his enablers are. Yes.
Okay, all right, so perfect then. Because I'm trying to also understand, like the Democratic view of what's going on with immigration right now. Is it that that you disagree with?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Anna.
Is it that you disagree with immigration or the border policies right now because of what Trump is doing with the border, or is it that you don't, or that you agree with illegal immigrants coming into the country? I'm sorry, I'm saying this wrong. Are you okay with there being a border, but just not okay with the way that Trump is handling it?
This is a good question. I will give you my stance. I believe is the majority stance of the Democratic Party. Now, obviously, not all liberals or not all left-leaning people are a monolith. Some people, believe different things, but this is my personal stance. So, I personally do not think it's very important. I don't think it's a pressing issue to mass deportation. I think that we haven't had comprehensive immigration reform in 4 decades, and that's something that we desperately need. So my personal stance, my main philosophy is I want it to be easier to immigrate here legally and harder to immigrate here illegally.
Right.
And so we had a bill that was bipartisan, which was proposed by Senator Lankford, was a Republican from Oklahoma. It had 60 votes at the time, which would have been enough to pass it. And what that bill would have done was it would have provided more funds for Border Patrol and Border Security, which would have meant fewer people are able to cross the openings in the border. It would have provided more funds to hire judges and courts to process all of the asylum seeking claims, because one of the biggest issues we were having was the massive influx of asylum seekers after the COVID-19 pandemic. Because why wouldn't people want to come to the greatest country on earth during such unstable economic times, right? We had a massive influx of people seeking asylum, and in a lot of cases, there were people that were taking advantage of that process. So this bill would have also made the asylum seeking process more restrictive, so that the people that are genuinely seeking asylum are the ones that can stay, and then the additional money for the judges and courts would make it so that rather than the waiting process being years for their hearing, it would be less than 6 months. So
is this the policy that the majority of the Republicans voted against?
So they were planning on voting for it, and then Donald Trump essentially told Republican leadership, "I don't want you to pass anything related to the border until after the election." because he wanted to run on immigration. Also, I just want to correct a comment in chat. That same bill would give Ukraine billions. Also, this is a common misconception. So the original iteration of the bill did have funding for Ukraine and other funding that was unrelated to the border. So the Democrats separated. Well, the Democrats and Langford, the people who agreed on the bill, separated the foreign aid and then had a standalone border bill. And believe it or not, the foreign aid, the Ukraine funding, passed on its own with both Democrat and Republican support. So that talking point, completely from right-wing media, that's Charlie Kirk is feeding you that. So then the standalone bill was blocked by Republicans. I just want to clarify for the person in chat that said that.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry if I took up much of your time or anything. I just really wanted to see your view on that.
No problem at all. I personally think that bill was probably too right for me. I have not a huge problem with asylum seekers that are here for because of financial hardship. I would personally prefer that there be a easier path to legal immigration than that.
Right.
Like, I've never.
Yeah, I think that a lot of Republican people, I think that they want there to be law, or they want there to be laws and us to abide by laws, but the issue is that it's so hard for people to come into the country the right way. And I'm starting to, now that I'm more educating myself on it, I'm starting to realize that it's, you can't just say they can come in here, they need to come in here legally and do it the right way. Well, yes, they do, but there needs to be something that makes that process easier. And
the process is a 10-year process right now.
Yeah,
that's untenable, you know. So yeah, I'm glad that that you've looked into a bit of this more, because the Democratic Party does not support what they call open borders. There's not a single politician that has proposed that. We just don't want to waste billions of dollars to like deport people that have been here for decades, that have families here, that are paying taxes for nothing. Yeah. That's really the big stance here.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, chat. Let's check in. So the Redneck Sage has been connected to the live for 57 minutes now. Still has not been able to provide any evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. But I'm holding out hope. Maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to change my mind about the attempted coup on January 6th. All right, we're gonna go to the next guest. Unmute and check in. All I can do is invite him to unmute. I can't like force an unmute. And I've invited him a few times now. Okay, here we go. Next guest. Hello.
Hello, Dan.
What do you have to say for yourself?
You've been avoiding me, haven't you?
I don't know who you are.
I've been up here before. I think I'm 2-0 versus you, Dan.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Good.
Yep. So why are conservatives wrong about literally everything, Dan?
You got to ask them. I mean, I'm not the one that told them to cut taxes for the rich and devastate our deficits, add trillions to the national debt that didn't need to be added. I'm not the one that told them to waste taxpayer dollars on ICE hype videos and waste taxpayer dollars on having ICE racially profile immigrants and put them in concentration camps. That's not me. You got to ask them.
Well, I'd say liberals are wrong about everything, Dan. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
you religious?
Not particularly, but what's your question?
You an atheist, Dan?
No. Say that. Just not.
What are you?
What does it have to do with anything?
Because you don't have. You're a moral subjectivist, Dan. You're a moral
subjectivist. Are you a philosophy bro?
Nope. That's what you are.
Okay. Can you explain that? Go ahead.
You're lucky I didn't catch you on your UNF America tour. I was willing to drive 27 hours, Dan.
What were you going to do?
I was going to come debate you.
Yeah. Why don't you just debate me now?
Well, here I am. You've been avoiding me your last couple lives. What's that about?
I literally don't know who you are. And I'm desperate for guests because MAGA are too afraid to come up. So all you have to do to come up is just request.
Dan, you know exactly who I am. I've beaten you a few times. You remember me. So
I need an adult.
Who the fuck are you talking to, bud?
585 people in here that are listening to a very, very creepy individual. That's what I'm talking
Well,
about.
then let's debate, Dan. You're sitting there talking about nonsense. Let's debate. You want me to fart in the phone?
I would not like that.
Are you okay? Well, then let's debate.
Well, go
No,
ahead.
no,
Start.
that's
You came up, right? Which topic do you disagree with me on? That was the most coherent point I've ever heard from a Republican.
Well,
okay. Yo, what is wrong with these people? Well, fortunately, he bought the redneck sage enough time to hopefully prove that the 2020 election was stolen. Let's see if they're willing to unmute. Nope. Nothing. They've been connected for over an hour now. Still cannot provide any evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. I wonder why. All right, going to the next guest. If you're here for the first time, make sure to follow because one of these days I'm going to have a mental breakdown on live due to these guests. And you're going to want to see that live.
Hello?
Hi, can you turn down that music, please?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Welcome up.
Yeah, what's going on? What's with all this conservatives are wrong about everything talk?
Well, they're incorrect about all of the things.
I mean, look what happened yesterday. Look at the progress that we're making.
What happened yesterday?
Our president met with the president of Russia.
And what was the progress?
We opened some channels of communications. Now it's up to Zelensky.
What was the progress? Be very specific. What was the progress?
The progress, it was small progress, but at least
what was it?
There was talk between our
talk.
president.
Wow.
That's progress. Talking is progress.
Amazing. I remember when he said he was going to end the war on day one. Now we're 7 months in to his administration, and talking is progress. Y'all will move the goalpost as far as you need to. You must be in great shape for how far you're.
That's where you liberals go back to. 24 hours. Like what candidate or what anyone who ever ran for office never said things and never, just for saying it.
No, I don't believe any politician has openly lied in the same extent that Donald Trump has now.
Openly, that wasn't a lie.
He knew very well that he was not going to end the war in one day, and he even admitted it afterwards. He said, "Well, that was probably an exaggeration." Same thing when he said that he was going to lower grocery prices on day one, and then right after he won the election, right after 77 million people decided to vote for the fascist, right after that he said, "Well, it's probably going to take some time, and there will probably be some pain beforehand." He knowingly lied, and you ate it all up.
But he told you what was going to happen. Like
what happened? The war is still not over. Grocery prices are still not lower.
Brother, these things don't happen overnight. It's gonna take some time. It's been what 7.5
7
months.
months. He
Since he's
claimed he
been
was going to do it before the election was. He said on election day after he wins.
Look, he's trying, right? He tried to do those things, and it's still an ongoing effort. It's not like he's given up on it. He's not giving up on. He hasn't given up on you either. You know, like you can hate libertarians can hate all you want, but like he hasn't even given up on you, the American people.
He literally called us the enemy within. He's given up on us so much that he wants to redraw the maps in Texas so that he can not lose the midterms because he knows that if he doesn't cheat, he'll get his back blown out.
I don't think it was him. I think it wasn't it.
He specifically asked the governor of Texas to redistrict to gain 5 seats.
He specifically asked.
Yeah.
He's on record saying he specifically asked. Pull up that quote, please. And if you believe that the Democrats are going to win the midterms, you must be mistaken, buddy.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Because even
I
your
don't
own
know what's going to
party-
happen. It's possible that Democrats are never going to win another election again. That doesn't
Yeah.
change the fact that you're supporting somebody
Your
who is
own party
that doesn't
can't
change the
rally
fact that you're
together.
supporting someone that is covering up for Epstein's accomplices, who potentially is covering up for his own crimes. Doesn't change the fact that you're supporting somebody that is racially profiling people and disappearing them and putting them in concentration camps. It doesn't change the fact that that you're supporting somebody who tried to overthrow the election and break his duty to the Constitution, both back then and now. That doesn't change any of that. Even if Republicans win, I want you to know that. Even if Republicans win, they're still wrong about everything.
Through the election, he won.
Which election?
The last one. And the crazy part is
in 2020, when he gathered fake electors and pressured his Vice President Mike Pence to pick those fake electors at the certification process. What was that?
All right, how about this? How about like 35 years from now?
Also, really quick, this is from the Texas Tribune. Texas Republicans, including Governor Abbott, were reluctant to redraw the state's congressional maps. Then Trump got involved. The governor eventually agreed to include redistricting on his special session agenda after discussing the matter with the president on a phone call.
On a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
That's very vague. There's no quotes there. Was someone listening to that phone call? Anyone could say that.
I'm sorry. Before we read the rest of it, if someone was listening on the phone call and Trump said, "I need you to redraw those maps," you would then agree with me, right?
If someone was listening onto the phone
call. If the phone call was on record.
There we go. Yeah.
If the phone call was on record.
There's a transcript.
Yeah,
right?
if there's a transcript. Would you then agree that Donald Trump is trying to cheat in the midterms?
I don't think that's redistricting your.
Okay, so perfect. So what you're doing, you're actually just arguing for the sake to argue, right? You don't actually care whether you were like, I thought that was Abbott. Did Trump really ask him? What's the evidence? And then if I show you evidence, you're just gonna be like, well, it doesn't matter because it's not cheating.
Then show me the evidence.
No. I need you to set the goalpost. If I show you the evidence, are you gonna agree that Trump is in the wrong?
I will agree that he told Greg Abbott to redistrict.
Yeah. Is that wrong?
I don't think that's wrong.
Then I don't even have to, why do I even have to show you that? What does it matter?
Because both parties do it.
No. I need you. I'm so sorry. There's one party that put a bill forth in 2022 to ban all partisan gerrymandering. That was the Democratic Party. The Republican Party blocked it. So eat shit and fuck off about that point. All right. The Republicans need partisan gerrymandering to win in the House because the Republicans do not have popular policy. So you're asking me for evidence of something that won't change your mind anyway. Now what you're doing is you're wasting my time because you're saying there's no way Trump said that. And then if I show you, you're going to be like, okay, well, I don't care even if he did. That's a waste of my time.
Why do we have gerrymandering? Do you think people don't move? You think people just stay in one place? No, they don't. Look at Houston.
You really okay? Yeah, you're arguing bad faith.
10 years ago, that was
you just said both Republicans and Democrats do it, meaning that you know that there are electoral benefits on both sides for doing it.
No,
so now,
yes, people move around.
Now you're walking back. Yeah.
Gerrymandering?
Legally, that's what redistricting is for. It happens every 10 years after the census. Doing it at 5 years is for what reason? Can you explain?
Because they have the power to do it. Maybe
because they want to win more seats. You know it. You know it, and I know it. Just say you don't care, and we can move on.
It's just people move a lot faster now.
You know that's not. How are they going to know where the people moved without the census? Hey! How are they going to know where the people moved?
You can track by where people are moving. People leave the states. People become residents of other states. People lose residents of other states. You know where they're going.
So the Texas government is keeping constant track of everyone that leaves each of their districts.
Yeah. Isn't that the whole point? That's what states do. Keep track of people, where they go. Your zip code changes, right? When you move, you have a different zip code.
Yes, but they're not keeping a tally.
You don't think there's an office in the state government where they're keeping a tally how many people live in each zip code?
No. Why would I just think things that fit my narrative? No, there is not. There's you. By the way, it's so crazy how you pulled that out of your ass. You're like, I asked you a question, and you just pulled it directly out of your asshole.
I'm not pulling it out just. They're obviously doing it for a reason. They're not just blindly.
You know the reason. Wait, you know the reason, and I know the reason. Why are you being bad faith about it?
Why am I being what?
Bad faith. You know the reason that they're doing it. Say it. Say the reason.
Because they have the power to do it.
Why would they do it? Just because you have the power to do something doesn't mean you should, right? Why are they choosing to do it?
Maybe because they want to win more seats.
There you go. You know the reason. So why are we wasting all this time?
Because it's about winning.
Yeah. So thank you. So just say with your chest.
Maybe if the Democrats worried more about winning.
Hey, smoothie. I don't know why you're wasting so much time debating on this point when you just admitted they're doing it to win more seats and you don't care. Now we can just move on. Okay? Like it's so much simpler if we just move on. What's the point of debating something when you don't care? Right?
I do care.
No, you don't. You just said they're doing it to win more seats and it's all about winning. You just said it, right?
Because winners run this country. Like, well, who cares about who's going to lose? People, you have to do what you have to do to win. You know, the Democrats did what they had to do to win last time. They cheated.
Wait, how did they cheat?
They made up all these fake ballots.
Why did Trump and all of his lawyers lose 64 out of 64 cases? They didn't make up fake ballots. It's just you're wrong. You're just spreading misinformation. You just believe whatever Trump says. It's so crazy. I wish I could just for a second go in the mind of a Trump supporter.
When the truth comes out, you will say, "Man, Measy, you were right."
It's been 5 years. When's the truth going to come out? This guy's been here for 2 hours looking for the evidence.
Just like the JFK, just like the Epstein files, we don't know when it's going to come out.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Here it is.
Oh, the tinfoil hat.
I'm going to ask you a question. Did you vote in the last election?
Uh-huh.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
If the election were held again today, okay, everything is the same. We have the debate was the same. The policies are the same. The economy is the same. All of the metrics of the election are exactly the same. There's only one difference, which is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who do you vote for?
I'd still vote for Donald Trump.
Ooh. You're worse than the other four. Yikes.
No.
Okay.
Because, who was the other option? Sleepy
The other option
Joe?
was someone that didn't rape a child.
Or Kamala, who? Harris? Who? And just...
Can you turn your camera on?
No. Well, I'm not going to turn my camera on.
Why not?
Why would I turn my camera on?
Well, I just want to see what kind of person you are. My camera's on.
That picture right there.
I'm a little concerned that you'd be cool voting for someone to run the country that hurt a child.
First of all, he's being hypothetical.
But he's...
And you answered in the hypothetical.
You answered it hypothetically. You said that's what you would do, right?
But what's the alternative?
You have the option to say, I would vote for the other person. I
Who's
would
the
not
other
vote.
person? Who's the other
You
person?
literally took the nuclear option that is the worst. You would vote for the person that hurt the children. So I'm trying to understand who the fuck raised you and what's wrong with you.
What are you talking about now? I thought we were talking about politics here. Now you're just shifting the conversation to something.
Well, I just wanted to gauge your morals. You would rather vote for a child rapist than a woman, and I think that says a lot. So,
I mean, like, you've seen how Joe acts around children.
turn your camera on. Why are you talking about Joe? I'm talking about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is the option. The election is exactly the same. You heard the hypothetical. You're not going to be able to backtrack this.
No, you don't.
You are not going to be able to backtrack this. You heard all of it. Kamala Harris and the guy that raped the child, and you said I'm voting for the child rapist. Okay, you said it.
What, the option for a few months?
Sure.
Who was the real option?
It doesn't matter. She was the option when we voted, my guy. Doesn't matter if it was for 2 days, 12 days, 6 months. We had an option of 2 people.
Did you have an option? Because she didn't even run in the primaries. So
I don't give a fuck about any of your arguments. This is so simple. I gave you the easiest hypothetical for any human on earth. This is anyone with a soul. This would have been so easy. If you ask me right now, the same election happens, but there's a video of Kamala Harris molesting a child. I would be in the polling place voting for Donald Trump. I can answer that quickly. You want to know why? Because I'm not a fucking child molester and or child molester enabler like you. Okay, I have empathy, and I'm not even flexing. This isn't a flex. This is being against child molestation is not a flex. It should be the most basic thing that the left and the right agree on. You are so far gone that you would rather vote for a child molester than a black woman. Okay, and I know that's the reason because first of all, when you said who are the other option, Camilla, like you're genuinely scum of the earth, and I really hope that not only you have the day you deserve, but you have the life you deserve.
You know, these liberals, they just.
I'm really concerned over the last couple nights how many of these people are willing to support child molesters, rapists, the whole child marriage thing. It's consistent. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and I do need to give the constant reminder because one of these days the Big Macs are going to do their job, right? And when MAGA's gone, I don't want everyone to forget that this is not just a Trump problem. Trump is the symptom. Republicans have not cared about children for decades. They don't care about protecting children in schools. As they loosen gun regulations after school shootings, they don't care about hungry children. As they take away free school lunches and breakfasts, they don't care about sick children. As they refuse to expand Medicaid, even when the federal government is offering to expand it, they don't care about poor children. They don't care about undocumented children. They don't care about children overseas. They don't care about children over here. They cover up for child molesters. And this is not just in the Trump era. This is the Republican Party. Just look at Jim Jordan covering up for remind me, Ange, what was the school? With
the one in Utah?
Yes. No, in Ohio, wasn't it?
No.
Atreus?
What was
Ohio State. Yes, thank you. Yeah, with before Trump, we had Ohio State cover up protecting child molesters. Before Trump, we had Republican states refusing to expand their Medicaid, even when it was the funds were coming from the Affordable Care Act, because they would rather Obama not get a W if it meant the children in their states didn't get health care. Unrelated to Donald Trump, when Uvalde happened, this had nothing to do with Donald Trump. Republicans saw what happened to those children, and they didn't even just do nothing. They said, we're going to loosen gun regulations. We want to make it so the next school shooting is worse. This is not a Trump issue. This is not a MAGA issue. This is the conservative party. And I recognize that there are millions of Americans that have been conned into believing whatever propaganda happened to flow their way, whether it's propaganda related to the liberal elites, or whether it's propaganda related to immigrants, or whether it's propaganda related to being fiscally conservative, even though the conservatives haven't been fiscally conservative in decades. The conservative party, the Republican Party of today, is not compatible with a civilized, functioning society and not compatible with our democracy. They don't care about children. They don't care about women. They don't care about minorities. They don't care about anyone unless you're a rich, white, straight, cis man. period. And even in those cases, they're willing to make some exceptions if it means hurting those that they don't like. And so I just need to point out the existential crisis that we have here. This is not a situation where we can just say both parties are bad. Because while the Democratic Party has its faults, the opposing party, the current opposing party, is for fascism, is for Nazism in some cases. When we see these guests that come up that are talking so radically about the concentration camps, they're talking so radically about removing certain minorities from our military. This is not okay.
We have a representative right now that is trying to change state laws because one of his family members molested a 14-year-old or child. So he's trying to have the law rolled back so that he doesn't catch a felony.
Yep, I have it right here.
This is right now. This is happening right now. This is crazy to me that no one is doing anything. That we are watching this happen and no one's doing anything.
Yeah. So I personally think that most Americans, let alone most humans, would agree that as a society, we have the obligation to protect our children. And so the past few lies, although they've been devastating to my mental health, I think are important for illuminating to the 90 million Americans that did not vote how dire the situation is. Because I'm not going to convert any MAGA anymore. The only MAGAs left are the people we've talked about. Racist, racist, misogynist, Nazis, or pedophiles. That's all that's left of MAGA. We're not converting any MAGA. The goal...
Shut up, man.
I'm sorry?
You ain't going to tell me what I am.
I don't have to tell you. You're going to show us.
All right, well, make me.
All right. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I'm a Christian.
What about Donald Trump is Christian?
Not a whole lot, but the Conservative Party is more Christian than y'all liberal idiots.
Can you give me an example?
Yep. Anti-feminism. Feminism is not conducive to Christian.
So, remember the 4 that I said? Misogyny was one of them. So you did what I told you. You did. Good boy. You followed directions. You told on yourself. You are at least one of the 4.
What's the time? How long has he been in the box?
He's been in the box for 3 minutes, but he was silent for most of it. So that was about 40 seconds.
Man,
so, appreciate the speed run. Yeah, and thank you so much for coming up.
We love you.
Love you
Talk
too.
to you soon. Bye.
Next guest. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, what's up, Dan? I'm not conservative, but I just had some questions, and I was just curious about your opinion on them.
All right.
Before the election of when it came to Kamala, yeah, Kamala. Sorry. What was up with her having different accents when it came to promoting her election in different states? And
It's called code switching.
do you think that was
I think it is the biggest non-issue possible. Especially when her opponent is just openly lying, like this is
yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
I speak differently on these lives than I do with my friends than I do with my parents, and
okay. And then there was another thing because I used to be more right leaning before until I started watching your lives and other people leaning towards the left side of the party. But there was another thing with Kamala when it came down to,
or you could just say Harris if you're unable to pronounce it right.
I'll just say Harris. When it came down to, there was a video I don't know if it's true or not. You know, there's a bunch of fucking lies in the media. So, but it was about how she was saying there wasn't any troops stationed in. I forgot which location it was.
Yeah, I know the video you're talking about. She said
Yeah.
active duty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can split hairs about whether active duty and or a war zone are the same thing. Even if you
Mhm.
want to count that as a falsehood, that was from the one debate that they had. Donald Trump was too much of a baby back bitch to do any other debates, and we actually did a fact checks on that debate. Kamala lied 7 times, and I was very harsh on her. She lied 7
Mhm.
times. Donald Trump lied 60.
Okay, I see. And then there was another thing when it came down to, I mean, this is kind of off topic, but like Biden wearing Trump's hat, and it seemed like he was supporting him during Trump's presidency.
Are you like being real? Like you just see things on Twitter and you're asking me questions about all the pictures you've seen? It's
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, just Google the clip, bro. It's like the context is there. There's a guy who was wearing a Trump hat, and Biden made a joke and put it on. It was funny, and that's it. You thought Biden was supporting Donald Trump? Is that a serious question?
No, I didn't think that he was. It just seemed like contradictive compared to how Biden was so I guess aggressive towards Trump when it came down to their political debate at the time.
Yeah, I can't fathom that being on your mind in August of 2025. That's so wild to me. I think you need to update your firmware.
Yeah, I'm not really updated when it comes to everything going on. But another thing I wanted to ask about was those protests that happened in when it came down to the border, immigration and ICE. Was the people, I don't know if it's true or not, but the people on Craigslist being hired in Antifa or whatever to promote riots?
I'm gonna go to the next guest. I'm not gonna be Google. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan. All right, so I'll keep it really quick because I'm not MAGA. I think there's just like just listening to these guests, especially, just made me had to request, and I'll leave quick. Don't worry, but I just can't believe that we're not even 1 year into this presidency, and this is the things we're dealing with. Like, so I know you always keep it real with us. So honestly, I'm asking for some type of hope that how we're gonna get these through these 4 years. So I'm gonna leave with that question, and I know that's probably not easy to answer, but I need some hope. So I'm gonna leave. Okay, bye.
Okay. Okay. One thing that we can hope for, or one thing that we can, what's the word here? One thing that we can take solace in, which will hopefully lead to hope, is that the No Kings protests activated the percentage of the population that is required for true political change. If someone in chat can remind me the percentage, is it 3.5%? Someone remind me what 3.5? Okay. Yeah, the 3.5% rule in the context of social movements suggests that when 3.5% of a population actively participates in a nonviolent campaign, the movement is highly likely to achieve the goals. This rule is based on research by Erica Chenoweth and others who studied numerous historical instances of social and political movements. So they analyzed a bunch of different massive movements like the civil rights movement and movements across other countries. And when a movement breaks 3.5% of the population being engaged, there's a strong possibility that we're going to see actual social change. And the No Kings protests did break 3.5% of the population. So that's one thing to be hopeful about. Another thing to be hopeful about is if Donald Trump is pushing Greg Abbott to redistrict to try to get 5 Republican seats, to me, that would imply that maybe, just maybe, they don't have a solid method of stealing the midterms, which is good. Obviously, while the legislative branch has given up their ability to be a check on the president and has given up their duty to be a part of the balance of powers, the judicial branch is still doing its job across the country. And in that regard, I am hoping that the only way Republicans plan on cheating in the midterms are ways that we are already familiar with, and or legal ways like gerrymandering. If the midterms go off without funny business behind the scenes, I am confident in a devastating blue wave. Because I want to remind everybody, here's more things to be hopeful about. Donald Trump has only won the popular vote once. He personally has never broke 50% of the population on his elections, but also his influence in elections is actually a net negative over the past decade. And I will walk all of you through it, and hopefully this will shed some bit of hope. 2016, Donald Trump lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton by 2.6 million votes. He won because the Electoral College, which obviously is antiquated and it's DEI for Republican states. But regardless, he was not the most popular candidate in that election. He was so unpopular, in fact, that leading up to the 2018 midterms, we didn't just see a blue wave, we saw a blue tsunami. 9 million more Democrat votes came in than Republican votes across all of the races. 9 million. We go to 2020, where Donald Trump famously got his back blown out by a walking mailbox by 7 million votes. And then in 2022, fucking all previous what's the word? Previous political tradition where the incumbent party loses seats during the midterms. There wasn't a red wave. In fact, the Democrats picked up Senate seats. And where they expected to lose 30 some odd House seats, they only lost 6. All Trump endorsed candidates lost their elections in 2022. And there was only 2 states that actually experienced a red wave. One of them was Florida, because fuck this godforsaken place. And one of them was New York, because fuck Eric Adams. Every other state either didn't move or shifted to the left. The one election where we see Donald Trump win a majority of the, a plurality of the votes, because he still did not win a majority of the votes, was in 2024, where we have a situation globally where people are feeling this record-breaking inflation due to the after effects of COVID. And every single incumbent party and candidate across the world either lost their race or lost seats. This was a function of the common human logical fallacy, which is causation versus correlation. Most humans didn't think critically enough about the reasons for the inflation and blamed their incumbent parties and politicians and chose to vote in a lot of cases, the worst option. Additionally, he was up against a candidate that only had 3 months to campaign, whereas he had been campaigning nonstop for 9 years. Yes, and I'm including his 4 years in office because he is the only president that held rallies while in office before election year. He also happened to be up against a candidate that was a black woman. Already know that misogyny is a big issue in this country. We already know that racism is a big issue in this country. Both played into this situation. All of these stars needed to align for Trump to barely win. Now, Republicans are going to call it a landslide. They're going to say he won every swing state. Now, first of all, that's not really true because New Hampshire is a swing state, and he didn't win New Hampshire. Second of all, if you actually break it down by the Electoral College, he didn't win by all that much. And in fact, if you go to the popular vote, he won by less than Hillary beat him in 2016. So if we do have a mostly fair election in the 2026 midterms, I do think Donald Trump's legislative agenda will be throttled in the House. So I'm hoping that those pieces of information, the 3.5% rule, the electoral history of MAGA and the MAGA movement, I'm hoping that this information can give some hope to those that are listening and the last guest that asked. Because frankly, I do feel hopeless a lot. But there's no benefit to feeling hopeless. We have to fight back. We're going to go to our next guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good.
You support Donald Trump?
I'm a Donald Trump voter, not super duper MAGA. I don't love everything that he does.
Okay.
Support some, disagree with some. So yeah.
All right. Well, given what you know, if you could redo your vote, would you just vote for him again?
2016 I voted third party. 2020 I voted for him. 2024 I voted for him, and no, I would not redo my votes.
You would not redo your vote, so you would vote for him again. Okay.
Yes, in 2020 and 2024, I do not regret voting for him.
So you support him. Let's call a spade here.
I'm a voter. I'm a voter. Yeah.
Right. Okay. What about what he's done you like?
Well, I think, Donald Trump, he's a mixed bag. I think he has done some good things.
Specifics, please.
Specifically, I think that he is a strong leader. I think that he is a good negotiator.
I'm begging you for specifics. These are not specifics. What is a good thing he's negotiated?
What is a good thing he's negotiated?
Yeah. Name one successful negotiation. Just a crumb of pushback and he's gone. Yo, I'm telling you, one of the easiest ways to get MAGA to crash out is just to ask them for specifics. They never have them. Like the question, a really good one. If you're ever talking to your friends that support Trump or whatever, and you want to spread the good word of anti-fascism, when they say that the border was open under Biden, just ask them what was different under Biden than under Trump. What changed? What specifically? What policies were different? What did they do differently? They don't have an answer. They never do. Now they might mention the like 60 or 70 executive orders that Biden overturned. And to that, you can point out, or you could just ask them which of those had to do with immigration. Now, keep it in your back pocket. There was only one that would have been relevant to the border, which is Remain in Mexico. Remain in Mexico only affected 70,000 people, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the scope that they're talking about with like tens of millions, right? So if they happen to know that one, now you can point out the scope of it. But all of the other ones have nothing to do with it. So then just press them again. What did Donald Trump do differently than Joe Biden? They never have an answer. Remain in Mexico is also abusive and exploited Mexico. Yes, but pointing stuff like that out to MAGA doesn't actually matter because they don't like care about like human rights and stuff like that. That's why like when before the election, when we were talking about why like mass deportation was bad, I had to talk about how undocumented immigrants are paying for our Social Security and our Medicare, and they're not getting it back. Undocumented immigrants are filling holes in our labor market in industries that desperately need workers, like agriculture and manufacturing. I had to talk about that it would cost billions of dollars to remove them, billions of dollars to process them, and then billions of dollars and billions of dollars to find them in the first place, and all of that to just mean that we get billions of dollars less in tax revenue. I talked about to them about the actual economics. Whereas if I was talking to like a non-conservative, I could just say, hey, like, you know, hunting people down and racially profiling them and then separating them from their families and or deporting their American citizen children is bad, right? Like for humans with empathy, I could just talk about that. But with MAGA, I have to talk about like how it would help or hurt them specifically. And now we know that even doesn't work in August. That was like a November argument. In August, there's nothing. What are you going to say? Like concentration camps are bad. That should be a universally agreed upon point. Okay, go to the next guest. Hi, welcome up. Hello? You will stop supporting Donald Trump. You are a strong, confident woman who will never support a fascist again. You will fight for human rights. You will protest the mass deportations. You will demand Epstein's accomplices be held accountable. You will vote for pro-choice candidates. You will vote for pro-LGBTQ policy. You are a strong, confident woman. And you do not need to vote for conservatives ever again. All right, going to the next guest.
Good
Hi.
Lord, that was funny. I'm just gonna say that.
What?
That was funny. I'm just gonna say that really quick right now before I ask my question. Okay. I identify as independent, but I lean very progressively, pretty much. But there's some things I don't agree very much with Democratic views, and very much things I do agree with conservative views. But like you said before earlier, I feel like honestly, like you said, you don't want to stop converting MAGA people because right now they're just so far deep in. There's almost no converting. From what you've been saying and what you've been explaining throughout the whole live, I feel like our biggest enemy right now, and not even enemy, our biggest concern right now are independent and Democratic voters who voted for Donald Trump or vote conservative because of misogyny and because of racism. Because there are racist people in the Democratic Party who didn't vote for Kamala because she's black, or there were people who didn't vote because she's a woman. It's. I feel like that's our biggest concern, you know, because you see a lot of these races that were in other states that won conservative won by small percentages, and like or third party percentages went to those. Like it's very much destroying our chances of like stopping this madness right now. Like what do you feel like we should do with the people in our own party are thinking like this with that mentality?
Well, I'm not sure how much of our party didn't vote because of her race or gender. I think more of our party didn't vote because of what's the word here? I guess perfectionism, virtue signaling, laziness. But I have not got the impression that most of the Democratic Party, but most of the people that didn't vote in the Democratic Party didn't vote for that reason. I mean, you could just look at the the primaries in the past few elections. Like a woman was able to win the 2016 primary. So yeah, I mean, obviously we can keep talking about misogyny and racism and just you know, spreading information about it, but I don't think that's the big issue here.
Okay,
At least in terms of votes. To be clear, I'm not saying that those aren't big issues in general. Yes, the amount of independents that didn't vote for that reason or voted for Trump for that reason is frustrating.
Yeah, that when somebody just mentioned that, one thing that I hate is the fact that like well, I mean, I feel like it's not that she didn't speak against Palestine, it's just the fact that like I don't know, it's just there's no like people just choose to like some things that I hear a lot of Democratic people say on TikTok is that, oh, Palestine is anti-LGBTQ, and I don't care if they're anti-LGBTQ. I'm gonna stand for what's right and say I don't want people to be unalive. I don't want
Wait.
genocide. It's horrible.
I don't think I've ever heard a liberal say that. Usually that's coming from conservatives trying to point out hypocrisy from liberals.
I've seen some creators say like, "Oh, did you know that Palestine is anti-LGBTQ?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care."
Liberal creators?
I've seen some liberal. So there's some liberal drag queens saying, "Well, I'm not gonna support someone who massacres my community." I'm like, that's not the issue right now.
Yeah,
the issue is
I mean, if you want to name names, I will call them out because that is fucking wild.
I'm gonna be honest. I need to look it up. Most of the time, I just block their content. But there have been either queer influencers, drag queens. Some of them do identify as conservative, but there are some that say, "Oh, I am for the Democratic Party, but that's why I'm not gonna vote for. I'm not gonna support Palestine for for being anti-LGBTQ."
Yeah, I haven't seen that from. I've only ever seen that argument from conservatives that are trying to point out hypocrisy from people on the left. They're like, "Oh, you support Palestine, but Palestinians hate gay people." Like I've only ever heard it from conservatives arguing in bad faith. So if there are liberals that have said that, then I'm more than happy to have you. I guess liberal Zionists maybe, yeah, but yeah. They ultimately with Palestine, it's defending human rights. It's not a matter of. Yeah, it's not a matter of supporting Islam versus Judaism or anything like that. There's a genocide taking place. So.
No, yeah, it says some people in the chat did see that they've seen that before too. I think it's just, like I said, it's some influencers, not everybody, but I've seen some queer influencers bring that up, and it's heartbreaking.
Really quick, what the fuck? Saying an objective fact is arguing in bad faith. I will explain to you. I'll walk you through why it's arguing in bad faith. The reason it's arguing in bad faith is because they're implying that either they care about the LGBTQ community, and that's why they don't support Palestine, which they don't, or they're implying that it's hypocritical for leftists and liberals to support Palestine because the most Palestinian people are of a religion that does not support LGBTQ, or at least certain sects of it that don't support the LGBTQ community, and for that reason, we should allow a genocide. Both of those arguments are bad faith arguments. They are not coming from a place of actual understanding. They're the word here. Remind me what it's called. The word I'm looking for here. It's not fallacious. I'll figure it out. But yeah, anyway.
Because I feel like one of the biggest issues too is just that, not issues, but one of the biggest things that you see is very common with people. With
Sophistry. Oh, sorry. The word is sophistry. They're participating in sophistry. Hold on one second. I apologize, chat, but I really like this word. Sophistry, the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. Yeah. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. No, I said another dangerous mindset these people have is they don't stand true to their convictions. Like you said, you yourself said, if Kama were to show up in the Epstein files, you want her prosecuted. I would too. Doesn't matter if it was my parent, if I had a child, if they were involved in that kind of stuff. We need to hold people accountable. But you see, MAGA followers have such a cult mentality where they use things like, oh, but I'd rather vote for, like you said, I'd rather vote for an abuser than a woman, or I'd rather vote an abuser than a black person. It's idiotic. Or even the mentality of ages. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, Biden is too old to be president, and now Donald is the same age, older than Biden was during his presidency.
Yeah,
But
or they say, yeah, or they say Kamala speaks in word salads, but like Trump is literally talking about lowering prices by 1,500%. Like, yeah.
They don't even know what 1,500%. That means they're giving away money. Like that makes no sense. Like if you lower prices to negative, you're giving away money. That's dumb. I don't understand that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for coming up.
Of course. Have a good one.
You too. All right. What the fuck? You've been muted by a mod so that you come up and use your words. Speak to me. Rose, thank you. Go on to the next cast.
What's up, Dan?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to preface and make this very clear first. I am heavily against MAGA. Never have voted for Trump, and have been against him since the age I was like 13. Even when I was against him, always hated him. My whole family was not ever really with it. I had a question to ask, and I pretty much saw the opportunity because nobody else was up here requesting. And I wanted to know how far you think this administration might push things legally and politically. And my question is, do you think that after a certain amount of time, they might start going after people who are dual citizens and say, you have to pick between one nationality, you're either going to be American or nothing at all, and you can't be associated with both? I haven't heard anybody ever talk about it or mention it, but
I can definitely see that. I don't see any reason why they
because at this rate.
Yeah, no, I think they will go as far as they can go. They always push whatever the boundary is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty much just wanted to ask that. Yeah.
No
thank
worries.
you for letting me in, even though I didn't apply to the prompts. Thanks. Yeah.
No problem.
You're good one.
I just wanna shout out. I want to shout out the people who are newly 18 or 19, even 20, where most of their lives have been, Donald Trump has been a topic. Like there are people that are 18, 19, 20 that have heard Donald Trump's name every day for a majority of their lives. And I'm just so sorry for y'all. Like, that's so wild. They think this is normal. Yeah, and it's really scary. Something that we don't talk about enough, because it's like, we don't talk about it because the right is able to frame every conversation we have. And they'll be like, oh, you're talking about feelings or whatever, even though they don't care about facts anyway. But something we don't talk about enough is Trump's rhetoric. Not his policies are horrible, obviously. Trump's rhetoric, even that is not relevant to politics, is influencing our children. Like, we wouldn't have young boys so willing to chant your body, our choice after the overturn of Roe v. Wade, if not for Donald Trump saying the things that he says about women. If not for Donald Trump saying that he can grab him by the pussy and they let him because he's a celebrity. If not for Donald Trump saying that he can go into the Miss Teen USA pageant and look at half-naked 16-year-olds and that's cool because he's the owner. Like, the way Donald Trump talks about women and also children are absolutely disgusting and are influencing our young people, especially our young boys. And streamers like Aiden Ross, for example, yeah. And that's a really scary thing. That's a really, really scary thing. Hi, welcome up. What if you have
Hi.
finally arrived? Hello.
Yeah, I requested a while ago.
Oh. You were disagreeing with me in chat. What's the issue? What's going on? Talk to me.
No, to be honest, I don't think we should support either side in Israel-Palestine's conflict.
You think we should pull military funding from Israel?
I think the United States should have done that decades ago, and as a matter of fact, should have never started in the first place. The United States' biggest problem is trying to be fucking everybody's police officer and everything. The United States needs to stop doing that.
All right, so you want isolationism?
More or less.
You go for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Did he up?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, so when Donald Trump says he's going to be the most pro-Israel candidate ever, or the most pro-Israel president ever, he's going to fund Israel more, and he wants Netanyahu to finish the job. Why would you support that?
Well, because candidates do a lot of bullshit, and there's no perfect candidate. So I'd support most of his stuff, but it doesn't mean I'd support all of it.
Oh, okay. What stuff do you support?
Everything other than that.
Can you be specific?
Immigration, economic policy.
What about his immigration policy do you support? Do you support the racially profiling people at Home Depots and then rounding them up and sending them to concentration camps?
A prison facility is not a concentration camp.
Okay, so why would you deport somebody to a lifelong prison facility in El Salvador if their only crime was crossing the border?
Foreign invaders should be deported from this country.
You think they're foreign invaders?
When foreigners come into your country en masse, illegally, without respect for your nation's sovereignty or laws, yes, that's an invasion.
Okay. You're a racist and you're a horrible person, and I hate you, and I really, really want the worst for you in the world. I really, really, really can't do it anymore. I'm sorry, chat. I know that could have been content. I'm sorry. I'm at my edge. I can't. Why is he racist? Because he said when he called undocumented immigrants invaders. Invaders. That's mask off. That's why. That's why. If you don't know why that's racist, then you probably are also racist. I'm gonna be so fucking real right here. Okay, I'm gonna be so real. Right now, it's like very clear that the way undocumented immigrants are being treated is bad. Okay, but I'm gonna be honest with you. If you voted in the 2024 election and one of your top 10 policies that you cared about was immigration, I'm sorry, I think you're probably racist. I have never thought about an undocumented migrant in my life until I started talking about politics. Never. Never crossed my mind. Like I didn't say that leading up to the election. I had to coddle the racists, right? But like now I'm open to say it. Now, obviously, there's some people that did vote because of that, but now it's a bridge too far. And for those people, yeah, I mean, I guess good on you for not supporting concentration camps. But I'm gonna be frank. The fact that you cared in the first place, bro, that's weird. That's fucking weird. It is not that serious. Like, yeah, we need comprehensive immigration reform. I agree. But like to vote for Donald Trump, and one of your reasons is because of illegal immigration, like genuinely, who gives a fuck? Not once in my life have I ever thought about undocumented immigrants. Not once until I had to debate conservatives. Like, how does that affect me? Exactly. Like, and that's not to say that we shouldn't have a secure border. I think we should have a secure border. Like I said before, I think we should pass laws that make it so that legal immigration is easier and illegal immigration is harder. I think we should do that. But I'm not gonna care about who's already in here unless they commit a crime. Who gives a fuck? It's amazing they can dehumanize people with brown colored skin. Yeah. I mean, you already know it's already really telling when they call them illegals. Like I know a lot of people on the left don't like using the term illegal immigrants, and I don't like using it either. But that, like, I let that one slide. It's when they call them illegals with no noun. That's like, wow, like you're speaking about a group of people by an adjective. And then obviously calling them invaders is like a whole other thing. Instead of punishing all migrants, why not make the legal process easier? Exactly. What about when they call them illegal aliens? Well, I mean, I think that one's probably also mask off. Illegal aliens is like very clearly outdated. Like illegal immigrants is just starting to be not okay to use. But like illegals, I don't know. That one particularly really triggers me. Laws were broken and they're here illegally. So just so we're clear, crossing the border illegally is not even a felony. It's a civil violation. It is the equivalent of jaywalking. So when I say I really don't care about deporting undocumented immigrants unless they commit a crime, I'm talking about like an actual crime. You know, like assault or like rape. Now, I know Republicans don't understand that rape is a crime. That's why they're willing to defend Donald Trump and his covering up of the Epstein list. I get that. That's why they're willing to change laws to protect rapists. So, like, I get that. But those are the types of crimes I'm referring to. Like, if someone should be deported, it should be a crime like that white Republicans commit, not just crossing the border. You literally just said it is a crime, but you use a false equivalency to justify it. No, I'm clarifying. So when I say crime, I'm not talking about like civil infractions. I'm not talking about misdemeanors. I don't think those are serious. I'm talking about serious crimes. I'm just clarifying my statement.
Oh, hey, I honestly didn't mean to request up, but I want to say something anyway. So, I'm part of the LGBTQ community, and they're trying to change the laws to make it you can't get married anymore. It just makes me laugh because Grindr, which is a app for LGBTQ people, even says that if they do make this law and reverse it, they're going to start releasing the names of Republican people in the Republican Party that are on their app, and it's kind of funny. I can't wait to see that if they do it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that would be funny, but unfortunately, it would follow something like pretty devastating. But yeah, thank you so much.
All right.
Bye. Um. Okay, so first of all, I hate to say I told you so, but before the election, I was saying it from the rooftops that in the decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, they said that they might revisit cases like Obergefell. And Republicans were all like, "Oh, you're fear mongering," and "Oh, you're gaslighting," or whatever. And this literally is what is about to take place. Now, that being said, I do want to, because again, we can't convert MAGA, right? So, pointing that out doesn't really help. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to give some comfort to those in the LGBTQ community, which is that thanks to President Joseph R. Biden and the Democrats, even if Obergefell is overturned, we still have the Respect for Marriage Act, which recognizes the validity of same-sex and interracial civil marriages in the United States and protects religious liberty. And it repeals the Defense of Marriage Act. Have you ever used ChatGPT as a fact check both you and your person you're debating can use? Not usually, but I mean, if it's like a basic thing, it's the first thing that I guess not ChatGPT, but Google AI, like if it's the first thing that comes up, I just read that. No country allows open borders, not even Mexico. Jacob, we don't have open borders. We never have, we never will. If you think we have open borders, it's either because you believe misinformation due to the amount of windows you've been licking, or you believe misinformation because you need to believe it to justify your racism. If you disagree with me, just come up and tell me, just answer this question. What did Biden do differently than Donald Trump? That's all I need to know. I sent you an invite, and you can justify your statement. So simple. If the borders were open, just tell me what law, what policy, what did Biden do that was different than Donald Trump? Never gonna come. As a reminder, chat, we have been doing political lives for nearly 1 year. August 20th will be our 1 year anniversary. I don't really have anything special planned, but it should be a good time. So make sure to mark your calendars, August 20th. For anyone that's been watching all this full year, you have seen a vast change in one man's psyche. And I appreciate every single one of you that have been here since then. But for those of you that are here for the first time, whether you've been watching for a year, whether you're watching for a day, a week, whatever it is, whether you've gifted, whether you've subbed, or whether you've only sent your heart me, or whether you've only been tapping, or even if you're only listening and just folding laundry while you're listening, every single one of you, I appreciate you all so much for being here. And I even appreciate MAGA for being here. Number one, because it's good for engagement, but number two, because you're showing the world how dire the situation is. Because there's not a single one of you right now that is a safe person. MAGA in August of 2025 are racist, misogynistic, Nazis, or pedophiles. or some combination of the four. And I have yet to find an August 2025 maggot that can disprove that. They always come up and snitch on themselves instantly. I've noticed when I first started going live, most of the people that watched me watched because they found that I was the most patient debater, and I was very, very willing to like do fact checks, do research with the other person, and I feel like now I have to believe that most people that watch me watch to feel like you're not alone, right? Like I can't, we can't debate human rights. We can't debate a Nazi. We can't debate someone about why like molesting kids is bad. There's nothing to debate. So I hope that some of my crash outs or some of my monologues reminds you guys that that you're not alone. Like it feels when you see the White House and their propaganda, and you go on Facebook. God forbid any of you go on Facebook accidentally. It feels like you're alone. You're like, oh my god, the country around me is just, it's just so different. Is this really what? No, most people are not like that. And so and you feel like people aren't reacting in the way that they should. Like, how are people not constantly freaking out about the concentration camps, about the Epstein list? And I hope that my lives show that there's a lot of us. There's like 500 people right now that are in a constant state of crash out because of what's going on. Because I know when I was a kid and I was learning about Nazi Germany, I didn't understand how they could let it happen. How the German citizens could let it happen. And now I get it. I totally get it. I didn't want to have to learn that lesson, but I get it. So, yeah, just a sincere thank you to everybody for continuing to support the live, and I'm excited to spend the 1 year anniversary with y'all. I do have invasive thoughts about announcing on the 1 year anniversary that I'm gonna not do politics until the midterms, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Liberals love laughing at MAGA. It's a great sport. Yeah, and I think, you know what? There are definitely great lives for that. But I don't know that that's necessarily the main focus here. I really, really want to highlight just how gruesome and vile our opposition is. Hector, I just saw a comment. My base watches me mostly to see the crash out at this point. Dan, mental health first. Yeah, in regards to mental health, I gotta shout out my girlfriend. She's sleeping right now, but someone will send her the clip and she'll love it. But she has been a big help over the past couple months through these lives, because these are different lives, man. These are different lives. Like, don't get me wrong, I got frustrated debating MAGA before the election. I got frustrated debating MAGA after the election, but these are something else. These are something else. I don't think I'd be able to do it like without the supportive community that we have, and without Mac. User, just request up, bro. Shut the fuck up in chat, all right, man? I'm trying to have a moment here. Our girlfriend. Yeah, all right. Listen, I'm muting you. Just fucking request up. Prove me wrong about a single thing I've said, all right? Otherwise, read the room. Also, I have to imagine that there's at least some of the 500 people in here that watch because this is the only live on TikTok where we use the words. I don't know why, I'm immune to TikTok's DOS or whatever. But I point out that Republicans support the rape of children. I don't say grape. I don't say sexualize. No. Donald Trump sexualizes his daughter. Donald Trump sexualizes children. And while I'm not judging, to be clear, I am not judging anyone that wants to protect their life. I do think there is some benefit to breaking out of like the TikTok bubble, because a lot of times I was able to get away with murder earlier. I don't know what's going on with the TikTok police, because a lot of times people see this like it's just TikTok, it's just an app, right? And they don't recognize what we're talking about here. It's Ghislaine Maxwell recruited children, to bring to this island so that Jeffrey Epstein and his clients could rape them. And she was just moved to a minimum security prison because she's cooperating with the Trump administration. Do you ever think that it could be a divide and conquer strategy in the left versus right? I think it's safe to say the level of corruption flows heavy from either side. While there are definitely corrupt politicians on both sides, I think it's very, very clear that not only is one side more corrupt, but one side is the side that is pushing the divide, right? The left would love it if the divide was up and down, right? Which would mean that it was the 90% versus the 10%, the up and down. But the right can't get over how much they hate trans people. The right can't get over how much they hate immigrants. The right can't get over how much they lick the boots of billionaires. So they'll never be able to do this up and down. Believe me, I would love to have a united front against the villains that are, what's the word here? That are pushing the legislation that has led us to this point. I mean, we can't get there until we can cut out the rot that is the current Republican Party. Okay. The left pushes the divide with all their race baiting. Kai, can you explain to me what race baiting is? I genuinely don't know. I sent you an invite. Can you tell me what race baiting is? Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I can tell you what race baiting is. Race baiting is where you go and you say all these things are happening and you blow them proportionally out of proportion. Say, look at this, look at this, look at this, and make it out to where it's only happening to this one group of people when it's actually happening to everybody.
Can you be more specific? You're referring to?
Well, for instance, George Floyd.
Okay.
The way that he lost his life. A week later, that happened to a white guy, and it wasn't even televised. Same thing. Guy had a cop on top of him for 17 minutes, and they said, "Oh, I hope I didn't off him," and they were laughing about it. It was all on the video.
Who was?
But there were
laughing
no
about it?
riots over it or anything like that. It wasn't televised.
Who was laughing about it?
The cops were.
Well, I mean, that's horrible. What was the
It
name of
is.
the white guy?
I don't have his name right off the bat,
Okay.
but it happened about a week after George Floyd. And it's sad that just because of the person being melanated, it's all over the news. But when it happens to a person that's non-melanated, then it's all of a sudden doesn't matter.
Is there a reason you're not just calling him black?
Well, there's a person that I like to watch a lot, and he doesn't enjoy being called that. He likes to be called melanated.
I understand that conservative black creators on TikTok have very, very weird stances, but the vast majority of black people would prefer you don't call them melanated.
Well, it's kind of funny how you say that because you guys are real all about that new think, new speak thing.
What's the new speak thing?
Well, basically, where you take the English language and you all of a sudden twist it and you have to say this and that, he, they, them, all that good stuff.
I don't know how that's twisting language. It's literally just calling people by their name and their pronouns. Like, what's the problem here?
It's a game, and a lot of people don't want to play it.
Okay. All right. I have a few questions, but I'm going to go back really quick. Do you think that George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin?
I don't think that he intentionally did it, but he was rough, and it was what I would consider manslaughter.
Do you agree with the protests?
I agree for justice. I disagree with the protest. I was in Chicago at the time, and I saw the damage it cost the city.
It's not what a protest is. Also, for anyone's information, his name was Edward Bronstein. He died 2 months before George Floyd.
As a
What's going on? 2 months before George Floyd, and he actually lost his life due to the M substance intoxication, and not by the knee of the officer's neck, although that did not help.
He
Regardless,
was
you should
mentally
take this as
disturbed and he was off his
an
meds. He
you should
was
take this as
intoxicated
an
on anything.
you should take this as an opportunity to advocate against police brutality, specifically against marginalized groups, instead of making it a race issue. I think it's funny how you cried about race baiting, and that's exactly what you did when you came up on this platform.
Thank you, Hector.
Wow, a lot of finger pointing there. I just said that everything should be covered, not just one race.
Well, he pointed out the differences in the two stories.
But he didn't say the scenario right because the guy was mentally disturbed and he was off his meds. He
I
wasn't
don't know
on.
what that has to do with the fact that he was on a substance that led to his unaliving. This is in the
Once
report.
again, he wasn't on any substance.
What are you talking about?
What was the gentleman's name, Hector?
Edward Bronstein.
Thank you.
You didn't even know the name of this guy, so I don't know why you were trying to correct me.
Isaiah, to catch you up to speed. So this guest put in the chat that all the Democrats do is, or all liberals do is race bait. And I asked him, what is race baiting? I don't know what that term means. So I told him to come up and explain.
I think that conservatives race bait more than any other group known to man. They cannot look at the world outside of the concept of race.
Without fail.
I think that
You
conservatives
guys
love to
have a
race
lot of
bait.
opinions. Oh, everybody's this way. They're this way. Yeah, that's why you guys are the way you are.
I mean, to be honest with you, like personally, I like to talk about the economy, but it seems like underneath a lot of my tweets and threads, a lot of conservatives love to point out my race. And I think it's because they're race baiting.
I made a video talking about the responses under Donald Trump's Island Man Truth Social post. I got a tweet from a guy who I just debated on the panel earlier saying, why don't I focus on black crime and unwed black mothers? So that was fun.
Well, you know why there's division. You know why there's divided families among low economic.
I actually just want to
people?
know why you came up here talking about a man who you couldn't even name and tried to make a false equivalency to George Floyd. That's what I want to know.
Are you like butthurt or something?
I feel like I just asked a question. If there's anyone's butt who's hurt, it may be yours. I don't know whose house you just left, but that's none of my business.
Wow.
Yeah. Kai, I don't know what about his question made you think that. Like it was a pretty direct question.
Well, I didn't remember the guy's name, but I know for a fact that he was mentally disturbed and he was off his meds.
Okay, so there were a few things that
The officer was on top of him for 17 minutes. He was unable to breathe.
Are you talking about George Floyd?
No.
He's talking about a guy who allegedly a week after, which it turns out to be March, 2 months before, but a week after George Floyd got the same treatment, and the media allegedly did not cover him.
Oh,
there's also I'm just looking it up now. A simple Google search will show that while this person did die 2 months before George Floyd, none of the video footage was released until 3 years later. So it's not surprising that nobody was talking about his situation, whereas all of America watched George Floyd be murdered by Derek Chauvin.
That is correct. I believe it's 2022, right? When they finally released everything.
2022 was when they settled the lawsuit, and 2023 is when they released the footage. From what I'm seeing.
Wow, so there weren't a ton of people around reporting it in public for the world to see, and that way the police department couldn't do what they did to Edward Bronstein?
wow.
But we're the race gators, right?
Kai, doesn't it seem like you found a story that you can kind of manipulate to maybe show hypocrisy on the left, rather than just agreeing that the death of both of these men was a bad thing?
Actually, I'm not using it to manipulate. I'm using it to show the fact that while one group is being looked at under a microscope, another group is being ignored.
On that note, I'm getting out of here.
Wait,
I'll
hold
talk to you
on.
later.
You came up. I'd like just because we got this creep here doesn't mean that I don't want you to be able to plug isaiahmartin.org.
Oh,
.com?
oh yeah. You know I appreciate you, Dan. Always isaiahmartin.org, how to volunteer, how to chip into the campaign. Definitely appreciate that. And if you want to see me go and purge out folks in Congress that have the views like Kai, chip in what you can, and let's get these Republicans the hell out of there.
Absolutely. For those of you that aren't following Hector or Isaiah, please drop a follow. Isaiah is running for office in Texas. He is going to fight the good fight against what we've been seeing the past couple weeks now are villains. Let's call a spade a spade.
Evil.
Yeah. So, yeah, Isaiah, I appreciate you stopping by as always.
Always, bro. Appreciate you. Talk to you soon, Dad.
Have a good night.
Amen.
So, Kai, can you just go ahead and tell us why you're a racist piece of shit?
Actually,
I'm kind of over
I
playing
can't
nice with
comment
you.
that you're the racist one.
You came up here, you tried to draw a false equivalency. We showed you exactly why it's false, and you're still standing on the point. So I just want you to spit it out, bro.
Well, you know
Like these
what? I think you're
conversations
the
would go
racist
so much
POS.
better. I know. These conversations would go so much better if you guys would just openly say, "Hey, this is something about black people
You guys
getting
can't
any
go
type of
10
coverage
minutes
that
talking to
bothers them."
somebody. If they don't agree with you, they're racist.
I don't know.
They
Dan,
think,
Dan,
oh, he didn't agree with me. He's racist. Oh my gosh. He's got a different point of view. He's
Well,
racist.
hold on.
Oh my gosh. He doesn't like this. He's a homophobe.
A
help
different
me out
point
here,
of
Dan.
I was just gonna say a different
Sorry, go
point
ahead.
of view is different than a different set of facts. Hector gave you the facts of the case that you did not know, and you're still standing 10 toes down on your made up version. That's the
Oh,
issue.
so he said that the guy was intoxicated. He wasn't. He was off his meds.
I literally said intoxication with the M substance. Those were the words that came out of my mouth. You also get awfully quiet when I speak compared to Dan. I find that fascinating.
What? Because I respect people and listen to them.
You got some professional fucking gaslighters.
In an autopsy provided by the family's lawyer, the LA coroner's office ascribed the death to acute Breaking Bad intoxication during restraint by law enforcement, but wrote the manner of death was undetermined.
Same guy.
Edward Bronstein, Nikki Peace. Edward Bronstein. A quick Google search showed this shit. Something that Kai never bothered to do.
Also, Kai, the fact that you don't even know his name, to me, kind of seems like you don't actually care about police brutality. You just don't like that one side is talking about it.
You know what? I grew up in a neighborhood where police brutality was a thing that everybody experienced. You know, if they
Dan, do
didn't
you
like what you're
remember
saying,
saying
they
that
take you down
police
the river, they
brutality is
knock
exclusive to black
your head in
people?
the dirt, and they'd leave you there.
My memory's pretty bad lately, Hector, but I really do not remember saying that now.
Yeah, I don't remember anyone ever saying that ever in life. I don't know. It's kind of a moot point, I guess.
What I'm saying is police brutality, they're going to be brutal what color you are.
What
If
I'm
you're
saying is, why are
if
you a
grew up in
racist piece of shit?
What did you say, you racist piece of shit?
I
Because
said,
you
why
know
are
what?
you a racist piece of
Racist
shit?
pieces of shit call people racist pieces of shit.
Oh, really? Is that how that works?
No, Ashby, no, let him talk. Don't mute his mic. Let him get it out. Okay.
Everybody
Just
that's racist
keep
likes to
snitching.
call
Keep
people
snitching on yourself.
racist.
Oh, I know.
I think the thing, Kai, is that you were so upset about something called race baiting, which is not even I can't even process that would influence your political opinion. I'm just so lost.
Well, I mean, if you watch the news pretty much the whole time that the Biden administration was going on, then you'd understand what I'm saying.
What do you think it's race baiting when? I'm sorry, Hector. Go ahead.
No, I just said it's always Biden.
Yeah. Do you think it's race baiting when Donald Trump says that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation?
Do what now?
When Donald Trump says that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, do you think that's race baiting?
Okay. And what was said, it wasn't immigrants. It was illegal immigrants.
No. The direct quote was, immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation.
Poor choice of words, but I totally understood what he was saying.
Okay. Do you think it's race baiting when he says Haitians are eating cats and dogs?
Well, from what I know of certain societies, some eat cats, some eat dogs.
Okay.
That Haitians were seen killing geese and eating them out
They
the
weren't
park.
actually. No, they weren't. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, your racism is so thick that you didn't just watch the video. It was a black man, I don't even know if he was Haitian, who was working for the city cleaning up roadkill.
That is correct. Was not Haitian.
I saw the news report. I didn't watch no videos.
No, I know you saw the news report. Okay, I have a quick
The same
question.
way you saw a guy who died a week after George Floyd. But anyways.
I have a quick question. I'm gonna use it for the montage. So Hector, I'm just gonna. Oh, you did it. I appreciate you, Hector. I was just gonna mute the background noise for a second, but you're good. I just have a quick question for you, Kai. It's kind of unrelated. Just a quick question. So you voted for Donald Trump in 2024, right?
Yes, I voted for him all 3 times.
Okay. If the election were held again, okay, and everything is the same in the election, economy is the same, the policies are the same, the candidates are the same. So we have Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. The debate was the same. Everything is exactly the same. Only difference is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who would you vote for?
I wouldn't vote because I couldn't give votes to the other.
Number 5. I hope you have the life you deserve, you racist, disgusting pedophile scum. Okay. So that is, we got 6 people so far. 5 of them said they wouldn't vote. 1 said they would still vote for Donald Trump. Not a single one said they would vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really. You know what? This is my fault. I need to stop like calling them what they are. Just give them time. They'll explain it. You guys know the word.
But it's not a cult. No, you know what, Murder Mommy? I don't think it's good to call them a cult anymore. Or at least not a cult that is just bending to their cult leader, because that absolves them of what they really are. The people that are left are in a cult of self-defense. They're defending Donald Trump and defending Ghislaine Maxwell and defending the concentration camps. And they're defending all of this stuff because they're defending themselves. Okay? Calling them misinformed or stupid right now is taking away from the danger that they pose. These are not safe people. These are people that see themselves in Donald Trump, and that's why they need to defend him. When we have yesterday we had a guest advocating for child marriage. Today we had a guest advocating for a white supremacy. There are people who voted for Donald Trump that got scammed, that thought that prices were going to come down and thought that he was going to be a good leader, good businessman, and those people lick windows, for sure. Smooth brains, no synapses firing very slowly. Those aren't the people I'm talking about right now. Those people are not talking about Donald Trump right now. Those people are living their lives, falling into ditches or whatever. In August of 2025, only people that can support Donald Trump are not safe people. They're racists, they're misogynists, they're Nazis, and or they're pedophiles. And every guest that has come up has snitched on themselves. Every single guest. We've had a couple of people that have come up that said they voted for him, but they're no longer supporters, and God bless them. I'm still giving them the sidiest of side eyes, but at the very least, it's possible that they just have marbles for brains, but they still have a soul. Those that support Donald Trump right now are soulless. And the TikTok shop is a great place to buy goods and services. Sorry. Hey, Hector.
No, I was going to say, just to correct what that last vermin said, only racist pieces of shit call marginalized people talking about racism racist pieces of shit.
Period. Keep telling 49.8% of the country that you are smooth-brained, racist, misogynist, and the rest. User, it's not 49.8% of the country. It's 49.8% of the people that voted. 90 million people didn't vote that could have voted. Also, if calling you racist or misogynistic is enough to make you vote for a racist, misogynistic potential child molester, then that kind of seems like you really wanted to vote for them anyway. I don't know how else to put that. Like,
I think we say these things almost immediately after someone comes up and proves the point. So that's why I find it even more hysterical when you guys cry about us calling it out.
Also, I didn't realize there was such snowflakes.
Right. Dude came up here and said, I don't like the race baiting, as he was race baiting. It was him.
Yeah. Yeah. And I do want to point out, like, to a lesser extent, right? I'm being a little bit more direct than Hillary Clinton. But when Hillary Clinton said that about half of Trump supporters, she puts them in this basket of deplorables, whereas the other half are people that are concerned with the economy, they're concerned with the direction of the country, blah, 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 blah. When Trump supporters started identifying with the half that are the deplorables, that's telling on yourself. So there were so many people that said, Hillary lost the election the moment she said that. No, the fuck she didn't. because the only people that identified with that part of her statement were the people that were never going to vote for a woman anyway. Were the people that wanted to vote for the guy who called Mexicans rapists and murderers. The people that wanted to vote for the guy that wanted to ban an entire religion. I love when Republicans come in here and say, this is why the left lost. You know why? No. You know why the left lost? Because you voted for the right. People voted for the right. That's why the left lost. Not because the left is calling out the hatred of the right. It's because the right got more votes. In this case, in this one case, by the way, because the past several elections, y'all can only win with the Electoral College. But they don't want us telling the truth about them. Like, you guys need to be nice to us, otherwise we're gonna keep voting for the fascist. You were gonna vote for him no matter what. The trash truck was further proof. Yeah. How come there's no Democrats on Mount Rushmore?
Are we being serious right now?
Dave, come up. Dave, I just want to talk. He's not going to come up. So, quick history lesson. Over the course of about 3 elections in, when was this? This would have been the election of Lyndon B. Johnson versus Barry Goldwater. And the 3 elections that followed, the parties had a major paradigm shift where we had Democrats that were not comfortable with the civil rights movement leaving and forming a new party called the Dixiecrats. And then Republicans that were progressives leaving because their party nominated Barry Goldwater, a racist, and moving over to the Democratic Party. Then, once it became clear that Republicans were willing to nominate racists like Goldwater, the Dixiecrats moved to the Republican Party. And this is the party switch that we always talk about. When Republicans want to say, well, Lincoln was a Republican, Democrats are the party that fought for slavery. First of all, I'm convinced that none of them actually believe it. They're arguing by faith. But if they do, just tell us, which is the party that wants to keep up Confederate statues today? Which is the party that flies Confederate flags today? And as a reminder, the parties didn't used to be divided on all of the issues like we are now. Now it's like we're on opposite sides of every issue. There used to be a lot of agreement on both sides. So when we talk about the party switch, the biggest thing, the biggest policy, the biggest piece of rhetoric that switched was racism. That's what it was. It wasn't a matter of the party switching on economic policy, because FDR was obviously economically left, right? It wasn't this big switch on economic policy. It was the fact that Lyndon B. Johnson and Democrats supported the civil rights movement and desegregation, and the Republican Party started to embrace the racist Southerners. And slowly, especially once Reagan was elected, we start to see this divide in all the other policies as well. But the reality is that the issue that drove so many progressive Republicans and so many racist Democrats to switch was racism, was the Civil Rights Act, was the nomination of Barry Goldwater.
And that is precisely why black people have voted Democrat for at least the last 60 years. Because before the Civil Rights Act, before these times, Democrats and Republicans largely agreed on a lot of things. The 70, 80, 90% corporate tax rate, that was Democrats and Republicans working hand in hand to say that the richest of the rich who benefit from this country and its policies should pay us what they owe for the welfare of all people. They all agreed on education for everyone so that you couldn't make excuses to allegedly get on food stamps and all that other stupid crap that they say. But the big common divide, the ultimate divide between the parties was my black ass. Anyway.
Yeah. Also, just want to point out one of the biggest issues in the United States, one of the biggest divides between the left and the right now, which is the issue of abortion, was a manufactured issue that was used as a proxy for racism. If you look back to the evangelical right, most of them did not care about abortion until it became clear that campaigning on segregation and campaigning on Jim Crow and campaigning on racism was not working. So they needed a way to activate the Christian voter bloc. They needed a way to find new voters, but the issue was a proxy. It was never important to the Christian right until a certain Republican political strategist brought it to the Republican Party in 1980 after his successes in the 1978 midterms. I keep forgetting the guy's name, but one second. I think it's Rye something. LBJ would go down as one of the greatest presidents if it weren't for Vietnam. His domestic policy was very, very good. But yeah, Vietnam was a big. Erica Raid, welcome in, Erica Raiders. Welcome in. Actually, you know what? We have a video, I think. Hector, are you cool with the video right now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a really, really good video. Kind of long, so maybe I will skip to the part that I'm referring to.
You read the title. Let's get into some inconvenient facts. Some of you are going to want to click away instead of like the soul of a human being comes into existence they want to see. Fact 2. The abortion issue was invented to cover for racism. We all know that abortion is a major issue for a lot of Christians in the United States. They strongly oppose it because they believe something like the soul of a human being comes into existence and achieves personhood at conception. More commonly put,
welcome in, Erica Raiders. Welcome in. Thank you all so much for being here. We are doing a very, very quick history lesson. We already talked about the party switch. Now we're going to talk about the fact that the issue of abortion was manufactured as a proxy issue for racism. I can't tell if it's a real Santana Raider or if it's just literally Santana, but welcome in, Santana Raiders.
It's not.
Okay. But yeah, party switch was fueled entirely by racism. It had nothing to do with economic differences. It had nothing to do with conservative values or conservation or anything like that. It's literally the Dixiecrats left the Democratic Party after LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act, and the progressive Republicans left the Republican Party after the Republicans nominated Barry Goldwater, and then the Dixiecrats went to the Republican Party, and the progressive Republicans went to the Democratic Party, and that's where we are now. And ever since Reagan, we see all these other policy divides, but the big issue that created this massive paradigm shift was racism. It's disgusting that it all boils down to racism. But now we're going to see where this guy will explain it way better than I will, how racism is the reason women no longer have the right to make their own healthcare decisions. It literally comes down to racism every single time.
life begins at conception. So, ending a pregnancy to them is the same as ending any other human life, which is wrong. The Catholic Church has preached against abortion at some stage of fetal development for many centuries at least. But Protestants, they only latched onto this idea in large numbers about 45 years ago. Yes, this is the same issue that some Christians have committed actual terrorism and political assassinations over. They've firebombed clinics with people in them, among other things, forcing Congress to pass laws explicitly protecting reproductive clinics of all kinds.
Oh, this is actually something I want to make a video about. Trump's DOJ's limit on FACE Act enforcement fuel concern from abortion providers. So the FACE Act prohibits violence, threats, and property damage intended to interfere with access to reproductive health services or religious worship. So the Trump administration has been attacking this, and that's something that we're definitely going to make a video about. But anyway, sorry, didn't track.
Recently, a Christian nationalist man assassinated pro-choice Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hartman and her husband. He also shot pro-choice state senator John Hoffman and his wife, though they fortunately survived. He apparently had a long list of other intended targets, composed of Democratic politicians as well as abortion providers. Who he targeted tells us a lot about this guy's motivations, so I'm not surprised that over 70 sources have reported on this. Sources on the left explain that the shooter's list of targets were pro-choice people and explicitly connects the shooter's
Okay, this is just a very smooth ground news ad. We're going to skip this.
This shooter came from a Christian movement where folks often believe that abortion is child sacrifice to literal demons. So I think that discussing his list of targets is pretty relevant. Apparently, folks on the left tend to agree with that more than folks on the right because coverage of this story was lopsided enough to make it into Ground News Blind Spot feed, a feature that shows you important stories that one side of the political spectrum or another is ignoring. The right-leaning users of Ground News at least stood a better chance of 40% off. There you can get getting lessons 50 years ago didn't oppose abortion. The Southern Baptist Convention openly called for it to be legalized throughout the 1970s. When Roe v. Wade was decided, the president of the SBC said, "I have always felt that it was only after a child was born and had a life separate from its mother that it became an individual person. And it has always, therefore, seemed to me that what is best for the mother and for the future should be allowed." In the late 70s, Billy Graham refused to participate in anti-abortion campaigns. And as this article from Politico says, even James Dobson, the founder of Focus on the Family, who later became an implacable foe of abortion, acknowledged in 1973 that the Bible was silent on the matter, and therefore it was plausible for an evangelical to believe that a developing embryo or fetus was not regarded as a full human being. So, what changed this? Throughout the 70s, white evangelicals were mobilizing against the progress of the civil rights movement, specifically desegregation. The IRS no longer allowed tax-exempt status for whites-only Christian academies like Bob Jones University. Jerry Falwell, who called this progress the civil wrongs movement, also had his segregation academies affected. After the Republican Party nominated Reagan as its candidate for president in 1980, Reagan spoke against this effective desegregation, but said nothing about abortion. This resonated with their base, but didn't help win new people to their side. They had to find a way to promote white Christian segregationist interests without putting people off. Enter Paul Michael Weyrich, also known as the architect of the religious right.
This is the guy's name that I keep forgetting. Paul Michael. How do we? Weyrich? I can't find this guy. You pronouncing it weird? Weyrich? Okay, anyway, sorry.
During the midterm elections of 1978, Roman Catholic anti-abortion activists helped flip 4 Senate seats for Republicans, and Weyrich saw an opportunity. He alerted Falwell and other white evangelicals.
Oh, God. Okay, Weyrich. All right, I just absolutely demolished the spelling. Okay, got it.
That they could use opposition to abortion, a more respectable issue, to energize and grow their following. In preparation for the presidential election of 1980, these guys started churning out anti-abortion propaganda, saying that in just one generation, the one generation that did the civil rights movement, our society has degenerated into holding a low view of human life. But also it now puts man at the center of all things instead of God. Humanism, secularized society, and liberal theology are all eroding Western civilization. We must return to Judeo-Christian values where all human life is actually valued. Sound familiar? Yeah. This worked to galvanize evangelicals into a united political force for religious Republicans, framing the rejection of the civil rights movement as respect for all human life. Racist Ronald Reagan went on to win the presidency. The religious right became an obscenely powerful force in American politics, and American Protestants still largely oppose abortion. The force behind all of this was not love for God or adherence to sincerely held theological beliefs. No. Protestant theology and politics took this shape because some of them, 45 years ago, deeply hated black people. Fact 3. The dominant American Christian view of...
Well, the rest of this video is also probably pretty based, but that was the part that I really wanted to show y'all, because the idea that probably the biggest, most divisive issue in the United States right now stemmed as a proxy for racism. It was the Republican Party could no longer run candidates like Barry Goldwater without getting their backs blown out, and so they needed to find a way to activate new voters. And because of the successes in the 1978 midterms, they tested it out for 1980, and Reagan won, and now we're in the hell that we are here. Makes sense since being pro-life is biblically indefensible. Yeah. Jewish people believe that life begins at birth, simple as that. But yeah, it was pretty much only Catholics that cared about abortion until 1980.
I was just going to say that. And now you got your Baptists, your Presbyterians, Methodists, they're all kind of just joining this wave because they've been convinced that the good book somehow defends this when, again, as the video mentioned, there's nothing in there. Nothing in there for AB.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for the roses. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you, Twatness. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Swan. Thank you, Kenny. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Swan again. Thank you, Lisa again. Is that everybody? And thank you, Slay. Thank you, Santana. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce that, but thank you. Okay. Japan reaction, please. All right. Let me see if we have any other guests. What's the gift goal? Wait, the gift goal or the grift goal? Which one are we talking about? Because the grift goal is.
I forgot about that shit.
Hold on, we gotta update the grift goal. We just got $1 chat. What was it before the live? It was 38 plus 6. Now it's 38 plus 7. It would be 45. We're at 45 of the 20,000. To support my dream of owning my own recording studio. I'm sorry. For those that don't get the reference, I'm sorry. No, the gift goal was roses, but we achieved it. Thank you, chat.
Top 10 pettiest men on TikTok.
Bro, listen. Just him putting my name on a board with no information had like 1,500 people unfollow me. All right, I'm gonna call him out. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be petty.
Valid.
Yeah. Didn't want to call out Mr. Jones, by the way, or CFHE Unfiltered, who was still on the tour. Didn't want to call any of those people out. No.
I remember watching that video, checking the comments. Several people asked about you in the comments. You never responded to any of them.
Nope.
Some even alleged that their comments were deleted, so I'm not sure.
Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Why am I on here? I'm so confused.
Oh, maybe
I don't
you
know how to do
accidentally.
this. This is my first time.
No, you're good. Did you mean to request up, or you?
No, everyone was just posting me in the comments and stuff because I was talking about how, like, I was just explaining the fact that, men like to sit here and blame the fact that women, open their legs, but yet they're the type of people who will sit there and agree to the fact, oh, let's just F for one moment, And I don't know, it just came up because of a video that you had showed up and I was talking about it, but I was trying to get past it and they kept bringing it up,
Who were you upset with?
I wasn't upset with no one. I was just bringing up the fact that if you sit here and agree to something, right, you can't sit here and blame someone. You get what I mean?
No, I don't. Are you agree to what? What are you referring to?
Like,
you can say the words. Don't worry.
They're saying that girls are hoes and stuff. You can't sit here and say they're hoes, but yet you agree to continue to do that. You get what I mean? And that's all I was saying.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like who are calling these people hoes?
I don't know. There's someone in the comments, so they just started posting me all
Oh,
of that. So
okay.
they just
Chat, I
started
think
mentioning my name after that, and I was like so confused, like on what they were trying to get at,
yeah,
or misunderstanding me,
I think
Because
someone's
I'm
right.
just saying the fact that, like you can't sit here and agree to something that you knew you were agreeing to, and that's it.
Wait, so are you pro-choice?
I don't know. There was just something that had brought up about sexism, saying that, oh, it's women's fault, this and that, and I was just like, don't even go there. I don't know.
Yeah,
There
chat.
was something in
I
the
think she was
video.
arguing with someone else.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
trying to like argue with everyone. Damn, like it was just
okay.
something that
No, no, you're good. But are you pro-choice or
pro-choice about.
do you support a woman's right to make her own healthcare
Yeah.
decisions? Oh,
Yes.
all right, you're good. W.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, I think there
it's
was a
not like
I think there was a
women have to
misunderstanding.
take care of themselves. When you get in a relationship, you have to check up on them. You have to make sure that they want to proceed in life, not just sitting there opening their legs for you and then blaming it on you.
Okay, I'm still really confused by the rhetoric, but you know what? There's someone crashing out in the comments that wants to come up. So
No problem.
yeah, thank you.
I think she was trying to say you can't complain about women being quote hoes and quote opening their legs, and then basically entertain those women or impregnate them. Blah blah blah. I think because those are I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm confused. But let's see what this guy wants. Hi.
Yeah, I disagree with the prompt.
Okay. What is something that conservatives are right about?
Okay, so would you agree the Constitution overall is a good document?
Overall, yes.
I would argue that the Constitution is a conservative document more than a liberal document. So that's why I say with conservatives, they're not wrong about everything. And I can explain why.
Which party is violating the Constitution right now?
Okay, but that's a different question, though. My question is the Constitution a conservative or liberal document? Because you're saying conservatives are wrong about everything. Are they wrong about the Constitution?
Well, the conservatives right now that are supporting Donald Trump do not believe in the Constitution. They believe in whatever Donald Trump says. So if you are a fan of the Constitution, there's no way you support Donald Trump, right?
But my question to you is the Constitution a conservative or liberal document? Now, maybe you could say it's in the middle and it has no side. But if it does have a side, which one do you think it more?
I've never looked at it as conservative or liberal, but I just have no. It's not relevant because if you are pro Constitution, then you are not currently supporting the Conservative Party.
But your prompt is a general prompt. The prompt says conservatives are wrong about literally everything. So I'm trying to argue that they're not.
Okay, let me ask you something. Do you support the Conservative Party?
Overall, yes. Compared to
okay, so you're wrong because they do not support the Constitution. You
Can I
understand?
explain why I think the Constitution is a conservative document?
No, you may not, because that's irrelevant.
Then don't have a
You're not
general
supporting.
prompt then.
Even if the Constitution was a conservative document, it's the Democratic Party that's supporting it. So who cares?
Well, that's not true.
That's not true? Okay. So
the Supreme Court is mostly conservative, you would agree, right? The one that's the Supreme Court
right now, the Supreme Court is mostly conservative. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and they're upholding what's in the Constitution.
I don't know. The job of the Supreme Court is to uphold what's in the Constitution, regardless of if they're left or right. The politicians right now that you're supporting, you're going out and you're voting for whatever racist, fascist, whatever. The person you're supporting, these are the people that are for getting rid of birthright citizenship, which is enshrined in the 14th Amendment. These are the people that were for Mike Pence breaking his duty to the Constitution and certifying fake electors at the certification process in 2020. These are the people that are for the degradation of due process, which is enshrined in the 5th and 14th Amendment. These are the people that are for being able to censor certain news outlets if they say bad things about Donald Trump. The Conservative Party right now is against the Constitution. So whether or not the Constitution is a conservative document or a liberal document is irrelevant, because there's only one party right now that is fighting tooth and nail to tear down the Constitution, and that's the Republican Party.
let's focus on the judges. So when it comes to a conservative judge, they're known mostly as an originalist and a textualist. That means they're trying to go by what the actual words say. Whereas a liberal judge is more known as that it's a living document. It's up to interpretation. It could be viewed different ways. So that's just one example why the conservative is right when it comes to judges compared to the liberal judge.
Would it make you feel better if the prompt said that conservative voters are wrong about everything, or conservative politicians are wrong about everything?
Well, when you say that, are you talking about modern day or all time?
I'm talking about right now, at least the past 10 years, but likely the past 30, 40 years. Yeah.
When I saw the prompt, it just seemed like a general prompt, just saying they're wrong, about everything.
Well,
whatever the topic is, all time, they never have been right. That's what I took from this prompt.
I mean, we could go back in history if you want, but I'm really talking about the past 10, 20, 30 years. Right now, the party of Donald Trump, the party of the current GOP, what do they write about?
Yeah, but you want to say 10, 20 years, well, you could talk about the Second Amendment and the Heller decision, and it upholded rights for citizens to have pew-pews. Now,
The
liberal
Heller
would
decision of the
disagree with
Second
that.
Amendment?
Yeah, in 2008.
Let's look up the Heller decision. The court ruled for the first time in nearly 70 years that the Second Amendment protects the individual's right to possess firearms unconnected to service in the military for traditional lawful purposes like self-defense. Key points. The court affirmed the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to possess firearms, not just the right of a state militia. Oh, well, I mean, I personally think that's wrong because it's not how the Second Amendment is worded, but I guess let's
Well, the
keep...
Heller decision said the part with the well-regulated militia is giving an example of what it could be used for. It doesn't mean that that's the only situation where you have the right to have a pew-pew in that situation.
Yeah.
That's what the Heller decision said.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that's inconsistent with the Constitution. But listen, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm just going to keep reading.
And who's more for the First Amendment? Who's more for free speech?
The left, by far.
You're funny.
Okay.
When it
Let me
comes
ask you
to a
this.
protest, who's more likely to get involved?
Who is it that's suing news outlets for posting mean stories about him?
You're talking about a specific person.
And
Well, a lot of people
every
don't even
single
think
Republican
conservative
except
is
Thomas
a
Massey is
former
bending their
Democrat.
back for him. So yes.
But your prompt says conservatives are wrong about
Okay.
everything.
Which party is banning books? Which party is sending the National Guard to break up peaceful protests? Which party?
You don't even have to look at that. Look at TikTok. When you go on a panel, which panel, liberal or conservative, do they say, don't say this word, don't say that word? I was on
This
a
is
panel.
this is your argument. Your argument is TikTok. That's your argument. We're talking
I was
about
on
the conservatives, the people that voted for the fascists into power, and you're talking about fucking TikTok.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is the word woke a derogatory word?
The right stole the word woke from the black community and turned it into a way to disparage the LGBTQ community. Yes.
Yeah, because when I've heard that word, I never heard that before about like the etymology of the word and it being, this derogatory word compared to some other words.
It didn't used to be derogatory. The right co-opted it.
Okay, well, I was on a panel where they said it's derogatory, even if it was co-opted. That it's a bad word. Don't use it.
Who?
And there's always new words being added. And who's always
Who
adding
said
new
this?
words?
Who said this?
One
What
day,
panel?
the word birthday is going to be offensive to people.
That's crazy because you're not answering my question. Who said woke was
I was
derogatory?
talking, so I didn't get to hear your question, but go ahead.
Who said woke was derogatory?
It was a left panel I was on.
Was it a black person?
No, it wasn't even.
Oh, so they have no right to speak on what it is and what it isn't.
Oh, but see, there you go. But that's another thing with the left is like, oh, you have to be a certain kind of thing to say something.
Well, woke is AAVE, which is African American Vernacular Language, and that's who the right co-opted it from to apply to everything they don't like. So, yeah. So listen to a white person say woke is derogatory as the entire black community who has used it for several decades now go, no, this is a word that we've used positively in our community. You'd be incorrect to listen to a white person say, don't say woke anymore. And please stop comparing TikTok terms of service to say that that's the left's agenda worldwide.
Hector, I got a question for you. When it comes to sports, should it just be athletes who comment on what's going on with games? Because if you didn't play the game, then why should you have an opinion about
Do you
what's
understand
going
what a
on?
stupid fucking example
No,
that
it's
is?
not.
Like, that's a
Because that's
stupid
your
fucking
analogy.
scenario to present. No, it's literally not. It's literally not.
As far as opinions, does it have to
Because
be
check this out. Up to the word
going
woke,
through it?
any white person can go look up the history, the history and context of the word
That's
woke,
offensive too.
and
It
then
should
you
be
would
her story,
still,
right?
and then you would still find that it's not derogatory. So go ahead and go back to your example of sports, where any single person can go and study up on sports and speak on it, despite them not being an athlete or not. So yeah,
But
false
you're saying in
equivalency.
one
Try
instance
again.
you have to be the situation, have an opinion. In that instance, that's not the same
No,
analogy.
that's literally not what I said. I said people who didn't come up with a word, don't understand what the word means and how it's used, saying it's derogatory or saying that it's to mean any type of LGBTQ or higher awareness of, I don't know, the gay agenda is wrong.
Based on your statement, if you want to comment about basketball, you have to be a former basketball player.
Oh
That's
my
basically
God,
what your
bro.
statement. Yep.
He just
Literally
said,
not what I said.
Genuinely, no.
he just said you can, as a white person, research the history of the word and understand it, and then you'd know that it was not derogatory and is now being used in a derogatory way. It was co-opted. You could do that research as a white person.
I'm not talking about that specific statement, but I'm saying, yes, I think you could have opinions on things, and it doesn't have to be that you're in that situation.
I don't remember ever saying that you couldn't. I don't think you heard anything that I said, or you have a comprehension problem.
I heard you. But yeah, I would just update the prompt because it just seems like a general prompt. So
No, I'm not going to. I actually do think conservatives are wrong about everything.
Okay, if that's the case, then what do you say conservatives are right about then? If that's not what your prompt's about,
it says that they're wrong about everything.
Okay, so what are they right about?
Nothing.
Okay, they've never been right about anything in the history of
No. Before Reagan, yeah, there's been some things. Although, arguably, it would be only certain parts of what would be called a conservative would be correct. So, like back when they cared about conservation of the environment, like Teddy Roosevelt, for example, I agreed with his stance on conservation of the environment. The current Conservative Party doesn't give a flying fuck about the environment.
Let me ask you a question, Dan. When it was the 2024 election, let's say you have somebody who was pro-Trump, right? Had a MAGA hat promoting vote for Trump. And let's say somebody else was pro-Kamala, had a sign says vote for Harris. Who's the one where if they're outside in the street in the public promoting either candidate, that more likely the opposite side's going to throw a drink at them, physically touch them? Which way do you think? Do you think someone's going to hurt the Kamala person or someone's going to hurt the Trump person?
The literal leftists historically.
There you go. That's my point.
No, the leftist is going to be harmed historically.
Oh, please.
Yeah. We could just look at the evidence. So when Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, when he got his back blown out by 7 million votes, it was conservatives that stormed the Capitol, smeared shit on the walls, and assaulted police officers. It was not the left. We have evidence in front of us.
That wasn't even my example, though.
Yeah, your example is a hypothetical where there's a person with
talking about oranges.
Yeah, your example is a hypothetical where there's a person with a MAGA hat and a person with a. Could you do me a favor and only start your sentences when our sentences have concluded? Like, just when there's a period or a question mark, then you can go. That's how conversations go.
Dan, go ahead.
So, your example was we have a Trump supporter with MAGA hat, Kamala supporter with a Kamala hat. You said who is more likely to have a drink thrown on them or to be assaulted, and I am using my knowledge of reality to make that determination, right? I'm not going to go based off vibes. I'm going to go based off of the history. The history shows that it's more likely for the right winger to be violent. It's more likely for the conservative to be violent. So I don't know how that is why would I not use my knowledge of real events in society to answer your hypothetical? It doesn't make any sense.
The organization Antifa, are they liberal or conservative between the two?
Please don't go down this route.
I'm asking a question. Are they liberal or conservative between the two? Would we agree they're more liberal, right?
Do we really want to go tit for tat on hate
non-violent?
groups or alleged hate groups? Do we really want to do that right now?
Oh, so you call them a hate group, Antifa?
No, that's why I said quote unquote. Although some are very hateful, yes.
I think if you're violent as far as a protest, then you're a hateful group.
Violence doesn't equate to hate.
Sure it does.
Literally wouldn't. Self-defense isn't hateful.
Self-defense? Are you kidding me? Anytime Antifa has been violent, that's just self-defense?
I didn't say that.
That's what you were saying. You're talking about why bringing up self-defense. Then
Just so we're
any
clear,
normal person would say self-defense is all right.
just really quickly, I don't mean to interrupt. We can go back to that talking point just really quickly. Are you implying that anti-fascists are a liberal, which would mean that fascists are conservative? Just want to make sure.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Okay, just
that's their name, so I'm just going by what they're called, and that they've been violent. I didn't get into like what's the name and the etymology, but they're not a conservative group.
I need to make a quick
Even though with
point.
the Schmatzis, it was called the Socialist Party. But go ahead.
Can you tell me what leftist hate group, allegedly, according to you, has been participated in a school pew-pewing or G-side mass unaliving?
They haven't done that. No, that seems such like a, I don't know what the.
Well, we're talking about
Like
hate
a
and
real
violence,
thing?
and you said they're the same, and then I asked you, tell me what leftist hate group has done that, and you. I just think this proved the point.
Usually
very
pew-pews
clearly.
are an individual thing.
But before we get too far away from it, I need to make a point. Mike, are you actually conflating the idea that freedom of speech means that you should be free of consequences of said speech?
There's a difference between when you do something and the reality of what might happen, and if you do something and like what should happen or what's with the law, what's right and wrong for somebody else to do. So there's a difference between that. I'm not denying realities as far as someone does something may happen. Absolutely. Doesn't mean it's right though.
All of your examples of freedom of speech and people not on the left shutting down free speech is you basically saying, oh, well, if somebody's in public and they're showing that they're a freaking Yahtzee to the world, are they going to get punched in the face? Like, yeah, they are. That's consequences. That doesn't mean you can't do that. That doesn't mean that you don't have the right to show what you are. It means that there are societal consequences by your average everyday people. That's not negating freedom of speech and freedom of expression. That's consequences.
And I just said
societal
that.
consequences.
But kid, I just said that. I said there's a reality to it, but the person who's getting physical with them shouldn't be. In the end, free speech is to protect the speech that you disagree with.
Why should they not?
Because if you just went with the speech that you agree with, you wouldn't even need the First Amendment. You wouldn't need freedom of speech. That's the point. It's
That's
for
not
the
what I'm asking you.
opposite view.
If someone is showing that they are a Yahtzee,
Okay.
why should I not punch them in the face?
Because they didn't touch you.
Do I?
whether you like it or not, they have a right
I'm a
to
Jewish
say-
person. I am a Jewish person. They have the right to say whatever they want, and I
You're
have
not
the
the only
right
one
to
who's Jewish,
react
around
to
the world.
what they say.
Okay, but it is what it is. Listen, Kit, can I tell you a secret? In life, there's people who think differently than you. There's people who are
Great,
different
fantastic.
than you.
That's not my point, Mike. I am very aware
Shocker.
of that. I see
Okay.
people all
That's
around
life.
like that.
That's life.
Great, fantastic. And if they are going to seem in any way like a threat to me or those that I love, then the societal consequences are that they're going to be removed from the space that I am in because I'm going to protect the people that I care about.
If they're directly a threat to you and they're directly saying something that they're going to be doing to you and they're in your face about it, that's a different situation. You're just saying they're speaking and let's say doing a protest or doing free speech in public. It is what it is.
If their free speech in public is stuff like, I don't know, let's use the example of carrying tiki torches down the streets and saying Jews will not replace us, what should my response be, Mike?
I'll give you an opposite example, okay? Flag burning, right?
No. Answer mine first.
Go
Answer
ahead.
mine first.
Sure, go ahead.
What should my response be?
Say it one more time. I'll go ahead and respond.
Because we saw that in Charlottesville. They were carrying literal tiki torches down the goddamn street saying Jews will not replace us. What should my response be to that? Is that not violence in and of itself and rhetoric and harmful things that have lost millions of people their lives?
Freedom of speech. If you don't like it, you could say something back to them. You could do your own protest. It is what it is.
Oh my gods.
Okay, so let me go with the flag burning. So the thing is, do you know Antonin Scalia?
Unfortunately.
Yes, I know who Antonin Scalia is.
Yeah, he was a Supreme Court justice. So the point is that he was saying personally, he hates flag burning, loves America, loves the flag. But there was a decision and a case on it, and he protected flag burning as protected speech, even though he disagreed with it personally. So that's the point, is that whether you like it or not, free speech is free speech.
Right. Free speech is free speech. And I've
Only
never
one that
sat here and
agrees with
said
you,
to
right?
you,
Only one that agrees with
I
you.
never sat and said to you that people can't say what they want or express themselves how they want. I said that there are consequences
They
to
shouldn't be
said
hurt by it. They
actions.
shouldn't be hurt by it.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Because if your rhetoric is harming other people, then you get to also face harm.
That's not how it works. Well,
yes,
listen,
it is. It is very much how it works.
We agree to disagree, right? So
No,
it is what it is. Not everyone has your
that's-
opinion,
that's-
Kit. Not everyone has your opinion.
I'm
People
very
actually try to
aware, and
protect
that's
free
very.
speech.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Clearly, this guy
Alright,
is
the
this guy's okay with Nazis. We get that. That's
How are you okay with it if you want to protect speech of people?
The people you're protecting
So
the
is
speech of is the
Scalia
Nazis.
pro flag burning? Is Scalia pro flag burning because he did a case where he sided with them on the case for free speech? He said he disagreed with it personally. Doesn't make any sense, Dan.
Okay. I just don't know why you would go to bat so hard for if a Nazi gets punched in the face. But that's neither here nor there. Okay, that's neither here nor there. You don't know about the paradox tolerance. You don't care about the paradox tolerance. The fact of the matter is, if you just look at the statistics, right-wing violence is more prevalent than left-wing violence anyway. So going back to your point about whether someone's wearing a Kamala hat or a Trump hat, who would get more likely to get assaulted? It would be the person on the left. And that is going back to your fallacious point, which was that somehow the left is more against freedom of speech, even though it's the right that are banning books. It's the right that are supporting a president that is suing media companies that talk bad about him. It's the right that is supporting a guy who is firing anyone that releases information that he doesn't like. It's the right that is reviewing the museum, the government museum, to determine if the history matches what Trump believes. I'll pull that story up for you. Hold on. What is it? The National Archives?
And you're wrong what you're saying, because they've done these experiments. You can go on YouTube where someone will wear a Kamala hat or a Trump hat and see the reactions between the two.
Why is everything you say TikTok or YouTube? I'm talking about the reality in front of us. I'm talking about the policies being supported by Republicans. You're talking about anecdotes on videos, okay? I don't give a fuck about TikTok. I don't give a fuck about YouTube. Right now...
Well, you do care about TikTok. Come on.
No, I know. I get that you're not a real person. Okay, I get that you can't win the debate here on merit and on the actual fact. So you're trying to.
Well, it doesn't matter to you as long as you're getting paid, right? What does it matter?
You talking about me?
Just pawns and as a
you talking about me?
Yeah.
Because
if you really just wanted to do TikTok panels and really just wanted to do debates, you would shut off all the gifts and shut off all the monetary value.
Is labor free?
No, in his mind, it's not labor because nothing I'm doing is productive.
Like people who come up on the panel who are not doing it for money for the most part.
No.
Am I getting paid for this? I'm not getting paid for
I'm
this.
Mike. Okay, so number one, not that it matters, but every single time I shout out the live, I say nobody has to give, nobody has to sub. All you have to do, all I'm asking for is a follow. But even if, just so we're clear, shut the fuck up. Even if I ask people to gift me, I'm on here for hours, sacrificing my mental health and my black hair, which is now gray, talking to racist, pedophile, Nazi fucks like you. Okay, so if people want to tip a few pennies or a few dollars, I am not going to be judged by you. Okay, as you lick the boots of those that are siphoning off trillions of dollars from the bottom 90%, I am not going to be judged by you. Okay, now
Dan, don't crash out.
I'm gonna ask you a question. Okay, it's a little bit off topic. Your question.
But Dan, you've been disrespectful. That's the problem, Dan. I was looking to have a discussion, and you
I don't care. I really hope you eat shit, all different kinds. I just have a quick question.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah. No, this is the tolerant left. I know the left. I'm crashing out.
Conservatives. I think you're proving it right here.
You know what? I'm actually so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize for everything I said. I just need you to answer one question for me, if you can.
No, I'm good.
Why?
Because you know what? Respect begets respect, and you don't know how to be respectful to people who come up on your panels.
You just claimed that I'm only doing this for the money. You think that's respectful?
Be thanking people because you are, Dan. Come on.
Okay.
If you
didn't so you recognize you're not being respectful.
Doing this. You see, I'm doing this. I'm not making money from this.
If you want to be into,
but I'm coming up. I don't know about
whoa, you have excuse you. You have 10 cents. What? You should turn off your gifting. You got 10 cents there from your fellow Nazis.
I haven't set up payments, so I don't even get any of it. So it doesn't matter.
Oh, skill issue. Okay. If you,
it's not a skill issue. I don't give money to the.
All right, this one will prove. If you can just prove me wrong on this one thing, I will agree with you to change my prompt. Okay,
that's all right. Just because you were disrespectful.
One question.
It's a shame
because are you really gonna run? Oh my
civil
God, you're such a
conversation, a
child.
cordial
You're so
conversation. But of
afraid.
course,
You're so afraid of somebody having a
but
backbone and pushing back on hateful rhetoric.
Dan,
Yeah.
was I disrespectful to you?
Yes.
When was I
Yes.
disrespectful?
You interrupted me several
Dan,
times until I specifically asked you not to.
Did I say any personal names to you, Dan?
You questioned my integrity by saying I'm only doing this for money, right? You're being disrespectful. No, by the way, I don't actually take offense to any of that. I really genuinely don't care what Nazi fucks like you think about me. I just want you to answer a question. That's all.
Nazis,
I just
right,
want to.
right.
I'm trying to coddle you into
You
answering
know
this
what I
one
mean?
question. I'm trying to. I just want
The ad hominems, Dan, is the problem. Dan,
It's not an ad hominem. No, that's not an ad hominem. That's not an ad hominem. That's an
guys, stop
insult.
giving me gifts.
That's an insult. An
Stop
ad
giving me
hominem is if I'm attacking you to degrade your argument. No. I'm just insulting you because you're a bad person. All I want is for you to have the testicular fortitude to answer this one question. Just one. One. That's all I ask.
It's okay, Dan.
I'm
because-
sorry for calling you a Nazi. I'm sorry. I beg for your
Why
forgiveness.
do that, Dan? Why not have a conversation?
I want to. Let's start
I
off.
don't
Let's start
think
off
you
fresh.
do.
Let's reset.
I
Let's
don't think
reset.
you do.
Let's reset. Let's reset.
I don't think you do.
Let's reset. I'm gonna ask you one question.
I'm good.
Okay,
good
so you're
because
you're afraid of the truth. You're afraid of
No, but
speaking
it's
to
just,
liberals.
Dan, I've been answering your questions previously, but you took it to a different level, and that's the
Okay,
problem.
listen. I invited you to turn your camera on. I just want to look eye to eye, right, man to man. Yeah, I got a little heated. A lot of times we get heated in politics. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but how long you been doing this, Dan? Come on. You
Almost
should
a
know
year.
this.
Almost a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that show? You know,
I'm mentally unstable. You're right. I need to work on it now.
I haven't been doing this for a year, and I'm not.
I
taking
apologize.
anything out.
I just want you to answer one question. That's it. Is that so hard? You can ask me a
The
question too.
is yes, I will get off here, but I'm glad I made my points.
You
and
can
I
ask
think
me
you
a
should
question
update-
too.
I think you should update your prompt.
You can ask me a question. Okay, so
Because
you're gonna
your
run. Okay,
prompt
you are a
is
Nazi. I don't
disingenuous.
apologize. Obviously, I'm trying to baby you
See
because
what
you
I
guys
mean?
need to
There
be
we go
coddled.
again.
You're so afraid to interact with the facts in front of you. You go by
I was
hypotheticals.
talking to you
Your
before.
proof was TikTok and YouTube. Look, you said, okay, yeah, the conservatives are against the Constitution and the conservatives are against free speech, but on TikTok and YouTube, it's the liberals. You literally live in a different reality to justify that you're a hateful piece of garbage. You deny reality. You talk about you were trying to adjust history to fit your hateful
you're
worldview.
yelling.
All I ask is for you to answer one question, and you know you're not gonna be able to answer it truthfully because you're a weak man. That's the only people that can be
what I mean?
conservatives right now. That's the only people that can support MAGA right now are weak men. You have to support child rapists and sexual assaulters because that's the only way you'll ever have human interaction. You have to support Nazi rhetoric like immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation because that's what you believe. I do not like you, and if you'd like to come up and answer my question and be a man, I'll bring you back up. But until such time, I really hope you eat shit. TikTok Shop is an amazing place to buy goods and services. You can shop for Christmas. You can shop for Halloween. You can shop for your cousin's bat mitzvah. Make sure to check your TikTok shop.
How dare you have human emotion, Dan? Like, humans don't have emotion, right? We're supposed to all be robots and not get upset when people are being Nazis. Like, I know, right? That's just wild.
Phil, thank you for the $5 for you dealing with a disingenuous person saying they are nice while having a smart ass tone. Yeah, no, that guy genuinely, I hope the worst for him. Like whatever the worst the world has to offer, that's what I hope for that man. Thank you, Sir Voided, for $5. W Late Night Debates. Thank you. Like we're talking about people that are defending Nazis or are Nazis. We're talking about people that are defending child rapists or are child rapists. I'm sorry that I get a little animated. Like, I'm gonna play this TikTok. I used to play it a lot, and I wanted to play it for him, but he was too much of a baby back bitch to stay. I really wanted him to see this TikTok. It's very, very quick. But he was a child, bad faith actor, coward, racist. But I'm gonna play it. Let me just find it really quick. But if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We are live on the weekends doing live political debates, political discussions, fact checks, and crash outs. Also, make sure to follow Kit and Hector if you aren't already. Thank you all so much. Oh, wait, it's not a repost. It's a I'm new here. Welcome in, everybody. There are actually a lot of new people here. For those of you that are new, we are actually having our 1 year anniversary on the 20th. We've been doing 1 year of political lives, and I'm going to show a couple clips, I think, of me back before the election. And like, I don't know if y'all saw the pictures of Obama before and after his presidency, but like, don't get me wrong. I've always been like a hear me out at best, but I have aged like 20 years in the past year. Absolute insanity. And it's because of guests like that. But give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna talk really quickly.
Jubilee platformed a literal fucking Nazi, a literal fucking fascist. Man, fuck debating. Blow that motherfucker's head. What the fuck are you talking about? No, I'm not gonna say unalive him. No, kill that nigga. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's have a civil conversation. No, blow his fucking head off. Line his ass up against the wall and blow his brains out. The fuck are you doing letting this nigga on your show? No, literally, what was the point of you letting that nigga on your show? Why? What is the point?
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. We don't condone violence, but like, y'all read the history books, right? We really need to not just allow the rise of Nazis in this country. By whatever means necessary.
Hey Dan, can I ask you a favor?
Sure.
The next time that they claim that Antifa is an organization, can you ask them to tell you who the CEO is or any of the leaders? Like, please, because I'm so tired of that rhetoric. Like, I'm in Portland, Oregon. This is like heart of Antifaville over here. I have yet to meet anyone who's a leader or where I get my subscription. If there is a place to get my subscription, I would love to subscribe. But anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, Kit, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, thank you. Love you, Hector. Love you, Dan. Talk to you guys later. Thanks for having me up.
Bye. I'm sorry. I gotta say this because I'm getting very irritated with the criticism coming from these people about anyone who has their pay links in their bio or gets gift and donations. First off, and I learned this when I started debating back in September, which my year anniversary is next month on the 12th, which is crazy. And also reminder, I had a hairline before I started debating. Anyways, so once you get to a certain amount of followers, subscriptions automatically turn on. You can't turn them off. You can't stop anyone from giving you gifts unless you completely turn it off, in which case, why would we do that? CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, all these networks, billion-dollar industries. God forbid a random guy on the internet trying to do some good can't get a freaking Cash App, a Venmo, or anything else. Fuck y'all.
Yeah, it's the reality is they recognize that nobody can do this for multiple hours a day without some kind of help like that. They want to silence us, so they try to pass aspersions as if they didn't support the number one grifter of all time for president.
Eating the dogs.
And frankly, the main reason that I say, nobody has to give, nobody has to sub, and all that stuff is because I do at this point have a day job. I don't make enough on TikTok to transition. If this was my job, which is the case for a lot of other content creators who are doing good, I see no problem in shouting out your pay links, shouting out your live goal, as long as you're open about like what it is. If you're saying it's for bail and it's not, or vice versa, then that's something else. But if you if you're doing this for a living and you're fighting the good fight, why would it matter that you're getting paid? Like, I'm just so lost. So yeah.
As far as I'm
thank you so
concerned,
much for the $5, you dirty grifter. Thank you. But yeah, I usually try to use like donations to the live on either some way to improve the stream, or there was like a 2-month period where like I just took a break from work to try to focus on the lives, and in those cases I supplemented my income because otherwise I wouldn't be able to live. But if I were doing this full time, like a lot of creators are, I would have to have some kind of live goal. I would have to shout out what's it called? Pay links, because I mean, y'all have seen the grift goal. It's been it's been like 2 weeks and we're at $50. So yeah, I don't feel guilty for having gifts on or pay links on or whatever. And I'm damn sure not going to be judged by the right about something like that. So all right, we're gonna
Thank you, Erica, for the 10 on the blue app. I will not be reading out your message. I appreciate you.
Hold on. I'm just really quickly gonna play something for y'all. This is from August of 2024. Let me find a good one. Actually, no. Let's go with September of 2020. I gotta share my screen.
Also, Dan, do what you need to do for your mental health, but if you stray away from politics until midterms, I'm going to be very upset.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. I just I feel like it might be untenable, but we'll see. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, like look,
I do.
Look at this. Look at this young guy. Look at him, full of hope. Welcome in. Just hanging out until the debate. We're gonna be watching it live here. So if you want to
Insane.
See fact checks in real time, drop a follow or just hang out. This was less than a year ago. Hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, everybody. Crashless Dan.
Than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy.
I still don't get how she lost the election after this debate. Holy shit. When he said the Haitians are eating cats and dogs, I really thought it was over. I was like, okay, she got him. Like this is over. What the actual fuck? He is technically cutting one or two people in line, but maybe we'll watch it on Discord. Heartland Institute. Anyway.
I remember Republicans even saying that Donald Trump failed that debate, but in my live earlier today, just had someone going, oh yeah, I don't think Kamala Harris whooped him in the debate. I think they both did the same. I'm like, what?
All right, we're going to the next guest. Here we go. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I'm sorry I'm at work. I'm not MAGA or anything, so you don't have to worry about that. I just have one quick question. So you might not necessarily know the answer to this, but it's like really bothering me because it's like kind of contradictory. It's about something that I usually see them do. So like I see a lot of times that they defend Nazis and things like that, and it's like really weird. But they really support Israel, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is usually typically a Judaism country. So it's like, what like side are they on?
Okay. This is actually an interesting question. So, have you ever heard of the horseshoe theory?
No.
Okay. Then I won't go that way. Basically, there are people on the far right that are against Israel because they're Jewish, not because they're committing a genocide. Those people are actually the ones that come out and say that they are Donald Trump isn't far enough to the right. These are like the Nick Fuenteses, for example. But the majority of the conservative right now are Christian Zionists, evangelicals that believe that the Israel needs to exist for the second coming of Christ or some bullshit like that. And so That's why like conservatives can support someone like Donald Trump who's super pro-Israel, but then under the same tent of Donald Trump, there could be white nationalists and Nazis that'll support him for the immigration stuff.
Okay, that makes sense. So there's right, far right, and all right, pretty much.
Yeah, and that's kind of the problem. The problem is that the entire right was willing to fall in line behind Donald Trump, whereas the left weren't able to do that for Kamala Harris. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Please, thank you for answering that question because it's bothering me for the longest time. That's something I never could really understand about that party.
Yeah. No.
Okay, that's all I had. That's all I wanted. Thanks, Dan. Keep doing what you're doing. Spread the word. Fight the fight.
Appreciate you.
You too.
Ashlyn, thank you for the hat and mustache. Coffee, thank you for the corgi. JL, thank you for the hand heart to Kit. If I missed any gifts, I'm sorry. Chat, if I'm picking at my ear, there is like I'm just gonna listen. We're all friends here. I feel like there's a pimple in my earlobe, but it's just not popping. It's just there though, and so like I keep like just grabbing at it, and I probably shouldn't, but
You feel a bump?
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a bump. It's don't pop it. It's not ready yet.
I have an issue with bumps. Every time I feel something, I want to just dig it out, and then I always leave scars. It's a terrible habit.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Actually, I've ripped out like skin. If a skin tag starts to form on my body, I literally rip it out. Probably not good, but anyway. Hi, welcome up.
Ain't no way.
You are a strong, confident woman. You will support Democrats in the 2026 midterms. You will vote against the party that protects pedophiles. You will vote against the party that supports concentration camps. You are a strong advocate for a woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions. You are a strong, confident woman, and you will never vote for a conservative again.
And you will send Dan reparations next time you come here.
So I don't want to co-opt the word reparations, but I do think that empathy havers in America need reparations from 3-time Trump voters. I said it. When this is all over, we're tired. We're fucking tired. We need some compensation. Like it's just been our therapy bills, you know, our stress eating. Like I know damn well I have DoorDashed lo mein that I did not need to DoorDash if Kamala was president. I'm tired of working under my corporate overlords. Too. I just need an apology and admission of stupidity, to be honest. From 3-time Trump voters? No. An apology is not going to be enough from them. 3-time Trump voters? No. Maybe the ones that survived the gulags will accept apologies from.
Yeah, that's not gonna cut it.
Yeah. The other timeline is so nice. Oh man, the other timeline. I mean, there's a few other timelines, right? There's the timeline where Kamala won. That timeline's pretty good. But if we go back a little bit further, there's a timeline that Hillary won. That timeline is really good. Go back just a bit further than that, and there's a timeline where Bernie won. I like that timeline. If you go back even further than that, there's a timeline where Al Gore fucking won. Ooh. That's a good one. The Al Gore timeline, huge. But you know what I think? We watched all those the presidential election history videos. Chat, what was the election like? Obviously, Reagan was a bad election for us, us as a society. But was it Dukakis? What was the election that was like we really needed to win this one?
You talking about before Gore?
Yeah. If we're going further back. Santana said, "How much to boot the guest?"
Wild. I wouldn't be able to answer that one, to be honest with you.
We just watched it. I think it was Dukakis. Who did Dukakis run against? Hold on. Oh, that would have been after Reagan. No. It wasn't Dukakis. He ran against Bush Sr. No. Okay, so before Reagan, Nixon. The second Nixon election was really, really important. Election. Yeah, Nixon winning a second term was really bad. But yeah, obviously the big inflection point was Reagan. Reagan, like if there's something in your life that is wrong, there's a good chance Reagan was involved. Who's your favorite One Piece villain? Don Quixote do Flamingo. Like, why is it so expensive to buy a house? Goes back to Reagan. Why can companies like pollute our rivers? Goes back to Reagan. Why can banks charge such massive overdraft fees? Goes back to Reagan. Why is there such a massive national debt? Goes back to Reagan.
God awful higher education prices? Reagan.
Hi, welcome up.
What's up?
What's going on?
Just reading your little banner there. Conservatives are wrong about literally everything. Like what? Everything, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Literally everything.
Do you have anything that they're right about?
I mean, my grocery prices are down. My gas prices are down.
Wait, I'm going to stop you right there. Which grocery prices are down?
What do you mean, which grocery prices are down?
Like
well, where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in Florida.
Oh, okay. All right, I live in Texas.
We may be talking to someone who lives on another Earth. That's probably why the groceries are down.
Earth 2.
Yeah. I just literally paid $2.50 for eggs for a dozen today. I paid $2.40 something for diesel gas today.
Oh my god.
Gas,
Okay. So
gas was I think $2.38 in San Antonio.
Wait, I'm sorry. How much did you say you paid for diesel in Texas?
It was like $2.40 something, I believe.
You paid $2.40 something for diesel in Texas.
Yep, San Antonio.
San Antonio?
Yes, San Antonio.
Hold, please.
Right off of Interstate 35, past San Marcos.
Um,
It was at a little Exxon station.
I don't know
Right
anything
off,
about Texas. All I know is
right off,
that all I
right
know is
off
that
of
it was.
State
It's
35.
interesting.
Like I said, about 10 miles past about 10 miles past San Marcos, Texas.
Like
Literally.
gas prices are literally averaging between $2.60 and $2.90 currently, and obviously diesel's about $1 more. So the way I am side eyeing your lying ass right now is crazy.
I think you're just full of shit. But
I'm an hour and a half from you in Austin, Texas, my guy.
Okay.
You know what? Even if maybe he's mistaken, maybe found a gas station that accidentally put the wrong price. I just want to ask: are there any groceries besides eggs that you're paying less on?
So let's say, all right, when Biden was in office.
Okay, the answer is no. The reason you brought up eggs is because eggs specifically had an issue with the bird flu, and in fact, eggs hit their highest price under Trump. But now that they're down, it's the only talking point. You guys all have the same fucking firmware update. I know it's so easy. Grocery prices are down. I ask which groceries? Well, eggs. How much eggs do you guys fucking eat? When I ask for any other grocery, well, Biden. No. I asked you a very, very direct question. Now I'm going to ask you to answer that again. Besides eggs, I muted you because you were talking while I was talking, and I've had enough with you non-punctuation understanders. Okay, I'll talk when your punctuation, and then you talk when my punctuation. How about that? All right. Now you can unmute. Answer my question. Besides eggs, what is cheaper?
So what I was trying to say was, when I was paying for groceries when Biden was president, I was paying about $75 to $100 more. Now I'm paying less than that.
Besides eggs, what is cheaper?
So let's say my weekly grocery bill was $350, right? Now I'm paying around $275 to $250.
Besides eggs, what was cheaper?
Milk.
How much was milk? How much was milk under Biden? How much is milk now?
It was around $3.50, $4 a gallon, and now it's like $2.80 at HEB. At HEB.
You're lying.
Well, I'm sorry you don't know what an HEB is. But
I know what an HEB is. I know they're in Texas, and I know you're lying.
Okay, well, I was literally there today, and that's exactly what we paid. $2.80 for a gallon.
I mean, there's no way. I'm not going to be able to debate somebody who lives in a different reality. Like you need to defend him, no matter how you can. So you're going to bring up
my reality. Just because I have Texas has a better economy, and you guys are still eating shit over there.
We don't. It doesn't.
But it does. And I
Literally
support Trump 100%. I support him deporting all the illegals.
Doesn't we have 2 million people leave here in the next 4 years, right up to the
I
numbers of
support
freaking
that.
California.
I'm sorry you're
Grocery
mad.
prices have also gone up.
I'm sorry you're
since
mad.
the same time last year.
Kamala Harris didn't win. I actually feel sorry for
I don't remember talking about Kamala Harris. Grocery prices went up 8% from the same time.
But I feel sorry for you.
Did he run? Oh, he's still there.
I mean, Trump is by far doing what no other president has ever done before. He's literally making America better.
Ooh,
My life.
Let me ask you something, Dan. So we have this thing in Texas where gas stations are allowed to put up prices on their billboards that's actually lower than what it actually is at the pump by up to 20 cents difference. Is that a thing in Florida?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. And then oftentimes they don't change their signs in time, and they'll leave it there to get people to come into the pumps. Very prominent thing here in Texas. So even if you think you saw 240, 260 something for diesel at any gas station,
it's what I
is
paid.
absolutely not what you paid.
It's what I paid. It's what I paid.
I'm pretty sure you cannot tell me what your pump said when you put it
Buddy,
into
you
your
live in
diesel
Austin,
truck.
which is run by Democrats. I'm sorry that you live in a
My guy,
Democratic part of the
San
city.
Antonio is the same region.
No.
It's literally the same district
It's
with
run by
the same
Republicans.
economy. Greg
Which is ran by
Gazar and
Republicans.
everyone else cover the entire area.
Which
It
is
is
ran
an
by
hour and a
Republicans.
half difference. It's all run by Democrats.
San
National Weather
Antonio,
Service covered that district.
San
Votes for
Marcos,
everything else covered
ran by
both those
Republicans.
districts.
I'm sorry.
San Antonio is not Republican.
It is. Everywhere I go in San Antonio,
Who's your congressman in San Antonio?
people have
Who's your congressman in
Trump
San Antonio?
signs and love Trump.
Who's
There's
your congressman in San
very,
Antonio?
very, very few.
Who's your congressman in San Antonio?
Okay, there's very few Democrats
That's what I thought.
in San Antonio.
Shut up.
He doesn't know.
It's actually funny how like you guys despise Trump when you guys are
It's actually funny how brain dead you are.
You guys are benefiting from
It's
him.
actually funny how brain dead you are.
Are you gonna give him credit when he stops the war?
What war did he stop?
Are you gonna give him credit when he stops the Ukrainian-Russian war?
I mean, in my dreams, yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's gonna happen.
Oh, it's gonna happen. Trust the plan, right?
It's gonna happen. I mean,
y'all been running off riding that wave since
the whole 4 years he was in office.
Trust the plan.
He did nothing.
Trust the plan.
He did nothing. Trump actually met with Putin.
Okay,
Everybody.
and accomplished literally nothing. Just like when he met with the other dictator, Kim Jong Un. All he does, this is what Trump does for you guys. He meets with dictators on taxpayer dime, by the way, and it's photo ops for the dictators, and gets nothing. He left North Korea, and Kim Jong Un continues to do missile tests. He left.
Had 4 years. Biden and Harris had 4 years to try to stop it.
First of all, it's not 4 years if the invasion was in 2022. That's number one.
Well, whatever.
Number two. Just so we're clear, Donald Trump lied to you. You know that, right? He said, "I'm going to end the war on day one." Why are you okay with being lied to?
For one, maybe let's just say it was a lie. All right, let's just say it was a lie. It doesn't even fucking matter because he's actually putting things into place to actually stop it. The Biden
Have some self-respect, bro. What? You're okay with being lied to? What the fuck? And when you're saying he's put things in place to stop it, I don't know if you know this, but drones. I'm sorry.
Never lied to you? Your mother and father never told you a lie?
Number one.
Did your mother and father ever tell you a lie?
Number one, comparing your parents to the president of the United States is insane. Number two, my mother and father have not lied to me the amount of that Donald Trump has lied to the American people. That's number two. Number three. Also, I wouldn't vote for my mother and father to be president. But anyway.
I mean, but so the whole point of me asking you that is all men lie. All men fall short of the glory of God. I don't know if you believe in God or not.
Do you think? All right, I have a question. Do you think the number 60 is different than the number 7?
Well, hold on. So funny how this guy said, the OFG thing, right? And he probably doesn't believe in God, but he's mentioning God. Why? Why would you say
OFG?
something? Yeah, he said, "Oh my effing."
Did I not say, "Oh my fuck"?
Yeah, and then you say God. You literally said, "Oh my effing God."
And
so, if you don't believe in God, why would you mention His name?
There's several gods.
Okay, no, there's only one God.
Your Bible acknowledges other gods.
Sure, buddy.
It literally does.
I'll
You want me to
pray
pull up
for
the
you.
verse?
I'll literally pray.
Do you want me to pull up the verse?
There's one God.
Oh, you want me to pull up the verse? Do you want me to pull up the verse in your Bible?
Go ahead, pull it up.
Okay, which version you want it from? KJV?
Let's do New King James Version. Do it.
Oh, please.
Okay, well, Hector's getting that. So this is all of Donald Trump's amazing success in the Russia-Ukraine war. You said he's doing things to stop the war, okay? So in 2024, these are the Russian drone strikes launched against Ukraine. This right here on the left, these are the Russian drone strikes launched in 2025. There's more aggression from Russia towards Ukraine during Trump's presidency, and part of that has to do with Donald Trump pulling funding for a full month that otherwise would have been able to help Ukrainians, and it set them back probably several months. So the idea...
I could agree with that.
Okay, perfect. So you agree that Donald Trump has done nothing to end the war outside of getting a photo op with Putin?
I mean, that's a step in the right direction, is it not?
More drone strikes is a step in the right direction?
I'm saying it's a step in the right direction. That Trump meeting with Putin is a step in the right direction.
If nothing came of the meeting, how is that a step in the right direction?
Because after the meeting, he got on a late phone call, which he posted about saying that he got on the phone with NATO's leaders, whoever the fuck they are, and with the president over there in Ukraine, and said they had a long talk, and they all agreed that a ceasefire won't mean anything, and that the only true outcome is a complete whatever for them to stop the war completely. And Zelensky is coming to the White House on Monday.
All right. I guess we'll see. But just to be clear,
But that's a step in the right direction, though, right?
I mean, it doesn't. It sounds like it's a step
And if he stops the war, will you give him credit?
only if here's when I'll give it credit. Only if the war ends without conceding Ukrainian territory to Russia.
If people stop dying, right?
And that's not a victory.
All Russians and all Russian people and who's ever involved in that war, and they all stop dying and there's no more fighting, you have to give Trump credit for that, no matter how it stops.
Okay. So no matter how it stops is insane. I hope you know that.
Why is that insane?
Because that would mean that at any point a nuclear power can just invade a sovereign nation that we
took America, right? We took America, right? We conquered America, right?
We conquered America? You mean like
we conquered America? We took it from the natives, right? We conquered them, right?
Yeah, that was a bad thing. That was not a good thing.
But we still did it, though, right? And now you're here, living here, a nice little life with your nice little American flag in the back, and you're able to come in your nice little TikTok live and be able to say and do what you want, and be able to basically disgrace President Trump and say what you're allowed to do that.
Wait, does it bother you when I disgrace President Trump?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, good.
I'm just saying you're allowed
because
to do
he's on
it.
the Epstein list and you're protecting a pedophile. I hope you know that.
Really?
Yeah. Why didn't he release it?
Why didn't Biden release it?
Why didn't you answer my question? Why is it always Biden?
Because why didn't Biden do it?
Okay, you want me to give you a real answer? Open your listening. Open your listening ears. Open your listening ears. I want maybe there's a chance. Okay, I will tell you why Biden didn't release it. Watch this. So, the Epstein investigation was open under the Biden administration. Every president except for Donald Trump knows that the executive branch and the Department of Justice are actually separate entities. So the cases referred to the Department of Justice and the FBI. The Department of Justice and the FBI have an open investigation. During that investigation, they literally indicted and convicted Ghislaine Maxwell. The investigation is still open. It gets passed to the Trump administration. Donald Trump campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. He gets into office. The investigation is still open. Okay. Pam Bondi says the Epstein list is sitting on her desk to review. Kash Patel says that there's hours and hours of, I think it was thousands of hours of footage and hundreds of victims. And then all of a sudden, Elon Musk says that Trump is on the Epstein list. And within a month, case is closed. No more investigation. Also, Epstein did kill himself, and there's no one else to prosecute. And then, when even Trump supporters are calling him out for that and saying, "Hey, you promised to release the list," he gets mad and says, "The Epstein files are an Obama hoax." And he says, "Anyone that voted for me that cares about Epstein, I don't want your support." Do you see the difference between him and Biden now?
So, okay, I could agree with you somewhat there, Art. But now, what about? Because we all know that the Russian hoax was all done by Obama, and that was the actual hoax.
It wasn't.
And if he was lying about that, then he was 100% lying about the Epstein files. Obama.
Two things. Well, number one, the Russian thing wasn't a hoax, but that's going to take way too many spoons to explain to you. Number two, and most importantly,
it's documented that it was a hoax.
What was the hoax? Wait, can you explain what the hoax is?
That Russia and President Trump were colluding, or however the fuck you say it, all right? Okay. Were together.
That was not the Russian hoax.
Doing shit, okay, to help President Trump to win.
Do you know who Paul Manafort is?
No, I don't.
That was the former campaign chairman of Donald Trump. He was indicted and convicted under because of the Mueller investigation due to this hoax. Okay? There were several other members of the Trump administration and campaign that were convicted for inappropriate connections to the Russian government and Russian oligarchs. This was an investigation. Just because an investigation does not prove that Trump is a literal traitor does not mean it was a hoax. There was a ton of smoke and there was a ton of fire. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Can I ask you this?
Yeah.
Even then, I would say, Dan,
If Trump, if
it was about Russia colluding in the election, and then additionally they tried to tie Trump to it. And we still know in 2016, 2020, and 2024, Russia was sanctioned numerous entities from there, and they all pushed for anti whatever Democratic candidate, pro Trump propaganda. Literally, as far as our video games, they found bots who would go into chat rooms pushing for against Kamala Harris for Trump.
Now, if you believe that Trump is on the files, on the Epstein files, then you got to 100% believe that every single high power person in
Throw them into the
government,
sun. I don't care. Yes,
in
yes, yes.
government
Tar and
is
feather
on that
them.
fucking list.
Yeah, sure. Use that old timey torture machine that stretches their arms and legs. Yes, but all I'm going to say is this: every single Democratic senator voted to release it, and every single Republican senator blocked it. So tell me what that says.
That's full of shit because the Democratic judge voted against it.
I know this talking point. You got it. You listen. I know that I know.
It blows it out the water right there, buddy.
No, Marcelo.
Well,
I swear. If I could just let me get one sentence out, you'll understand. Okay. So what you're doing right now is this is a talking point that has been uploaded into you. It's the firmware update because this Obama appointed judge. All right. I'm actually gonna go ahead. I'm gonna have past Dan explain it to you because right now I don't even think that I'll be able to get it out and explain it as well as past Dan did. So I'm just gonna have past Dan explain it to you. This type of rhetoric from this Obama appointed judge talking point. So MAGA's firmware update came in, and their new argument for defending the indefensible.
Yeah, I heard it. I already heard this.
Obama. Oh, you already heard it. Okay, so you recognize that the Ghislaine Maxwell court grand jury testimony is not the same thing as the Epstein files or the Epstein list, and they specifically chose the one thing that could not be released. Right now, Donald Trump could release the Epstein files. He chooses not to.
They're sealed. They're sealed.
No, they're not.
They're sealed.
By who?
By the government. It's fucking sealed, dude.
Who's the government?
Yeah, but Trump can't just physically say release these. It doesn't work like that. It has to go get approved by the judges, which are all Democrats.
So now they're separate branches. So now he's not involved. Okay.
See, that's what you guys are not realizing. It's like it. Look, Art. Throw away Democrats. Throw away Republicans, conservatives, left, rights, whatever. If Trump is on there, everybody else is on there too, dude.
The one thing you don't understand is that...
And if that's the case, then they're all full of shit, and they all need to burn in hell.
Good, great, okay. The Democrats don't care if Bill Clinton is on it. We don't care if Obama is on it. We don't care if Kamala Harris is on it. It's just the Republicans that are crashing out about the idea that Trump might be on it. So I don't know why you keep saying... You're saying if Trump is on it... I love that you say this, by the way. You say if Trump is on it, then everyone's on it. Is there a chance that maybe Trump and a lot of people are on it, and how about all those people get fucked? But it's everyone. You want to do these false equivalencies. Well, if Trump is a pedophile, then everyone's a pedophile. How about maybe just Trump and a lot of his friends are pedophiles? And maybe some Democrats too. How about he releases them and we find out? Like he promised to do before the election. Like the FBI director promised to do before they realized how many times Trump's name was listed in them. Like Pam Bondi promised to do. And then all of a sudden the list doesn't exist. It went from the list is sitting on my desk right now to actually there is no list. Why? It just answer me this. If Donald Trump is innocent, why did he get so upset when his own supporters were asking him to release the files? Why did he say, any of my voters that care about the Epstein files being released, I don't want your support? Just answer me that.
Direct quote, too.
Repeat that again. I didn't get to hear you.
Any of my voters that care about the Epstein files being released, I don't want your support. Why did he say that?
I didn't even know he said that. So can you show me where he said that?
Yes, I will pull it up for you. I got you.
Not no hearsay bullshit.
I'm pulling it up. This is from his own Truth Social account. Okay? Here we go. This is Donald J. Trump. It's got the little verified check mark. Truth Social, right? This is not some unverified bullshit.
Real quick. You mind if I finish my point from earlier, Dan?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Mr. Marcel, Exodus 20, verse 3, you shall have no other gods before me. Before you say he's acknowledging false idols, we know several other verses where he specifies false idols and gods.
Right, he's
Psalm
talking about
82,
false
Psalm,
idols and false gods, not actual gods.
I feel like I
People made
literally just said we know there's other verses where he specifies false idols and gods, and this is different from that. But there's more. Trust me, I got more than one verse.
no
I like to paint a pattern.
because God
Okay?
specifically
I like to
says
paint a
there's only
pattern. Shut
one
up,
God.
shut up,
I
shut
am
up, shut
God.
up. Psalm 82, verse 1, God stands in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. Interesting. Why is God in a council of fake gods? And why is that specified in the Bible of one of his saints, David? Exodus 12, verse 12, for I will pass through the land of Egypt on that night, and I will strike all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast. And against all the gods of Egypt will I execute judgments. I don't know how you can execute judgments against fake
They had
gods.
false gods.
Now, this is
They had
all that
fake
I have
gods.
just in the Old Testament. I could move on to the New Testament, but that's proving the point. If
They
you want
had
to say that
fake
God is
false
wasting
gods. They
time
had
writing
gods
about judging
that
and
they
having
made.
councils with idols, then that's a whole nother messy can of worms.
They had fake false gods that they were worshiping.
In your dance. Go ahead, Dan.
And hold on, and let me ask him this. And when it says gods there, is it in all? Is
No
it in
one
all
cares.
caps?
Go ahead, Dan.
No, we care. We care. So answer it. When it says gods, is it in all caps or is it in lowercase? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because a real person that actually studies the Bible knows what the Bible is talking about. When it refers and says God in all caps, it's talking about the one true God. When it says God in lower caps, it's talking about a false idol God.
No, it's talking about other gods.
No.
Because
Is it
the
all in
Bible
caps?
specifies
Is it
false
all in
idols.
caps? Is it all in caps though? I didn't think so.
Wait, how does this even?
There's no all in caps several gods, dumbass. God is referring to the one Abrahamic God.
Get
What are you
lost, buddy.
talking about?
Mute this guy. Jesus.
Wait, wasn't this whole thing stemming from the fact that you got offended that he said, "Oh my fucking god"?
Literally.
No,
Yeah.
I wasn't offended. For one, I don't get offended from people that I don't
He
know.
literally complained that I said fucking God. He
Yeah.
literally
Yeah,
complained that I said that. He said that I'm
because-
probably not a Christian, but I acknowledge God.
No, because
And
why
now
are
he
you-
wants to
why
say
is
that I have you, and
acknowledging-
now you have an issue with me acknowledging said
Why are
God in
you
uppercase G,
acknowledging
because
a
uppercase
God that
G
you don't
means
believe
one Abrahamic God, and then lowercase G means other gods.
False gods.
Nope.
Fake gods.
Nope.
Okay, all right. Listen, lowercase god, capital God, oh my fucking god, LeBron and 6 or whatever. Okay, we're going to the tweet. Okay, the radical left Democrats have hit pay dirt again. Just like the fake and fully discredited Steele dossier, the lying 51 intelligence agents, the laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore had come from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom, and even the Russia scam itself, a totally fake and made up story used in order to hide crooked Hillary Clinton's big loss in the 2016 presidential election. These scams and hoaxes are all the Democrats are good at. It's all they have. They are no good at governing, no good at policy, no good at picking winning candidates. Also, unlike Republicans, they stick together like glue. Their new scam is what we will forever call the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. And my past supporters have bought into their bullshit hook, line, and sinker. They haven't learned their lesson and probably never will. Even after being conned by the lunatic left for 8 long years, I have had more success in 6 months than perhaps any president in our country's history. And all these people want to talk about with strong prodding by the fake news and the success-starved Dems is the Jeffrey Epstein hoax. Let these weaklings continue forward and do the Democrats' work. Don't even think about talking of our incredible and unprecedented success because I don't want their support anymore. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again.
Yeah, he's basically, from what I'm getting from that, he's just basically pointing out the obvious how people has convinced that they supported him, and then they convinced themselves to not support him because of the files, and he's explaining how it's a fucking hoax.
Would you support him if he was a pedophile?
I want to support anybody if they were a pedophile. but
Ooh,
he's not
actually, wait. I have a
pedophile.
question. We've asked 6 people this question so far. Okay, you're gonna be number 7. The election happens again. Okay, everything's the same. The economy is the same. The campaigns are the same.
I'm
Policies
still
are the same.
voting for him, buddy. I'm still voting for him. You want to know why?
Wait, let me
Because-
finish. Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question.
All right, go ahead. I got you. You're welcome.
Elections the same. Policies are the same. campaigns are the same, debates the same, economy's the same, everything's the same. There's only one difference, which is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who do you vote for?
Okay. If that was the case of him actually raping a child, okay, no, he wouldn't have my vote. But
Who would you vote for?
I want to vote for Kamala Harris.
There it is. That you're now 6 out of 7. The 7th would still vote for Trump. The 6 others, not a single one out of the 7 of you would vote for a black woman, even if the opponent was a child molester. You guys are the most disgusting. That's why you can delude yourself to say groceries are down, because you're going to vote for him no matter what. No,
you're probably just going to remove me from the live for no reason. And
no. The reason, if I do remove you from the live, let me just explain to you. The reason I would remove you from the live is because you would rather a child molester win the election if it meant voting for a black woman. That's the reality, right?
No, but let me tell you. Let me explain to you now.
Explain to me. Go ahead.
Kamala never.
Kamala.
I call her Kamala. So
you can call her Harris if you'd like,
because she never basically said anything that interests me.
I'm not asking you. I'm sorry. I'm not asking you why you voted for Trump.
For one, I voted for Obama.
That's beautiful. I love to hear that. Okay. I'm not asking you why you voted for Trump. I'm asking you, in this scenario where everything's the same except Donald Trump raped a child, why you wouldn't vote for Kamala?
She didn't get an actual primary, for one. She wasn't actually voted in.
And this is as important as child rape?
You see, but you're trying to hinge it all on that child rape, but you guys have no proof of it. You're just saying his name is on the list.
I gave you a hypothetical, big dog. Okay, all you needed to say was, ask me the same question in reverse. Ask me the same question.
How can you call him a pedophile if there's no actual proof?
The question I asked you was a hypothetical, and it was the easiest. I will answer the question, and I will answer the question. I swear to you, I will answer the question. I do not dodge questions like you guys. Okay, if I were asked the question, this is the easiest question in human history to answer. If I were asked the exact same question that I just asked you, but the video was of Kamala instead of Trump, I would vote for Donald Trump. You couldn't. You had to struggle with the answer. You had to laugh first because the question scared you for a bit, and then you said you wouldn't even vote. Okay, so now I'm going to answer your question. How we can call him a pedophile when all we think he's on the list, right? Now, I personally have said probable pedophile. I personally said might be a pedophile, at the very least protecting pedophiles, but I will walk you through why I'm comfortable saying that. He sexualizes children, okay? When he talks about a 10-year-old girl and says, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years, that's disgusting. When he brags about the fact that he gets to, he owns the Miss Teen USA pageant and walks into the dressing room with 16-year-old girls that are half naked, and he can do that because he owns it, to me, that sounds like a pedophile, okay? And when he gets upset at anyone that wants him to hold people accountable that participated in the crimes on Epstein Island, when he gets upset about that to me sounds like someone that might have a guilty conscience, okay? But with all of that combined, with the fact that he was bragging about looking at naked 16-year-olds, with the fact that he said he would date a 10-year-old in 10 years, sexualizing a child, I think I'm comfortable with that. But I'm comfortable with calling him that. Does that make sense?
Sure, it makes sense. But what I'm saying is there's no actual proof, and you didn't say it like that. You said you would still vote for a pedophile.
In the hypothetical, there is proof. That's why it's a hypothetical. Okay, I wanted to see if you actually had a soul or a moral compass, but you don't.
Okay.
That's why I presented the hypothetical.
If I don't have a soul, then you definitely don't have a soul.
Great. I love that. Okay.
Because we all have souls.
Okay. So the reason I asked it is because I know you guys are really good at moving the goalpost. So what I chose to do, and what I've been doing with a lot of you people, you're now the 7th person I've asked in the past 2 lives. What I've been doing is I'm giving you the most concrete evidence possible. Because you guys are really good at moving the goalposts. Like when he was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, you'll say, well, there's no direct evidence, there's no blah, blah, blah. So just, this is, and he doesn't want to release the list. It's like, well, Elon said he was on the list. Like, well, okay, the most direct evidence possible. Would you vote for Kamala? And you still said no. That's why I posed the hypothetical, to see what kind of person you are. I already knew, but now everyone else knows. I'm going to make a lovely compilation that I hope will get to the 90 million non-voters so that they
I
can
ask you
see.
one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, would you still have voted for Biden after seeing on TV how he sniffed little girls' hairs and asking them to go take them to eat ice cream and do all that, and his daughter talking about him watching her taking a shower and how it was inappropriate?
Yeah, so his daughter already came out and said that wasn't that wasn't something that she found uncomfortable. And as for the sniffing children, it is not as bad as Donald Trump looking at naked teenagers.
And the lady that killed herself that worked at Mar-a-Lago, she came out, was on record saying that Trump never sexualized her or did anything with her, anything like that. That's on record. So why are Democrats still saying that?
What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Oh, wait. Is your evidence Donald Trump didn't sexually harass one woman? That was your evidence? Like, well, he didn't sexually harass her, so how could he be a pedophile?
How does that negate?
You guys hear yourself?
Are you going to answer the question about Biden, though?
Yeah. When his opponent is Donald Trump, yes, absolutely. Donald Trump literally bragged about sexually assaulting women. Yes, this is not close.
So it's all right for Biden to sniff little girls' hair.
No. I think it's a little weird. You know what? I'm glad he dropped out. And if his opponent wasn't the worst person maybe alive, then you'd have a great gotcha here.
So then you can't turn it around on me when I said I want to vote for Kamala Harris.
Yes, I can, because I just told you. Hey, listen, Smoothie. Hey, shut the. I can, because I said if you turn it on me and it was Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, but the video was of Kamala Harris, I would vote for Trump.
You said you would vote for Trump?
Yes, if the video was reversed, everything in my hypothetical was the same, but the video was of Kamala and not Trump, I would vote for Trump. And it's an easy answer.
So what's gonna happen?
Gina, you're just getting involved.
Wait, no, let me talk to her. Wait, let me talk to her.
No, she just got here. She doesn't
what
understand
time
what we're
is it?
talking about.
How are you guys
He's
so
in
hyper?
Florida. He's in Florida, so it's.
How much Red Bulls did you have today?
I can't afford them, unfortunately. Groceries are up. Okay, can I ask you if did you vote for Donald Trump, ma'am?
I don't vote. I don't give a shit about that.
Yes, she voted.
I voted. I grew up in New York. I grew up with Donald Trump. I grew up in Brooklyn. I know about him all my life. He's not a pervert, like child molester. Yeah, he probably went out with everybody and its mother. So did Leonardo DiCaprio. So did John Travolta. So
I'm not voting for either of those people.
Remember, Trump was like a celebrity beforehand.
And
I don't remember Leonardo DiCaprio saying "grab him by the ussy." I don't even.
Everybody loved Trump.
Okay.
Can I just ask you? Okay, so when Trump says, when
All
Trump,
right, but hold on a second, because until what, maybe 2 years ago, every one of you guys loved P. Diddy, because I know we all did.
That's not true.
Don't lie, buddy.
Everybody and its mother was a fan of P. Diddy. And
Not only has P. Diddy been under investigation
Look at him
for
now.
years, but yes, people who did not know that P. Diddy was found guilty of doing what he did, yes, they listened to his music. And the second he was
so how
found
do you
guilty,
know Biden
what
didn't
happened?
do it?
And the
How
second
do
he
you
was
know
found
Kamala
guilty,
Harris
what
is
happened?
not a
It has
pedophile?
been 2 to 3 years since Donald Trump was held civilly liable of the
If he was
sexual
really
assault of E. Jean
if he
Carroll,
really
and
did
you
it,
guys
they
still
would
say that
arrest
she
him.
lied about it.
They
That's
tried
the
to kill
difference.
him. It didn't work. They
okay.
tried to arrest
Oh
him.
yeah, she said she didn't vote. Yeah, she's deeper than him. Okay, let me ask you a question. When Donald Trump brags about being able
Trump only
to,
have that much pull that he could get away
when
with
when Donald Trump brags about walking into the Miss
He's
Teen
not
USA
Jesus.
dressing rooms and looking at half naked 16-year-olds, what do you think that is?
What about the coaches that come in there and do it?
Why are you saying what about? I just asked you a question. When Donald Trump brags about walking into the Miss Teen USA pageants
What
and looking
about the coaches?
are there male coaches that walk into?
Yes.
Then that's gross. Okay, I can say that. You see how easy I can answer questions? Okay, now back to the Donald Trump question. When Donald Trump brags about walking into the Miss Teen USA pageant to check out the half-naked teenagers, do you think that's good?
Could I ask you a question?
Can you answer
Without
my
me
question?
freaking out?
Is it possible? I answered your question about the coaches. Can you answer my question, please?
How long ago did they start making it illegal for them to go out with minors? Because if you're a Christian and everybody's Christian, anybody in this room knows.
That I fucking called it 2 weeks ago. There are only 4 types of Trump supporters left. racist, sexist, racist, misogynist, Nazis, and pedophiles. And they're checking all the fucking boxes. I'm dropping them because I cannot take it. I can't take it. How long ago? An adult man in his 50s should not be checking out half-naked 16-year-olds. If that is in dispute, then you've lost the plot. I don't want to find common ground with you. Holy shit! Check their hard drives. How did you guys both settle?
What about the coaches is crazy.
Yeah, also male coaches don't go into women's locker rooms. I'm 99% sure about that. But even if they do, it's so easy for me to just say, oh, then that's bad. But they can't say it. They can't say it. They can't say it about Trump. And you know why they can't say it about Trump? You know why they can't say it? Chat. Do not give them the benefit of the doubt of saying that they're in a cult, that they're in a cult of personality, and they'll defend him no matter what. They're defending him because they are him. They see themselves in him. They have no problem with an adult dating a minor. They have no problem with racism. As we glossed over it earlier because the conversation got away from us, but he said, I'm so glad he's deporting the illegals. When they say illegals, when they use an adjective as a noun and dehumanize them.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Whitney. They're telling on themselves. And so that's why they have to defend someone who quotes Hitler and says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, which is a direct quote from Mein Kampf. I really thought that the United States would not be open to something like Nazi Germany rhetoric. And unfortunately, we're finding out that they live among us. And I'm just going to say this again. This is right now, August of 2025. This is the first time Donald Trump is making America great again, because finally it's become clear we can weed out the window lickers. We can weed out the smooth brains, those that got tricked into voting because the inflation was high and they thought that Biden caused global inflation. We can weed them out. Now we know if you're walking down the street and you see someone with a MAGA hat, that is an unsafe person. The past 2 weeks, every person that has come up has proved that they are either okay with child molestation, they are okay with concentration camps, they are okay with blatant racism. They are okay with white supremacy. And every single person that I've asked if the election was the same election, except there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child, not one of the 7 people I asked said they would vote for Kamala. In fact, one of them said they'd still vote for Trump. Right now, Trump is giving us a public service by making it very, very easy to know who the villains are. This is not a difference of opinion. This is not a difference of political opinion. The only people that can support Donald Trump in August of 2025 are people that are not compatible with a functional democracy and a civilized society. TikTok Shop is an amazing place to do your Christmas shopping and your Halloween shopping.
I'm peeing, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Whitney.
I'm sorry, I'm peeing. I'm peeing.
W. Whitney.
I can't stop peeing.
They prove they don't care about children from the start with school pee-poos. Yeah, I do also want to point out, by the way, that while there are there's a ton of Republican voters that get scammed every 2 years by trickle-down economics rhetoric and shit like that. Republican politicians do not let them go back to normalcy. Once the Big Macs do their job and we're past Trump, do not let them pretend like, oh well, all that bad stuff was the MAGA movement. That was Trump. Remember, when Uvalde happened and innocent children were gunned down, Texas Republicans with no connection to Donald Trump not only did nothing to prevent a future massacre, they loosened gun regulations to make sure that the next massacre was worse. Republicans in southern states like Florida, Georgia, and Alabama, before Donald Trump, didn't take federal funds to expand their Medicaid, which would have gone to poor children, because it would have given a W to Obama. Nothing to do with Trump. These are the conservative Republican Party are not compatible with an empathetic, knowledgeable society.
Those loose. I was just gonna say those loosened gun regulations and lack of red flag laws is what led to the Austin pew-pewing here in a Target, literally 10 minutes from me that I circulate, just last week.
Unrelated to Trump, the past 15, 20 years, it's Republicans that take away school lunches and breakfasts from children. It's Republicans that push back on climate change funding that would potentially reverse the effects of global warming, which are not going to affect the old rich people that are running the government. It's going to affect children. It's always they don't care. They don't care about children in schools as they loosen gun regulations and allow them to be murdered. They don't care about sick children as they don't expand Medicaid to no cost to them. By the way, they don't expand Medicaid with the federal funds that are being offered to them. They don't care about school children, sick children. They don't care about. They certainly don't care about trans children. Oh, if they had their way, they could delete trans children from existence. They don't care about hungry children as they take away school breakfast and school lunch. They don't care about children abroad, certainly, as they use our taxpayer funds to burn food we already paid for. They don't care about children drowning in floods as they refuse to, again, take federal funds from the American Rescue Plan provided by Joseph Robinette Biden that would have expanded their emergency alert system and potentially saved the girls at Camp Mystic. They don't care about children. They never have, and they never will. And do not let them get away with, oh, well, Trump is gone. Now we're back to business as usual. The conservatives of today, the Republican Party of today, needs to be excised, as we will never be able to progress with that rot. You want to push back against the Democratic Party? You want to push the Democratic Party to the left? You want to have a top versus down electorate? The only way to do that is to get rid of the threat of fascism, Nazism, the threat to our children. When Republicans are defending Ghislaine Maxwell on Newsmax, calling her a victim, when Republicans are covering up Jeffrey Epstein's accomplices, if the left and the right can't agree on the most simple thing, that us as a society should be defending our children, protecting our children, if we can't even agree on that, then I don't want to find common ground with them. They need to find new ground somewhere else. They need to find a ground where they don't feel comfortable spreading the rhetoric that Trump has emboldened. We need to make racists afraid again. We need to make child marriage taboo again. I didn't think I would be debating someone that was pro-child marriage in yesterday's live. So, I just wanted to be clear. The Republican Party of today is not conducive to progress. There are a lot of flaws with the Democratic Party. But until we can get back to a point where those we're voting for have differences of opinion on solutions, but agree on the problems. Because right now, we can't even agree on the problems. So we can get back to a point where both parties, and hopefully in the future, if we have ranked choice voting, all the parties agree that protecting children should be a top priority, then do not ever let them forget it. Do not ever let them forget. When Trump is gone, when MAGA MAGA will never be gone, but when regular Republicans try to go back, you need to remind them what they stood for. Going to the next guest.
I think it's crazy that we're not at 400K likes yet.
Someone is defending child marriage. Yeah. So yesterday, someone was defending child marriage. Donald Trump is trying to reduce the age of majority in regards to what's it called? The crimes in Washington D.C. They want to make it so that even 16-year-olds would be held accountable in the same way that 18-year-olds would, which opens the door to potentially lowering the age of consent. We see Republicans in the state of Utah that are changing the laws in regards to age of consent. I'll pull that up for everybody. GOP lawmaker changes law to help relative facing child rape charges. 18-year-old raped the 13-year-old, and they're changing the law so that as long as that 18-year-old is still in high school, then they will not be charged as an adult. Pennsylvania middle school installs surveillance window in gender-inclusive bathroom. If you are for windows looking at children's genitals, I think you're probably not for our society. Trump said 14. Oh, perfect. I'm sorry. I gave him too much credit and said 16.
Did you see how Oklahoma is now doing assessments, woke assessments?
No, I didn't.
Woke assessments for any teacher who wants to apply in the school districts. They have you take an assessment where they ask you questions about gender, Christianity, God, and nationality, and based off of that, they will not hire you.
Oh, I also want to point out really quick for those that haven't seen it. So now that PBS is gone, by the way, remember the party that cares about children? Yeah, they just got rid of PBS. Just who does that help? It only hurts children. Their goal, they have two goals. Goal number one, extract as much value from the bottom 90% and send it to the top 1% as possible. Goal number two, hurt, punish, cruelty. So when they got rid of PBS, Trump wants to replace it with Prager University. And this is one of the videos that Prager University has published recently. Here you go.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? Before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal? Slavery.
That's just one example of the many videos of Prager University downplaying slavery, saying that the Civil War was about states' rights, saying that slavery was actually a better life than if they were killed in Africa. Just absolute horrible rhetoric that would be spread to our children.
Saw that comment. PragerU is in TikTok. Like, he showed a video on TikTok of PragerU, a long-standing organization.
Was the comment saying that it was just a TikTok?
Oh yeah, someone said your proof is TikTok videos, crying face. Like
Yeah.
really?
No, all I got to do for people like that is I say, okay, so if I show you that video on PragerU's YouTube channel, will you agree that the Trump administration is trying to indoctrinate our children? And they'll say no, so it doesn't matter. Like that's.
They'll say, what about Biden?
What about Biden? Alaskan, thank you for the $5. Since you brought up the undocumented in this country, how does say Hernandez Reyes fit that narrative? Oh, this is from I'm sorry, I didn't see this until just now. Alaskan, I'm sorry, I saw this way too late, but I appreciate the $5. Thank you. 24-hour stream. Honestly, my sleep cycle has been like super cooked. And I'm thinking about pulling an all-nighter to fix it so that when my girlfriend gets here in 13 hours, we can go to bed at the same time. I think that's probably the move. But that doesn't mean I'm doing a 24-hour stream. What's up?
An all-nighter?
I mean, it's already 4:40.
Oh shit, it's 3:40 here.
Yeah. But if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live most weekends doing live political debates, political discussions, fact checks, and crash outs. If you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those that have gifted or subbed, I really appreciate it, but nobody asked to gift or sub. All I'm asking is you make sure you drop a follow. Right next to my name, there should be a little red oval that says follow. That follow button. I also try to put out informative videos from time to time. I'm really bad at editing videos, really bad at recording videos, but I do my best. So y'all could drop a follow. I'd really appreciate it. We are 3 days away. August 20th will be the 1-year anniversary of these political lives. So for those that have been here for a whole year, all the way to those who just popped in on a crash out and decided to stay, I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi from the UK, a civilized 9:40 a.m. here. You've only been streaming for a year. I swear it's been longer. August 20th was my first political debate live. Before that, I did a few lives walking my cat, but yeah, it was August 20th, and it was a disaster. It was not good. Libs silence the people that are right. Okay, how about you just come up and use your words, explain what you're right about. Congratulations on 1 year. Thank you, Wawa. Listening to witness the wrong and misinformed of the shrinking liberal Democrats. Drunk we for you. Request up. We'll talk about it.
I love how y'all just defaulted to your talking points and didn't acknowledge a single negative aspect of the Republicans or Trump that Dan went over. That's fascinating.
None of it. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Tyrone? Bueller? Testing?
Following me, so I hope he's a friendly.
You might have requested by mistake. He's following you, then maybe he was just tapping.
Yeah.
I always hope I'm not like I shouldn't like prejudge, but I always hope like when a black person comes up, I always just hope I'm like friendly, please, you're friendly, please.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Hi, welcome up.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
Yo, I kind of agree with some of this stuff. Like Trump is kind of going through this anti-crime thing whole wrong, in my opinion. Even though I voted for him.
Would you affirm again?
No, he can't. He can't run again.
Well, okay, that wasn't my question. I'm saying like knowing what you know now, would you have voted for him? Like, would you change your vote?
Nah.
You wouldn't change your vote.
Well, maybe since he's not doing what I think he should be doing.
Okay. What do you think he should be doing?
Well, he's not really going after the true organized crime that he should be going after. He should be banning probably all the national fraternities on every college. They're kind of the biggest dealers in my community, you know? So that's what he should be really focusing on.
Oh? I don't. Okay, your fraternities at school are the biggest substance dealers.
Yeah, the YT fraternities, the national ones, they're moving weight.
Listen, I'm for banning fraternities. I'm not gonna lie. I think those places are toxic, but not for that reason. But that's also not something he ran on, so I don't know why. Like you would. Why did you bring that up?
Well, he said he was going after organized crime, and I thought he was going to go after those individuals.
Bro, if he was going to go after organized crime, he'd have to look at the Republican Party. He literally doing the opposite of going after organized crime. He pardoned organized crime when he pardoned the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers that broke into the Capitol. When he pardoned the people that assaulted police officers. When he pardoned the people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States.
Yeah, but they're not, moving weight in my community. That's what I'm really worried about.
Oh wait, you're memeing, right? You're trolling.
No, dude, we have to ban fraternities. They're the biggest problem in America, in my opinion.
What is?
I think it starts with you, man. You can just go ahead and do your, civic duty and report them.
Dude, they have too much power. Like, their alumni are in high elements of government. Like, their members get, special treatment from the judge. It's a very well-connected group of organized criminals, and you have to get rid of them.
You should write a letter to Trump about it.
I think he's trolling. Have a good night, bro.
I've written
No, you haven't. What's crazy is that even though he's trolling, he was kind of onto something.
Yeah, I mean, fraternities are toxic. I don't really care about fraternities moving weight, but
they are a cesspool of grape and abuse. Yes.
Yes, that's the toxic part that I am not a fan of. But they're all crypto bros now. Those BYU frats pushing coffee. I don't know what that means. Fraternities definitely need to be. Yeah, I mean I feel like fraternities are like they're like a big symptom of the overall problem of like rape culture and toxic masculinity. And that's not me defending fraternities. That's just me saying like so much more work to be done. And I think a lot of I think more important than banning fraternities, or just as important, we gotta ban podcast mics for red pillars, I think. I think that would have a huge impact.
Honestly,
oh, sorry.
That's where you have to start.
He said I'm gonna have to start.
Have you seen Superman yet?
No, I don't. I don't really watch movies unless I watch them in the Discord. I don't remember. So August 20th is the 1 year anniversary, right? I genuinely don't remember who I was before I started going live. I don't remember what type of things I used to do with my free time. I work and I do these lives and occasionally spend time with loved ones. And I think I've seen 3 movies in the past year. Maybe I saw the Barbie movie. I saw the movies that we watched in the Discord. So Hamilton and Dan saw my comment. Wait, what comment? Oh my god, he's actually onto something. There are Rats and Callie being prosecuted as gangs. I don't know what comment I missed. I'm sorry, y'all. We've been live 6 hours and 49 minutes. We should ban blue hair liberals. Wait, is that retroactive? Like, can we go back to when Destiny's hair was blue, or is it just current blue hair liberals? Just curious. Oh, we have a guest. Correct.
Something about your voice, Dan.
Normally, I would give her the indoctrination sleep time treatment where I say, you are a strong, confident woman and you will vote for human rights. But I'm pretty sure that was a 92%er. So, okay. Oh, Kobe.
I just came up here to say, ban Hector from having a mic as well.
Oh my!
Not only the alpha male
gosh,
podcasters.
the violence.
Exactly. Like
Unnecessary.
I just wanted to say that, the whole world needs to know this.
This is why we'll never get reparations. This is it right here. What are we doing?
Listen, Hector is the reason why men don't deserve rights, okay? Just wanted to say that. See how many people in the chat are saying double E Kavi because they agree with me. How are you though, Dan?
I'm doing okay. I've been having a very, very difficult time with the past few nights of live. We've been asking a new question. After the debates, we've been asking the final question. We've asked it 7 times so far. The same election was run. Everything's the same. Economy is the same. Policies are the same. Campaigns are the same. Debates the same. Only difference is that there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who do you vote for? And not a single one of the people I asked said Kamala Harris. Only one person said they would still vote for Trump.
Gosh.
One person said they would still vote for Trump, which is wild. But the other 6 said they wouldn't vote. And that's really difficult to process as someone that I think used to be an optimist. So
Wait. All the people you've asked, knowing full well that in this scenario, there's like video evidence of him being a P3DO, still chose to vote for him.
No, only one said they would still vote, but all the other ones said they wouldn't vote at all. They would still not vote for Kamala if it meant
no.
Yeah. We've had basically I've come to the determination that in August of 2025, like back in November up to January, there was a lot of people that got scammed. Just they didn't understand correlation causation. They thought Biden caused global inflation, et cetera, whatever. But in August of 2025, you really fall into 4 groups if you support Donald Trump, which is you're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're a pedophile, or you're a Nazi, or some combination
Or
of the 4.
all of the above.
Or all of the above. Yeah. And I'm just coming to grips with the new reality because not a single one of them has proved that wrong so far. And that's my answer to how are you doing, Dan? That's where I'm at. How are you?
Well,
How are you, Covey?
I'll take that as you're doing well. Yeah. I'm okay. Santana, how are you doing?
I'm good, but apparently someone has a problem with me using caps, and I'll just say fighting, right? If someone has a problem with me using caps anytime that I'm in live, I need you to build a bridge and get over it.
I actually have a problem with the fact that
Crazy.
Santana literally in secret told me that he likes eating clam chowder ice cream. And I
I
think
didn't say
that
that because
is
I'm
an
allergic to
issue,
shellfish.
Santana.
See, you can't even get that one off because I'm allergic to shellfish. So that one's not true.
Well, he still does eat it though, so that's actually crazy. You
I'm
know?
allergic to cats and I have cats, so
Exactly. I don't know why.
Yeah,
He even
but
deny it. He just tried to
but
find an excuse.
Uh-huh.
but
That was
shellfish
crazy,
will
Santana.
shellfish will unalive me. So like, there's that.
Can't you just get like what is it called? Whatever, I don't know, injection or
I ha-
something?
I have an EpiPen
Exactly.
because shellfish will literally unalive me.
Exactly. So you're like
No,
living
no,
on
no.
the edge. You eat like clam chowder ice cream and then you just use an EpiPen.
Okay.
Can you I'm Googling it right now, but I'm trying to see if you can get allergy shots for shellfish allergies.
I'm 15 times the normal limit.
I didn't know that's how I didn't know that's how shellfish allergies were measured. That caught me off guard. Like I know that price reductions are measured by like hundreds of percentages. Like we can lower prescription prices by 1,500% according to Donald Trump. I know that, but I didn't know that you can measure allergies like 15 times or whatever. Interesting.
Yeah, when I got the allergy test, they told me like the certain things, and like for certain shellfish, it's 15 times. They told me that if I wanted to live on the edge, I could maybe try oysters, and I'm like, no, I'm good.
That's crazy.
That's
Hector also did tell me that he moisturizes his elbows with mayo. Like Santana and Hector are just like really these very interesting characters who just randomly say the weirdest things, and for some reason I just couldn't keep them to myself, you know?
Why are you like this?
I actually enjoy it.
I do have a quick comment.
I lean into the chaos.
I feel like whatever doctor told you that like you can try oysters, I feel like that's kind of insulting. Like they're like, yeah, you're allergic to all like the good shellfish, but if you want to try the booger in the rock, go for it. Like that's what do you do here?
Well, it was a white Southern doctor, so there's that.
You ever for the people that aren't allergic, have you ever been to like an all you can eat buffet when the crab leg tray comes out? That's wild. You will not have seen uh the the true embodiment of human greed and gluttony unless you've seen like older white women fighting over the crab legs when they come out fresh at a Chinese buffet.
You know what my fantasy is?
Oh, what
Lobsters
now?
with butter. One time I just want to dip like lobsters in butter.
Why do you want to shorten your lifespan?
That is that biblical gluttony.
It's a thing. Like that's the actual thing though.
Try being vegan and an all you can eat buffet.
How do
Yeah.
you love butter that much? But that's nasty.
I have to imagine like a lot of the fumes and stuff be uncomfortable. The steam. But
To some, I guess. It's just too much butter.
Yeah. Too much butter. But also, y'all know that Jordan Peterson thinks that hierarchies are natural because lobsters have hierarchies within their society.
Thank you, Carolina.
an amazing point.
Peterson, yeah, he always is obsessed with lobsters. It's very interesting. Y'all should watch some of his videos. They're very funny.
I can't bring myself to watch any kind of red pill alpha sigma. I can't do it. I cannot do it.
Sigma.
Whatever they call themselves nowadays.
Have you all heard Jordan Peterson's dream about his grandmother?
Oh no, I have not. What is
Haven't?
that?
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
was it one of those dreams?
Well,
Ew.
it's
Ain't no way. Is it?
it's 5 a.m. So I think we can say
Wait,
B
Jordan.
BET uncut.
Okay. So this is, and by the way, nobody waterboarded him for to reveal this. Okay, he actively said this on like a podcast. You couldn't have waterboarded this information out of me, but okay. I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool that was also a river. In real life, I'm not going to keep doing that. In real life, she had been a victim of Alzheimer's disease and had regressed before her death to a semi-conscious state. In the dream, as well, she had lost her capacity for self-control. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me with a hand.
Oh.
You want me to stop?
No, lean into it.
This is but just so we're clear, this is the man that a whole generation of young men follow for advice. Keep going. Okay. She walked over to me with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, quote, "Isn't it soft?" End quote. I looked at her ruined face and said, quote, "Yes, Grandma, it's soft." End quote. This is this is from his book, Maps of Meaning: The Architecture of Belief.
On that note, I'm going to bed.
The pictures.
Guys, Call 911, call 411, call woke 11. Just call all the ones, because that was, I will never unhear that. Dan.
Well, I think it's important to know what we're up against. Okay.
God damn it! Don't.
This is a huge figure on the right, and it's important to know his ideology.
Don't
Also,
answer with logic.
if I had to hear it, muted too. Sorry.
Wow, that's just put us through more trauma. It's fine.
Caring is not caring, Dan.
I
Sharing
I
is
just
not caring, Dan.
I want to go on record and let you guys know, like, I didn't hear any of it because I have this like very special, unique skill to stop listening. So even though words happen, I I don't experience them.
There's not enough money in the world to get me to tell that story to my closest friend, not even a priest, much less write it in a fucking book.
Repeat it for Santana, Dan.
No. No.
It was fun hanging out. I'm gonna go rinse whatever's left of my sanity in my brain from that.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill the vibes. It's just someone brought up Jordan
Hold
Peterson.
on.
No, it's
Hold on.
4 in the morning, and my
I have a
bedtime should have been at
I have
3 hours
I have
ago.
a question for Hector before he leaves.
Don't do this.
Hector,
Don't do this.
Hector,
Don't do this, man.
did you moisturize your scalp?
I'm sick of you, bro. Every day.
Good night, Hector. You def changed the vibes. All right. Well, let's bring it back. What can talk about here? Oh, okay. So wait, Covey left. I was just about to ask her about Squid Game.
She just Thanos.
Wait, Covey, did you finish Squid Game season 3? Okay.
Oh my gosh, I did. What type of CRACK were the writers on when they were writing
Wait,
season 3?
what does that stand for?
I'm not gonna say it because I don't want the live taken down, sir. Listen.
I don't wait, hold on. I
Who
don't think
needs
that
who needs an enemy when you got Santana? He's trying to take your live down, sir.
Santana a whole
Wait,
lot.
but I'm just saying I say a lot of wild stuff on my live, and if I don't get taken down, like I don't think Dan
No, thank
maybe
you.
but I don't
Listen.
think Dan would get
No,
taken down.
in Covey's defense, the one thing I've gotten a warning for in the past 2 weeks, and I've been trying to get a ban at this point. We watched all of Idiocracy. The one thing that I got a warning for was they thought that the anal probes were paraphernalia, and so I got a warning for that. So I think censoring that word is probably good.
I get a warning for grifting.
I got bananaed for gendered violence because I showed my forehead once. Yeah.
How large
I get
is your
bananaed for the
forehead?
weirdest shit. I swear. I once got banana while I was on mute on a panel.
Wait, Athena, how large is your forehead?
This is anti-East African at this point, Santana.
Whoa,
I just wanted to say, as a man who's literally married to an Ethiopian woman, you should know better than to ask an East African person about their forehead size. So, yeah. Anyways, this is xenophobia, exactly, and anti-East African sentiments. This is crazy. Anyways, I low-key came for your neck, didn't I, Santana?
Listen, I've been on the chopping block for days.
I think it was high key.
I've been
Dan
on the
looks
chopping
scared.
block for days. Like literally, like I'm living on the edge. Hey Dan, what about those blue-haired liberals?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, if it's retroactive and we can go back to Destiny, then yeah, why not? But
yeah, but Squid Games, right?
yes,
What did you think?
Okay. So
His own baby though.
okay. I was actually, I really was surprised. I thought he was getting better, that person. I really thought he was, don't spoil. I'm going to do my best not to spoil everybody. Spoiler alert for Squid Game, okay? Spoiler alert for Squid Game Season 3.
I haven't seen Season 2.
I just don't know how the conversation at the end way too short. And I feel like I hope you know the conversation I'm talking about. Yeah. And yeah, the baby thing was wild. The baby thing was wild. I don't even know.
And tell me how the detective doesn't figure it out for like 3 years, but then that other dude in 3 days figures it out.
The other the dude who works as like a loan shark. I like that guy.
I like him too. But oh my gosh, what happened? That baby though, bruh.
Yeah.
That person was like demonic, legitimately. I think he should have suffered more.
I feel like so many of them were. The 100 guy.
Old man
oh my
too.
god.
The old man too.
Yeah. Do you think Squid Game
Wait,
season?
so which district won the Squid Games?
Somebody block Santana.
I'm just saying, can we all agree like District 1 sucks?
Can we all agree that people whose names start with S are not allowed to engage in the conversation from now on?
Good thing Santana's not my real name.
Okay. People's whose TikTok username starts with an S. But yeah, no.
That's racism. That's racism.
That's racism against Santana's. No, but on a serious note, that old man.
That guy.
Hated him too.
That guy was the worst.
No. Is he still around? Oh well, I may be thinking I was about to say, is he still around for season 3?
Different old man.
No, a different old man.
Okay. I gotta get caught up.
A different old man. Who else? That person who was the coward. You know, that one person who just
who just watched
everything happen.
The
way I didn't shed a single tear when it was his turn.
Also, you know what I don't understand? The fan base really likes or liked purple hair guy.
Oh,
and I don't know how anyone likes that guy. I did not like him at all.
Yeah, he was a complete dick.
Yeah.
Him and his little, like, his companion as well. His his friend who took over like the necklace afterwards, and like, oh my god, that person was also like actually insane. And then when they like collab,
I have FOMO right now.
I did.
And they unalive that person, that one person. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna say any names. But when they unalive that person,
Sorry, the Obamas are taking me out. Yeah, although okay, so I kind of like his friend more because that idea, the collabing and then the continuing as like a person who likes math, I like that. I was like, okay, that's 2 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. That's big brain. Like it's evil, but yeah. The special
I mean, but none of them at the end of the day are like, none of them are like in the wrong. The actual people in the wrong are like the elites who have constructed this whole game that is basically like an analogy for capitalism and have pushed people.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Thank you, Whitney.
Yeah, I agree. And may the odds forever be in your favor.
No, No, but I think like at the end of the day, like the overarching message of like that the capitalist system being the true evil and the elites up there too, I think that should not be ignored. But also I think it's kind of like it's weird because the show criticizes capitalism but then like sells merchandise.
um, well, I mean, sometimes you have to play the game, right? Like,
Takes money to make money.
I mean, Hassan Piker's got a mansion or whatever, so.
Yeah, that's I have a lot of criticisms for him, but you know, like
Yeah,
for
but
Hassan
Can
Piker.
I say though, like I met him in LA. He is fucking huge.
Really?
When I say he's like, cause I'm 6'3", he has to be at least 6'5", 6'6", and
Oh,
like,
okay.
oh, he is massive.
Mm.
Someone in chat said the guy who made Squid Game, which would be the one who had the anti capitalist ideology, didn't actually make all that much money. It's Netflix.
Yeah,
That's
he said the only reason he did like season 2, I think, is because he didn't get much money from season 1.
yeah.
So like the motivation behind him doing season 2 and 3 was like to get more money because he didn't profit much off of season 1, I think.
Um,
So yeah.
I think another good message there, aside from like pushing back against capitalism and the elites, but obviously
Mhm.
it's a big analogy, but there was another message that he pointed out, which was how the elites are able to pit those that should be working together against each other, which was the X's and the O's in that scenario. And the creator of the show pointed out just how all over the world we're seeing divides between populations getting greater and greater, when in reality we should be focused on the real enemy, quote unquote, which is something that a lot of us on TikTok here talk about, the fact that like the divide should be the up versus the down, but
Mhm.
right now it's the left versus the right, because the right
Wait,
But also
really like licking the boots of the up. So
how easy it is as
So
well.
hold on. Did Katniss win?
No, the Candyman just appeared out of nowhere and like unalived her, so she unfortunately like couldn't win, you know? But yeah. Um I was gonna say, dang it. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, and how easy it was to also put people into these different categories, like the X and O's.
Mhm.
That also like it's so simple to categorize people into different like religions, races, nationalities, or ethnicities, and be able to then completely divide them based on that. So yeah. Also the frontman. The frontman was also like very interesting. A person who used to be a victim and then, you know,
yeah,
became
I really wish we got more on him. I don't know if they're planning on doing a prequel or something. But
No, I think they're done with that one. There's gonna be like an American Squid Game, which I kind of dread, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, there's only gonna be like an American one, but I think it's done. The Korean one is they're done. Also, it's interesting that the both North Korean characters, you know, the North Korean character in season 1 and the North
yeah,
Korean character in season 2 and 3, their last names are both Kang, and then their first names, one of them is called Dawn, and the other one is called like what is it called? Yeah. So like the other one is called like I think like no, I think it was sunset and sunrise or something like
Well, I
that.
thought it was Sung Jin Woo.
Santana. You know what? Dan, make me super mod so I can drop Santana off the slide. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, no, it was interesting that both of their names, one of them was sunset and the other one was sunrise, you know?
I had never
Um,
looked into the translations. That's cool.
yeah.
And I mean, I guess in some ways they kind of closed out each other's story a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. Because they both were from North Korea. They both ran away and all that stuff. So I do think that they both closed out each other's stories, you know? And like the second character in season 2, the first character couldn't do. Which was, I think she ultimately ended up. You know what? Let me just not say anything because I feel like we're spoiling way too
Yeah,
much.
yeah, we should wrap it up. I do want to see really quickly. There's 700 people in here. Laughing emoji if you're awake, crying emoji if you're asleep. I just want to see how many people fell asleep with a live on. Okay. Laughing emoji if you're awake, crying emoji if you're asleep. All right.
Wait, which crying emoji do we use if we're asleep? Never mind, I see it.
Okay, that's what I figured. I was like, it's 5 a.m. There's got to be some honk shoes and some honk me's going on.
Wait, technically, so it's 5 a.m. for you, but it's 2:17 for me. Athena, what time is it for you?
It's like 11. But Santana, are we gonna still do the interview today? Maybe I shouldn't have said that
Yeah.
actually.
Let's do it next week.
Okay.
Can we? Are you available next week?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, let's do it next week for sure.
Yeah, but also can I I'm gonna drop, but before I drop I did want to say something. Which was I don't know, have you been keeping up on what's happening in Sudan, Dan?
Not as much as I should.
Yeah.
I do. I did recently point out. What was it? I think it was yesterday's live. I pointed out that we shouldn't because there was somebody that was saying that both parties are supported by APAC, and I pointed out the fact that Israel is just it's a symptom of the major problem. If we just talk about Israel, we're ignoring the UAE funding genocides in places like Sudan.
Mhm.
But I'm not up to date on what's currently happening now.
Yeah. So like there was like a recent incident that happened in a camp called Zemzem, which is a displacement camp in the Darfur region in Sudan, which houses about 500,000 or housed past tense 500,000 people who were refugees. They were mostly women and children and just generally very vulnerable people. Yeah, the RSF decided to attack this particular camp with 200 trucks and just fully attack them because they wanted to assassinate a doctor who was in that camp, a 22-year-old woman, and they unalived 2,000 people in less than 72 hours. So that is like
This was a week ago.
more. So this happened in April. But they released an investigation because back when it happened in April, the official like list of casualties, like number of casualties was 400. But the Guardian did a recent investigation on the whole thing, and they found that it was actually more than 2,000 people. So they said that they had already identified and counted and documented 1,500 bodies, and there were a couple hundred bodies left to document. So it's going to be more than 2,000, which means the 400 number was like just a complete undercounting of the actual casualties. And this happened in less than 72 hours. Exactly that one. They slaughtered us like animals. Like this particular article, I read it on my live. Like it goes into detail, hour by hour, saying like every single thing that they did, the people that they unalived, and it's genuinely a very horrific article, an investigation. And Trump this year alone, in May of this year, literally authorized the sale of $1.4 billion worth of weapons to the UAE. And all those weapons are going to the RSF. So yeah, it's legitimately like traumatized. That was the woman that they went in to assassinate. She's a Sudanese medical professional and also like a freedom fighter. It's
Mhm.
not a freedom fighter, but like basically a person who was advocating for people to stand their ground and not leave the Zemzem camp. She was only 22 years old, had her own health center, like hospital in the camp.
So to 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 kill this person, they killed thousands of.
They unalived more than 2,000 people, yeah. And they did successfully assassinate her. She was actually found like in the front lines. They found her in the front lines and they assassinated her. But so she basically literally said that she would. One of her last words was that she will die with honor in the front lines. She's only 22. That's like actually crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like more people need to be talking about this because it's like abysmal that it happened in less than 72 hours and people haven't been talking about it, you know?
Mm.
Yeah, I do. I do. I do see the disparity in pushing for the United States not supporting Israel versus the United States not supporting UAE, whereas you're pretty much the only person I hear talking about the latter. And
Can can I just say one thing real quick
yeah,
on that, Dan? Like, there's certain times I go up on panels and I specifically teacup when certain people start talking. Never with Athena. Like, I never worry about Athena being on the right side of history. Like, when it comes to making sure that we're aware, we're educated, that we're focused on the right things, never. I'm like, thank you, because I wasn't aware of that at all. So,
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you, Santana. I think like what's the issue here is that a lot of people don't understand that the West is also as involved in these G-sides. They think that the West is only funding like Israel when the West is also, especially like America is funding the UAE too. And it's also funding Rwanda, right? During the what Rwanda is doing in the in the Congo. And so I think like there has to be an active push to boycott like not only Israel but also boycott the UAE. But I see a lot of people like romanticizing Dubai and saying Dubai chocolate and traveling to Dubai, whereas like literally the Emirates like has so much gold now that they're printing money. They're printing their currency on gold because of how much gold they have. And they don't have any gold mines. Their gold they're getting from Sudan.
being extracted from the global south, essentially.
Yeah,
And
and most of it is they're getting it from Sudan. And the people saying, why should we care about some random country? Because your money is going there, right? So the American government, instead of like with American citizens living paycheck to paycheck, not being able to afford tuition, not being able to afford health care, and all of these different things, your money is going to a random country to unalive people on their ancestral land. And I don't know if you knew this, but they also found Colombian mercenaries in Sudan. So they found Colombian, Russian, Ukrainian, Romanian, and French mercenaries in Sudan. So this idea that Sudanese people are just unaliving themselves is not even true. It has become like an international battleground. The Colombian president also came forward and like officially apologized for it. The fact that Colombian mercenaries were found. And like there were photos of these Colombian mercenaries training like child soldiers for the RSF. And so it is like genuinely like what's happening in Sudan is like legitimately insane. And that story that you see there, 5 minutes north of Ahmedei, Fatma Bakhit was lying beside her husband. Later on, it literally explains how she had to carry the remains of her 5-year-old child. She's a 25-year-old pregnant woman and had to carry the remains of her 5-year-old child who was like like shot in front of her. And she lost like her 3-year-old child or something like that. So like the article is genuinely like gut wrenching, and like I don't know how anybody could read this article and turn away and think it's not tragic. Yeah.
I think a lot of people, or some are, I don't know if it's entirely psychological, but a lot of people are kind of desensitized when it's abroad, even though they're
Or
human
black
beings.
people, black
Well, yeah,
Africans specifically.
yeah. I mean, we see that with the disparity in reporting on what's going on in Africa versus what's going on in the Middle East, for sure.
Mhm.
So, like, as we add more of those layers, where the attention goes. So, if they're abroad, people are less interested. If they're in Africa, people are less interested, and a lot of this comes from a lot of it obviously comes from biases, but also a lot of it just comes from the way our media organizations function. It's kind of like a reverse feedback loop. So
Mhm.
our media doesn't care about reporting what's important. They care about what people will watch, what's going to keep
Mhm.
eyes on the media stories, because our media companies are for profit. And so if Americans aren't interested in what's going on in Sudan, then they're not going to report on what's going on. And it's horrifying that that's the case, but that's just what capitalism breeds.
And I think it's also this fundamental dehumanization of like Black African bodies too, right? Because like growing up within the West in general, you hear like the phrase like, "Oh, finish your food. There are kids starving in Africa," or you see posters of like African kids going through famine and starvation, and so like you tend to normalize it because a lot of people then think like, "Oh, G-side or suffering or starvation is the norm on the African
Yeah, it's
continent.
normal over there.
It's the norm, it's just natural. And so it's yeah, because like we are sitting here talking about like let's say for example in Gaza, right? There's like level 5 famine, which is horrific, it needs attention. Within Sudan though, there has been level 5 famine for the past year. Um, they've been going through famine for a whole year. The United Nations labeled it to be the worst humanitarian crisis in the world right now. And there's just nobody. I think like 26 million people or something like that are affected by starvation within Sudan right now. And 14 million people, or 10 to 14 million people, are displaced. So it's a huge number of people who are
You said
impacted.
26 million?
Yeah, I think there's like 26 million or something like that are facing acute um, hunger, insecurity, and
That
then
would be like
famine
50% of the population, by the way.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a huge amount are already facing like, and like the level 5 famine has been declared in multiple areas as well. Yep, there we go. So I wasn't wrong. Yeah. It's not 26 but 24 million. But what? Yeah.
Yeah, but
But
the thing that I first looked up was the population of Sudan, because that number like knocked the wind out of me. I was like,
shocked
hold
you.
on, how many people are in Sudan?
Mhm.
And it's like 50 million, so half the population
Mhm.
is facing acute hunger.
Yeah, and this is precisely why like the United Nations like referred to it as the worst humanitarian crisis out there. The worst humanitarian crisis, the world's largest famine, like starvation crisis, and all these different things, right? So it is genuinely like actually like I don't know, it's frustrating to see a lot of people not talking about what's happening in Sudan, not talking about what's happening in Congo, and not talking about what's happening in Libya. Because Libya is that case too. Like there were multiple mass graves that were found in Libya too, of just like black asylum seekers this year.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you an idea um of how little it's being talked about. Like you just mentioned Libya. I know it's a general idea of what's going on in Sudan and Congo. I actually don't. I'm not even sure what you're referring to in Libya.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
an
I'm being open
active.
about that. I do not know.
Yeah, there's an active slave trade in Libya right now, where Libyans are actively being funded by the West, including the US, to enslave Black Africans who use, because Libya is at the coast, right? It's at the Mediterranean Sea, if you look at the map. And so a lot of asylum seekers, usually from other African countries, and also like other Middle Eastern countries like Syria and stuff like that, go through Libya to get to Italy. Um, and so there is now an active slave market in Libya. And when I say slave market, I'm not saying modern slavery, I'm saying full blown slavery. Like people are being auctioned off at car parks, at slave markets. Like there are videos of this as well. Like CNN did a whole like documentary on this. And not only is Libya involved, but Tunisia is also being funded by the EU to capture like Black asylum seekers in Tunisia and then sell them off to the Libyans for $13 per person. $13 per person. And for like the women, it's like $80 because they're sold as sex slaves to the Libyans.
I'm sorry. I'm having trouble because I just realized that I was in your live when you were talking about this.
Yeah.
You had shown a video with an auction,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember hearing the people bidding
Mm-hmm.
speaking Arabic, and so like I popped into the live and I could already like was picking up what was going on because I know what the
Yeah.
you know the words are, and just hearing it in like my native language um really hit me hard, and
Mm-hmm.
I guess I had subconsciously just blocked it
Yeah.
because once you started describing it, I was like, oh my god, I watched that live on
Mm-hmm.
live.
Yeah, Dan. Yeah. Yeah, it is very tough, I'm not gonna lie. Like those videos are tough. Like watching those videos on Twitter and even like on CNN and stuff like that. Those are very, very tough videos to watch. They're very heavy, not gonna lie. Yeah. And the fact that I think like the reason as to why they were, because in the beginning of this year there was a massive campaign to just get rid of the Black asylum seekers in Libya, like through death, through unaliving, pushing them, all that stuff. And I think they were doing that because Trump this year said that he wanted to deport undocumented migrants to Libya.
I remember
Like
him saying
those
that.
are one
Yeah.
of those countries. And when he said that, and also when he kind of like suggested that maybe Palestinians get sent to Libya, I was wondering like, dang, is that why they had it, what does this person say? I just laughed when I was watching them. It's a shame you were born in the wrong country, Covey. Oh my god. That's actually crazy. Yeah, somebody in the chat
I
that
don't. Who are they laughing at?
I think the people were enslaved probably.
Good night, Santana.
Good night, Santana. Yeah, exactly that. They're planning to deport migrants to Libya.
So like would the idea that it would be specifically Libya, do you think like that would be what the goal is for those migrants?
Oh, I don't know. Like I don't like all I know is like Libya is yeah, it's freaking horrific right now. And like the thing is like it has been created completely by the West, right? So they're funding everything. Like the Libyan Coast Guard get their boats from like the French. They get funding from the EU. They get funding from like the States. And so they're able to do this because they're being fully funded by the West to do all the dirty work. And so like I wouldn't be surprised if that's why they're sending undocumented migrants or deporting them to Libya, in my opinion.
I'm gonna unmute Greenfinger real quick. Because they said it's the Palestine stuff, not the Libya stuff. I don't know what Covey said about Palestine. That is propaganda.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to figure out what they're. I unmuted them just to see what they mean by that. Unless they want to request up.
What do we get in return? I think like what the West gets in return is this like Western hegemony continues getting upheld, right? So all of these different decisions that the West is doing, these unjust or unbalanced trade relationships that it has, these G sites that are being funded, the West continues securing like anchor states in all of these different regions that advocate for the or work on the behalf or operate on the behalf of Western interests. And it is able to then kind of secure its and uphold its Western hegemony. Oh, he thinks that people in Palestine are not starving. That's actually sick. What? He just said the starving thing, I believe I heard her say.
Yeah, the mother that was overweight showing her child.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I kind of regret unmuting, I guess.
Yeah, there's enough footage of starving people in Palestine. I don't know why you would deny that, but
Doesn't the it's not even just the footage. Don't we also have like international
declaration of level 5 famine? Mhm.
Yeah. The watchdogs are all on the same page. I don't know, but okay. Anyway,
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that though, like with Sudan and Congo, and also like what's happening in Libya. I think like it's very important that we try to push that out into the FYP, and even if we don't make videos, maybe host lives. If not host lives, then maybe repost videos and all that stuff and push that out into the FYP, because it is incredibly important to be pressuring like your representatives so that the funding stops and force corporations to divest. Freaking Uber is involved. That's the crazy thing. Uber is involved. IKEA is involved. Because they have a lot of like they just like I think they invested in some like UAE corporation or government. Like they I forgot where it was, but they invested in like the UAE and Disney too, exactly. So Disney, Uber, and the U and IKEA. I'll send you the sources over for that, Dan, because when I read that, I was like, yeah, it's sick. So, but
Uber and We Rides Abu Dhabi. I don't know. Yeah. You can send them to me on Discord. That'd be great. Thank you.
yeah, exactly. Well, it's crazy how many corporations are involved. Like even like the CEO of Spotify just recently invested in like drone, like in European drone technology or some shit like that. I don't know if you knew this, but I was like, I can't even listen to my podcasts without
Yeah.
contributing to war crimes.
I mean, ultimately, I'm personally of the belief that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Exactly, me
so,
too.
there's only so much, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be advocating our government not to
Yeah,
use
exactly.
our money. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I believe the same thing too. 100%. But anyways, I got a job. It was really nice talking to you, Dan. But I genuinely, yeah, hopefully more people talk about these issues. And also, if everybody here can just post like 72 hours in their story or as their post and raise awareness about what happened in Zemzem, That would genuinely also be amazing. But I hope you have a good night, Dan. Masalama.
All right, chat. I think we're pulling an all-nighter. Where are we at? Let me try to recalibrate myself. Okay, let me do some tab closing. Oh shit. I forgot to tell people to follow Covey and Santana. Okay, well, if you're not for the 80 of you that are still awake, make sure to follow Covey, Santana. Everyone that's come up today has been amazing. Covey, Santana, Hector, Kit. What's going on in the chat? Let's see. Sorry. Let's watch a video. Let me recalibrate here. Is the guy that was telling me to watch the rise of the far right in Japan, is that guy still here? I follow all of them. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Izzy. Wasn't that like 5 hours ago? Yeah, so it might be done. Night Dan, night chat. Wait, Neely, before you go to bed, can we get some W's in the chat for Neely? I don't. She might have been the only mod that was here the whole time. And there were some vile people in chat. So definitely drop some W's for Neely. Fighting the good fight. Obviously W all the mods, but most of them are asleep right now, so. But yeah. Okay. L vile people in chat. Okay. Hey everybody. If you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live at random times on the weekend doing political debates, political discussions, fact checks, and crash outs. If you like this content, be sure to drop a follow. Screen. For those of you that have sent gifts or subs, I really appreciate it, but nobody has to gift or sub. Just make sure that you're following and thank you all so much. Hey Tic Tac, good morning. Yes, Dan, this is my first time. Thank you for answering my question. Yeah, no problem. I always find it so interesting thinking about people that that join this live for the first time now. And it's like I feel like it's so different.
Thanks, Obama.
Izzy, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. I feel like it's so different than it was a year ago. Water Dan. I'm actually thinking about getting some coffee. If we're gonna pull this all nighter off successfully, might need some coffee. Are YouTube and Twitch is anyone still in YouTube and Twitch chat? YouTube and Twitch. Can y'all just say something in chat if you're still here. And if not, I'm gonna end your lives. Your live streams. As you watch Dean, I saw some clips of you before though. Gotcha. Yeah. Wait, Eli, were you the one asking for the video of the rise of the far right? Oh, Eli is here. Okay, we can watch that video. Perfect. End their lives. The live streams, the TikTok and Twitch live streams. Can you keep it going for the VOD? Yeah. So the reason, okay, so here's the problem. I want to keep it going for the VOD, but YouTube doesn't like it when I play YouTube videos. But I guess I can edit them out after the live ends. And now here threatening our lives. Is this a 24-hour stream? It's not gonna be 24 hours. The stream's probably gonna end the moment my girlfriend arrives tomorrow. Although I was planning on, I said tomorrow as if it's not today. I was planning on doing a rerun for Sunday Night's Live of the January 20th live. I might just play that for you guys. TikTok allows the most honestly in terms of what can be said. Play audio. Okay, but there's no one Twitch. Twitch is asleep, I think. Actually, as a matter of fact, I might have got banned on Twitch. What time do you have? It is 5:47 right now. And I think Matt gets out of work at 2 p.m. When does she wake up? Let me check her schedule. Maybe make a little filter to cover the video. I don't know how to make the filter on OBS. I'll figure I'll figure it out. Oh wait, Corky's on Twitch. Corky just subscribed on Twitch. Okay, we're out here. But one thing that we can't do for sure with YouTube is I want to play music. Like while I'm processing my thoughts. Oh, you know what I'll do instead of music? I'll just turn Angela on for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. We're done. Check Mac's schedule. Which has no VODs, no. No, I don't have it set to recorded VODs.
Tell us the song.
Tell us the song? Well, I was just gonna see what YouTube Music was gonna recommend. Okay. So this is last week's schedule.
Lizard is the answer. You can't play DMCA music on Twitch either, Melting Face.
Ice still hasn't rated you yet, laughing. Rowan, why do you feel so comfortable being racist online? Would you say that to my face, do you think? I'm curious. Sure, if you're an enabler and love communism / socialism / Marxism. An enabler of what? An enabler of child molestation? Because that's what the conservatives are doing by protecting Donald Trump and preventing the Epstein files from being released. Also, I bet you can't even define communism, socialism, or Marxism. Just something wrong with y'all. I don't get it. Oh, they waking up now? Y'all wake up ready to hate people, Jesus?
Socialism cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha.
Edam LMAO.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so she gets off at... No, she starts work at...
Keep drinking that haterade.
Starts work at 8. So she's going to get up probably within the next half hour.
Wake up hating themselves first.
Jesus Christ. SA victims lie. They want attention and to ruin a man's reputation. Look at Carol versus Trump. Okay, Rowan, this is what's going to happen. All right? I'm going to block you because you're like...
Alexa, play
like,
Baby Shark.
Top 10 worst people I've ever heard exist. But I am going to point out I know this will hurt you. I'm going to point out the
Blizzard.
fact that you will never know the warmth of a woman. Okay? Bye. Holy cow, y'all stay up late. I'm trying to fix my sleep cycle, so I'm pulling all-nighter.
Obama.
Okay, and she gets off at 2 p.m. So we might see her in
Blizzard.
11 hours. Hey,
I
Ashley.
love Tesla. He only wants the warmth of humanity.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some coffee. I'm gonna start this video that was requested.
Towards the end of last month, Tokyo held municipal elections. The post-election headlines mostly focused on the dismal performance of the governing
Monster
LDP.
greater than coffee.
But one of the other interesting results was the relative success of a smaller party,
Wired Dan.
Sanseito, which is usually translated to do-it-yourself in English,
Steven like
and is
Gatorade
often
lol.
described as far-right. Now, Sanseito only fielded candidates in 4 of Tokyo's 42 multi-member electoral districts, but 3 of those 4 candidates won seats, and one of them nearly came first.
Thank you, Rachel, for the $1.
100 votes behind the LDP candidate. Sanseito are also ticking up in the national polls too, and the party is now looking to the upper house elections due for July 20th. So in this video, we're going to take a look at Sanseito's rise, and whether it can continue. We're getting ever closer to 1 million subscribers, and 68% of you aren't even subscribed yet. So lend us a hand and subscribe today. So let's get into it. Sanseito was founded in 2020 by Sohei Kamiya, who's still the leader today and is very much the face of the party. Before Sanseito, Kamiya had a brief but unstoried career in politics. In 2007, he was elected to the city council of Suita, a suburb of Osaka, before running unsuccessfully as a candidate for the ruling LDP, then led by Shinzo Abe at the 2012 national elections. After losing his race, Kamiya took a break from mainstream politics and started a YouTube channel called Channel Grand Strategy, which currently has about 500,000 subscribers. The channel's website says that Kamiya established the channel because, quote, school education is not conveying truly important information to the people because we lost the war, and most of his videos cover what we might describe as alt-right takes on Japanese politics and history. There's a lot of historical revisionism in there, essentially defending Imperial Japan and criticizing Japan's neighbors, especially China and South Korea. There's also quite a lot of pushing back against LGBT legislation, globalization, and immigration. Anyway, when the pandemic hit in March 2020, Kamiya set up Sanseito. Sanseito essentially began as an anti-lockdown party, arguing against mandatory mask wearing and vaccinations, and this was basically their platform for the 2022 election for Japan's upper house. These elections used a mixed electoral system, with 75 seats elected at the constituency level and a further 50 seats elected via a party list system across the whole country. Now, Sanseito didn't win any constituency seats, but they won 3.5% of the party list vote, enough for 1 seat, which went to Kamiya. Once the pandemic subsided, most commentators expected Sanseito to fall off, not least because niche parties have a habit of appearing and disappearing very quickly in Japan, especially on the right, because their leadership are often assumed by the LDP. However, that didn't happen, and Sanseito successfully pivoted to a form of nationalist or far-right politics. Unsurprisingly, there's a fair bit of ideological overlap between Sanseito's politics and Kamiya's YouTube channel, and Kamiya also likes to draw parallels with Trump's America First doctrine. For instance, Sanseito focuses a lot on immigration. They want to make it harder for foreigners to buy land in Japan, deny foreigners voting rights, and reduce the flow of foreign workers, on the grounds that foreigners apparently commit more crime and take welfare away from Japanese families. This is in large part a reaction to recent reforms to Japan's immigration system, which have loosened work visa requirements to reduce labour shortages and offset Japan's demographic crisis. Although we should of course say that Japan still has one of the most restrictive immigration systems and the lowest immigration rates in the developed world. They also want to rewrite the education syllabus to make it more patriotic, and amend Japan's constitution, written by the US after World War II, to allow Japan to have a standing army and its own nuclear weapons. With their social policies, Sensato opposed same-sex marriage and the LGBT Understanding Promotion Act, a 2023 law that obligates the Japanese government to protect LGBT people from, quote, unfair discrimination. Economically, Sensato are explicitly protectionist, arguing that the government needs to protect Japanese businesses from, quote, foreign capital. And Kamiya has previously expressed tentative support for Abenomics, Shinzo Abe's program of loose monetary and fiscal policy combined with lower taxes and deregulation. Now, combined, this pivot worked remarkably well. The party had performed well at recent elections and risen in national polls from about 2% at the start of the year to 5% last month, with the most recent polling this weekend putting them at an astonishing 8%. Now, this might not sound like much, but they're rising fast and are now probably the largest opposition party to the right of the LDP. So what explains Sensato's relative success? Well, it obviously fits some of the wider international trends, including the rise of the far right across the world and the widening ideological divide between young men and young women, with young men making up a disproportionate fraction of Sensato's voter base. But there are also some more specific reasons as well. For starters, Shinzo Abe's withdrawal from frontline politics, having served as Prime Minister and President of the LDP from 2006 to 2007, and again from 2012 to 2020, created an electoral void at the right of the LDP, and Sensato has successfully exploited this. After all, Abe was pretty right-wing, especially on cultural issues, and his successors, first Fumio Kishida and now Shigeru Ishiba, hail from the centre-left of the LDP, creating a vacuum on the right. In a survey conducted in mid-June, 60% of Sensato voters said that they strongly or somewhat approved of Abe's second stint as Prime Minister, more than those from any other opposition party. Sensato is also very online. It uses YouTube and other social media platforms to get its message out, essentially bypassing mainstream media, and members participate in the party's legislative process through an online platform, which also grants them access to an online group chat for their region, a 10-minute daily news podcast, and access to a program of training events which open the path to becoming a community organizer within the party. Not only does this create a network of highly engaged volunteers, it's also proved remarkably lucrative, allowing Sensato to charge far more for membership than other parties. Sensato charges 1,000 yen, or about £5 a month for ordinary members, and 4,000 yen for its higher tier, known as managing members. For context, membership to the Constitutional Democratic Party, Japan's largest opposition party, costs just 1,000 yen per year. Estimates put Sensato's current membership at around 100,000 people, which implies an annual revenue of about 1.2 billion yen, or £6 million, far more than any other minor party. Whether Sensato's momentum can continue remains to be seen, but there are at least two things going in their favour: their solid party finances and widespread voter apathy in Japan, as evidenced by weak turnout in recent elections. So if Sensato can turn out non-voters, as far-right parties have in other countries, they could truly be in the money. All of this plays into a broader feeling of chaos in the world at the moment. Whether it's wars, economics, or geopolitics, it feels like things are increasingly uncertain. And who's at the middle of all of that? Well, the United States. At one time, the US seemed to be a steady, stabilizing force in global politics, but it seems that those days are over, with American influence, popularity, and dominance on the decline. So in the next issue of our magazine, Too Long, we're discussing this shift, and the potential that we're currently observing the end of the American order. In that section of the magazine, we unpack everything from the collapse of democratic norms in the US to the decline of American soft power, and if the US can maintain its dominance in energy and technology. We also discuss the people who could pick up the reins from the US, like if China, Europe, or even a new multipolar order could replace America. This magazine is our longest ever, coming in at 76 pages, and it's full of our very best journalism and well thought through analysis. That goes beyond just the US too, with more than half of the magazine dedicated to other topics, from Germany's new focus on military might, the offshoring of migrants around the world, how Nigel Farage could become Britain's next Prime Minister, or our section where we ask a handful of experts what's really driving anti-establishment sentiment around the world. You can pre-order a copy of Too Long from our website right now, or you can subscribe
Hey everybody. I think I need to No, I'm not going to sleep. Playing all nighter, but I do need to work my day job a little bit. So, what would you do? Y'all want to hang out? Should I just end the live? What is it? What are these comments? Oh shit, we don't have any mods right now. Okay, hold on. Block. I'm sorry, y'all. All the mods are asleep. Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. These are trolls. It's so hard to tell nowadays. Yeah. Bud Lightyear. I didn't realize you were talking about on TikTok. I thought you were talking about on Twitch. Sorry about that. Hey Dan, I can mod. Shoot me a DM. Kids in the US go hungry as well. Let's be just as mad about all kids going hungry. I agree. Do we not talk about this on these lives? Denying the genocide in Gaza? Green finger. What's going on, buddy? What's the food, shelter? Those are the basic human rights, healthcare too. Yeah, so do you like disagree with all the international human rights watchdogs? We gotta beg so we can watch you work. Come on. Wait, who asked you to beg? I would beg. I feel like it's a beg. What did I beg for? I just said like I just said, do you guys want to hang out? Should we watch a video? Should I end the live? I didn't think that was begging. See, Chumley is on TikTok doing Pokemon. I did cross him once. I beg to not end it. And I'm begging on my knees. Watch video. Okay. Dan, stop making me beg. Hold on, we got a guest. Hi, welcome up.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
You requested.
Oh, yeah, I disagree.
Okay. What are conservatives right about?
We're right morally.
You be more specific.
Because I feel like most conservatives, we live by a traditional role, and that's really good in society, don't you think?
Does that traditional role involve molesting children?
No, it doesn't involve.
Okay, so why would you support somebody that is protecting people on the Epstein client list?
Again, that would bring a lot of people down, even from your party, don't
That's
you
fine.
think?
That's fine. I want them brought down. That's fine. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, if it's not Trump.
It's not Trump. Nice morals, buddy. You're okay with children getting raped as long as it's by Trump.
No, I'm just saying like, no, I'm okay with it too, but it would bring like a lot of
That's
your
fine. That's fine.
people
That's fine.
down.
Every single person on the list I want it brought down, right? Okay, so why do you support the guy that's covering it up?
He's not trying to. I don't feel like he's trying to cover up. He's not trying to.
He said if you
cause,
care
like,
about the release of the Epstein files, he doesn't want your support anymore.
I feel like he's scared because it will make a lot of people from his party look bad.
Okay, I don't care. That's not a good enough reason for me. If a Democrat didn't want to release the Epstein files because it would make a lot of Democrats look bad, I would not be happy with that person. Okay, and you said your party is the moral party. Yeah,
Yeah.
that doesn't sound right. I would think the most basic thing that the left and right should be able to agree on is that as a society we have a duty to protect children, and you are okay with protecting those that molest children. So it does not sound
How
like.
did I say that?
Well, you said you're okay with Donald Trump protecting the Epstein clients, right?
No, I'm not okay. I said they can go too. Doesn't matter.
You justified him not releasing the files. You justified it. You said it would make him look bad.
No, I said I wouldn't want to see Trump like in there, but it will suck, you know.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a question. Normally I ask this at the end of the conversation, but I gotta get to work, so I'm gonna ask you this question now. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, because I wasn't old enough to vote at the time.
Okay. You're 18 now?
Yeah.
All right. The election is held today. Everything's exactly the same. All right. Same policies. Economy is the same. Campaign is the same. Debate's the same. Everything's the same. The one key difference. There's a video of Donald Trump raping a child. Who do you vote for?
But between who? Like Trump and
Kamala Harris.
This pains me to say, but I will have to vote for Kamala.
I don't know why it pains you to say. At the very least, you are the first person out of the 8 that I've asked that said they would vote for Kamala Harris. Now that said, why on earth would it pain you to say to vote against the child rapist?
No, it's because I despise Kamala so much it would just hurt me.
Why?
But if Trump truly did do that, he would be a disgusting person. I wouldn't vote for him.
Why do you despise her?
Because I feel like she didn't earn her way up to the top, you know? I just disagree with her and everything she does and everything she stands for.
What do you earn her way up to the top? So she was district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president.
Keyword, I said morally. How is sleeping with a married man moral?
Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and say, for argument's sake, that that's true. Because I don't want to go through all of the nuances of the fact that they were separated and we don't even know if they were sleeping together. You do know Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, right?
Is there proof of this? There's a
he
proof
admits
of
it.
Kamala
Yes.
sitting on
Wait,
the
stop.
married man's lap.
Stop. Are you being for real? That like there's more proof of Donald Trump cheating on all 3 of his wives than there is that Kamala dated a married man. Like he's literally admitted it. This is not a secret.
Wait, are you talking about Stormy Daniels? She's an adult star. Why would you listen to what she says?
You're a real person. You're an adult with a functioning prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, bro.
What was your birth year?
February 16, 2007. You want to see my ID too or not?
Maybe, but I'll. Okay. Let me ask you a question. If I show you the proof that he cheated on all 3 of his wives, Are you gonna now despise Donald Trump? Okay, so you have no moral compass. You just hate women. Just say it.
No, I have a moral compass.
Oh, that's
I
it.
will look at him
It's you
differently.
saw a video. You saw a picture of her sitting on a guy's lap, and you assumed that she's sleeping with a married man. This man who's cheated on all 3 of his wives, one of which was while she had a newborn child, and he cheated on her with a porn star. There's evidence of all this. He admits all of it. And I ask you, if I show you evidence of all of this, will you hate him the same way you hate Kamala? And you said, yeah, I'm good. You have no actual moral consistency. You just hate her because she's a woman. Eat shit. Sorry, I should have been nicer. He was only 18. He was 10 when Donald Trump first ran for president. One out of 8. Still a misogynist, of course, but at the very least, he broke the streak. Because how you only 18 and already parroting like that? Yeah, like, okay. I don't know if the culture has shifted, but like when I was 18, I was really not trying to I was not trying to like idolize other adults. Like, it's so strange. Like I really get, like, if an 18-year-old comes up and says, "Oh, both parties are the same, blah blah blah. I'm, an independent." Like, that seems more in line with where I would have been at 18. But to just like openly defend, I don't know. It's weird. Watches Aiden Ross, Kai Cenat, Sneeko, etc. These streamers that have huge kid fan bases. Is Kai Cenat red pill? Like, I know Aiden Ross and Sneeko are scum of the earth, but I don't really know anything about Kai Cenat other than that he's a streamer. The far right goes out of their way to indoctrinate kids. I mean, that makes sense. Because there's no way to actually like convince a person with an adult brain of Republican ideology. It doesn't make any sense. It's a very different generation. My generation is waking up to the liberal hoax. We are MAGA all the way through. The chosen ones. I don't know what it's like to be such a bootlicker, right? That as someone so young, you're willing to just sell your future. Like, Republicans literally do not care about you in any way, shape, or form. But because someone on YouTube said that it's masculine to support Republicans, you just decided, okay, I'm going to vote against my best interests for the rest of my life. You're so young. Future brown shirts. No, I think I'm officially too tired to debate. If we're gonna continue, I'm gonna go like wash my face and then do my day job, and maybe we'll either play music or play videos. Unless if there's other. I've never been a follower, so I don't get it. Why aren't you sleeping? I'm trying to fix my sleep cycle for Mac because my sleep cycle has been cooked, and I want to go to bed with her at the same time tonight. They don't yet understand what America is supposed to be about. Probably movie. Oh God, what do we have here? Hello.
Oh. Yo. Yeah, so why do you think we're wrong about everything?
How old are you?
18.
Birth year.
2007.
Month.
May. Are you gonna ask year, bro? I mean, day. Are you gonna ask hour, bro? Like, as a conservative, I think stealing is wrong, bro. Am I wrong about that?
What grade are you in?
Oh, I'm actually in 2nd grade.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a zygote. That was a fertilized embryo. As a conservative, okay, I have an idea. All right, I'm gonna. I just turned off the desktop audio for YouTube and Twitch. I'm gonna play a little bit of music. Can y'all remind me if I bring a guest up to turn the desktop audio on again for YouTube and Twitch? Otherwise, they will not be able to hear me. They just said no. Hey, Quinn. As a conservative. Next song. Damn, you don't like the song? Coworker music? Damn. Dad, I'm getting cooked. Yeah, I listen to rap ass music. Okay. Louder. Imagine listening to this willingly. Am I getting roasted for this song? Exact target audience. Damn. That's some haters in the fucking chat. Sheesh. Fine. Play something that y'all like. Nailed it. Real G's moving silence like lasagna. Exact music you would listen to while sipping kombucha. 16 hours. It's. Oh, wait, that's not supposed to be a countdown. Oh, no. Wait, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be counting up. Hold on. Why is it down? Stop that. When did you start? 8 hours and 25 minutes ago. But I want it to count up. We don't listen to Chris Brown. Countdown from 24 hours. Well, that implies that I'm definitely doing 24 hours. And I have a question mark. I mean, it says time. Need a clock. Oh, okay. Well, they have. Okay, so they have countdowns that we can. So TikTok has a countdown where like it adds time every time you send a gift. So that could help us with our grift goal. Well, that's not what we're looking for. I set a timer. That'd be another way to do this. The griftathon. 24-hour griftathon. Okay, fine. We'll just do it from 24 hours. Oh wait, there's got to be a way to do this. Erica, are you still awake or did you wake up? You woke me up. Me? That's Kendrick yelling mustard. That's not on me. You guys woke. I went sleeping to you and woke still on. I can't figure out the time. Griftathon awoke all who listen. Okay, so 24 hours minus 8.5 hours, 15.5 hours. Oh. I got a timer set. Well, I appreciate that, KT, but I... Good morning, Mac. Kat, that's my girlfriend. She just woke up and is judging me for being awake. Good night, Weenus Wrangler. Damn, he's been here for like 8.5 hours. Okay. All right. Let's do a woke check. Let's see who's awake. Laughing emoji if you're awake, crying emoji if you're sleeping. Laughing emoji if you're awake, crying emoji if you're asleep. Wrong number. Why are you doing this? I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. Wait, you were watching the live? You're gonna regret that 24-hour live. Well, there's a question mark. So like I can just end it when I need to. No, it pops back in when the call ends. We're nosy. Okay. I'm gonna go wash my hands and then I'm gonna get started on my day job. For those of you that don't know, I sell Pokemon cards for a living. So I'm gonna be packing orders, pulling orders, packing orders. Good morning, Queen. We get to see you pack orders. Yeah. Thank you for the heart maze, everybody. Thank you, Gucci. Song. It's called Disco Love by Samargal. Who played this? I love it. I did. Sitting far to the left. Oh, shout out to Matt, Otakus Are Us, and Sid. Oh, Sid is definitely asleep. Hold on. Y'all let a sleeping person get third place? Where are the tappers? Sid has been asleep for at least 4 hours. Sid is awake, actually. Oh, good morning, Sid. Whoops. Okay, well, shout out Matt, Otakus, and Sid. I'm gonna reset this. So, actually, maybe I shouldn't reset it. Matt racked up 37,000. Our email. Are you doing this to yourself? I don't know. Trilogy kombucha. Yes, it is the only kombucha I like, and it's buy one get one free at Publix, or was last week. Well, the Synergy brand is the only one I like. But the varieties I like Trilogy. I like the Blue Gingerade or whatever it's called, something like that. And what, dude? I fell asleep when you started the live. I just woke up. Oh my god, you still awake? Yeah, we're resetting our sleep cycle. Okay, so then read the ingredients on the bottle. I think I fixed my watch, by the way. Really? How? Ingredients. Organic raw kombucha, raspberry juice, lemon juice, and cold pressed ginger juice. Okay, so usually my workday starts obviously with coffee, but I figured I'd finish off the kombucha first. My workday starts and I clear out my emails. You accepting guests? Yeah, you can come up. Gonna request or PC noise for the other side stuffs. Oh, Frosty, thank you for the reminder. Hold on, I have to unmute Twitch and YouTube so they can hear you. Hey.
Man, go to sleep, dude. What are you doing?
All right, here's the move. I needed to fix my sleep cycle. Okay. So I pulled an all-nighter. But now, so that I don't accidentally fall asleep at like 11 a.m., I figure everyone here can make sure that it doesn't happen. And I get to, if I'm just going to work anyway.
Fuck, yeah, I mean, that's fair. I fell asleep at like 9, you were on. And I texted my girlfriend, I was like, hey, you want to watch Dan? She's like, yeah. And then I fell asleep. And then I just woke up and you're still alive.
Yeah. It was a bit of an impromptu decision to still be live. Like, I had already planned on staying up all night, but I did not plan on being live all night. But here we are.
You gonna get debates or no?
No, I'm debated out right now. We did a ton of debates earlier.
I meant like earlier. Do you get any good ones?
Oh, good ones? Oh,
Yeah,
there are no good debates anymore. It's any debate right now is just slowly having them reveal which of the 4 categories they're in: racist, misogynist, Nazi, or pedophile.
A lot of
some
white
combination.
supremacy recently. A lot of white supremacy. It's insane.
Yeah. Like there's nothing you can't really debate those issues. You gotta slowly coax it out of them, and they accidentally tell them themselves. So we have now asked 8 people. Although honestly, the 8th one, I don't know if we should count because they were under 18. It turned out, but we asked 8 people if we were to redo the election. Everything's the exact same economy, same campaign, same debate, everything, same policies. If there's a video of Donald Trump raping a child, who'd you vote for? And the one that I think was 17 probably, but the one that was underage said painfully Kamala after a long pause. One of them said they'd still vote for Trump, and then 6 of them said they wouldn't vote.
Jesus.
So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Oh my god. Yeah, I was watching Dean earlier yesterday, and like there was over like 5 white G-siders, and just like so many people just came up and said the N-word. I mean, it was just over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's I mean, I honestly I hate I hate that I'm right on this, but I'm pretty sure my hypothesis is true. In August of 2025, only people that support Donald Trump are one of those four categories or some combination of them. That's just the only logical explanation.
Yeah. Did you know it's Pickle's birthday today?
I knew it was coming up, but now I know it's today.
It is today. It is today.
Going live.
No clue, to be honest. He was live pretty late yesterday. And I know he's like on his Discord right now playing movies, but I texted him like 2 hours ago and he hasn't responded, so he's probably asleep.
What movie? Oh, he AFK. Well, if he's on when this live ends, / when I get banned, we'll do a raid. Or I guess only when it ends, because I can't really raid if we get banned. But yeah, if he's live when I end, I'll definitely raid him for his birthday.
Yeah. Couldn't tell you how old he is. I'm a shitty friend, but all I know is he's an onk, so I think he's above like 35 now, something.
Monk status. I'm also 35, by the way.
Oh, I want to take back what I said. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I know. What are you doing today?
Me? Oh, my girlfriend's coming over in a few hours. You know, the one that I met in your chat, actually. I still like to gas you up about that because that's pretty sweet.
I just was it in chat the day of the dating show or no?
It was.
I'm just so happy that the dating show led to a successful because it also led to a mod civil war. So I'm glad something came out of it. Yeah, for those that don't know, we lost half of our mods over the February 14th dating show because one of the mods was upset that they participated because they felt that we weren't taking it seriously enough. You know, the TikTok politics live dating show. He felt that we should have taken it more seriously. Anyway. Oh yeah, there's that. Another one of the mods was upset that I didn't use her chat GPT generated questions. We'll give you an example of one of the questions. If you could describe your love life as an American president, who would it be? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't feel like that would be a good question to ask.
Dude, if I was that sad, I would have pulled out like Zachary Taylor or something like that, or like John Tyler, some crazy name. Something just way out of pocket.
Yeah. It was a wild time, chat. It's been 6 months since then. Oh my goodness.
That was 6 months ago.
And I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it, but August 20th will be the 1-year anniversary of the Political Lives.
Really?
Yeah. Which is probably around the same thing for Pickles as well, because I think we started at the same time.
Yep,
obviously
it was,
he'd been streaming like other stuff.
Yeah. We made the switch. I can probably find the date in my camera roll. Hold on.
Dan, can you explain Drama 1? Wait, Sid, you know Drama 1. You're involved in Drama 1. You must mean Drama 3. There's no way you're talking about Drama 1, Sid. Oh, I don't even know how to explain. Oh, wait, you are talking about Drama 1. I know Drama 1, but someone in chat asked. Oh. No, I don't think we're going to talk about Drama 1. Do all the wars lore? Civil Wars? How many? First of all, how many dramas are there? Hold on.
Yeah, like it looked like it was like late July, right, turning into August when he started.
There was that led into that. There was another first mod Civil War. Wait, no, that was the second mod Civil War. Hold on. Yeah, that was the second mod Civil War. First mod Civil War. Then we do not talk about. Really do not talk about. Then second mod Civil War. Then the Unfuck America tour was like 3 or 4, I think. It was.
Damn, I forgot about that time period, man.
Yeah.
What a time.
Yeah, so it was
What a time.
the Lena drama that led into might be something. Unfuck America tour has to be like 4. Yeah, no, Irish was Irish drama. 7.
Never forget the Daisy and Pickles drama too. That was a fun time.
Oh yes, the Daisy Pickles drama. That's right. I don't know. I don't know if we like other than when I dropped her that one time. I don't think that was like a full thing. I don't think that counts. Oh well, it's Peyton 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, I want to say it's 9. 9 dramas. I think that's.
We got to come up with unique names for this. Like all the wars in history have like these sick ass names. Like we got to come up with names for every single one of them. Like history's gonna look back
Like
at
the
us
War of the
and-
Roses and stuff like that. Well, I mean, the mod Civil War 1 and mod Civil War 2, I think are.
Nah, it's pretty cool. That's pretty sick. I like
Yeah.
that. It's simple, sleek. I like that.
Okay, we have Docs War.
You could do like the War on UFA, like Unfuck America tour, like that. The War on UFA. It's
Run UFA.
a little catchy.
Seriously, a book needs to be written. The countdown until you release the fly. Are you supposed to be multitasking, asking for my very cute friend? Yes, yes. Tanner came up and distracted me.
Oh, sorry about that.
Hey, Veta. Yeah, name them and write a summary to. Okay, so the thing is, drama number 3 and drama number 2 were the same night, and I don't think we're ever talking about those. I have the VOD, and honestly, at maybe I would sell that VOD. But otherwise, you're gonna have to waterboard me to get drama number 2 and number 3. You had to be there.
I can't think about what we're talking about. I was probably there, but I just can't think about what we were talking about. But I was probably there.
Maybe. It was when was it? I think it was around Thanksgiving-ish. No. It was of November. Yeah, around Thanksgiving. Yeah. Yeah, but so it was 9 dramas. One of them is literally you can go on YouTube and it's uploaded. The Daisy drama, that one's on YouTube. You can look at that one. The Alina drama is also on YouTube, but that one's like 7 hours, so I don't know. But at least 2 of them are on YouTube. I was here for those. The Peyton Live is not on YouTube. Haven't heard from Daisy in forever. Good.
Yeah.
I mean, she just hangs out in Alina's chat.
Yeah.
I need the older ones though. Yeah, I kind of wish we had older millennial drama, but sadly, just peas. All he does. Anyway. All right. Tanner, I love you, but I gotta get to work.
For sure. See you, bro.
I got blocked from Daisy Live in 5 seconds flat, and you didn't even say anything. It's Daisy looked at the people in the viewers in her 8 viewer live, and she was like, I don't recognize this person. Block. You remember the guest with the typewriter or something? Oh my god, that wasn't drama. That was just hilarious. And we watched that VOD in a VOD that's on YouTube, but I don't remember what day. Daisy pre-blocked me for being Pickles' mod. No, she said, wait, that's Dan's girlfriend block. Oh, okay. Aww. Listen, I love a typewriter. He didn't block me. Well, you're not my girlfriend, Tanner. Oh, wait, no, there's more. Chat. Oh, no, there's more. Mod Civil War 2 also led to the blocking drama when Pickles and other creators had blocked us. Yeah, 10 dramas. For what? Why would Pickles block you? It's not his fault at all. He was given some very vague, very antagonistic information. And then after a couple months, like he apologized and said, "Hey, I'm really sorry about this. I learned about it and blah 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 blah." That one was more of my fault. Yeah, that might have been Tanner's fault actually, but months. Yeah, I think it was like 2 months. About he blocked me in late February and unblocked me. So maybe it was like less than 2 months, but more than a month. There's two big creators that still have me blocked for the same reason that Pickles had blocked me. That never unblocked me. But is what it is. What it is. Who? I mean, I don't want like hate to go to those creators because I mean, ultimately, I don't really have a problem with them. They just like believe liars. And we need a blog to keep our history. I always stuck up for you in his chat whenever it was mentioned. I appreciate that. And no, I'm just nosy. Okay, well, it's Felice and facts still matter. Still have me blocked. Charlie Kirk. Okay. YouTube and Twitch, I gotta turn the music off for you guys. I'm sorry. Dan, I don't like that at all. It's rude. It's been so long at this point. Like, it is what it is. I mean, there were a lot of people that like took so there are a lot of people that took Alina's side in that feud that have slowly come over to this side once they like had more information, and so that's cool. But like in regards to the stuff from before, like if I'm blocked, then they'll never, know the full story. So it's just what it is. We need a name for the pickles block, Daisy and Alina stuff. I like Felice. Was that also due to wrong info? Yeah, it was the same info that Pickles got. Basically, there was okay. So in the second mod civil war, the people that left the server really, really, really wanted to harm me and the community. So there was one, the Great Battle of the EU. There was one person who was not an active mod, but they mod for a lot of people. I'm not going to name this person because I don't want them to get hate, but they are the reason for all of these blocks, and they're kind of scum. But I'm not going to name them because, But anyway, person that goes live, it's a person that joins people's boxes a lot. It's a person that mods for a lot of people, and they were in my mod chat still because they weren't really involved in the mod civil war. So then, they started talking after, and they're like, "Hey, I'm just catching up. What's going on? Blah blah blah." And they were pretending to be impartial. Little did they know that Mac was a mole for me, and sent me what she was saying in their Discord. Basically, she was saying that, "Oh, pretend I'm impartial, so that they don't know that I'm actually on your side." And so I kicked her from the Discord. And the moment I saw that, and then she went to several creators, presumably Felice and Facts Still Matter, and I know she went to Chris G because he told me about that. Chris G didn't block me, obviously. He asked her for any kind of clarification or any kind of evidence or anything, and she didn't have it. And he's like, "All right, yeah, copy." And then I don't know if she also went to Pickles and Tanner, and that's like what started that whole. I know who you're talking about, yeah. But yeah, so that person is how like the creators blocked me. So. Yeah, I mean it is a shame, but ultimately, like all of these dramas or whatever, if people leave because they were unwilling to just even ask me about my side of the story, or unwilling to ask me about what's going on, then I mean, maybe it's better off, The people that are supposed to look into facts just spreading stuff around. Yes, that was what was so frustrating. It was like people. It was specifically people on the left, and we talk about how you shouldn't just believe everything online. And nothing. Dan, check my text. Yeah, it is Mac. So sorry, Dan. That couldn't have been easy to go through WMac. No, a lot of these were very difficult. In fact, the pickles block specifically, like when Facts Don't Matter and Felice blocked me, it was like it sucked, especially with Facts because like I considered us like friends kind of, like it sucked. But when Pickles blocked me, I literally jumped in the Discord and I added everyone in the Discord and said, "Hey guys, I'm going through it. I need y'all here." And like I cried ugly tears in Discord general like voice when Pickles blocked me. Yeah, that was rough. And it was does Facts still have you blocked? I believe so, yeah. My earlobe pimple isn't popping. Pickles should tell Felice. Several people have reached out to Felice about it, and nothing's changed, so it just is what it is. I'm happy he ended up figuring out the truth. Yeah. Yeah, it just felt so I felt so helpless because like it wasn't like I was getting like a text or a message or anything explaining. It was just block. And then when like someone I was close to like Pickles did it, I really I just really went through it. It was rough. Like there was a group of people that were genuinely trying to destroy my life. Now needs to change to block somebody over lies is foul, especially without getting the facts. Yeah, but I mean, at this point, we're talking. It's been 6 months. And like, I guess I'm just over it. People are quick to block before even speaking to you. Are they even worth friendship? Can I need the backstory on what happened? I don't really want to get into the details. Happens so much on debate talk. That's why I'm wary of problematic label. So to give you an idea, just to give you an idea of how how dead set this group of people that left the Discord after Mod Civil War 2. They weren't all mods, but a lot of them were friends with the mods that left. Just to give you an idea of how dead set they were on like canceling me or just hurting me. They sent out messages to my followers saying that Dan has created an unsafe environment, particularly for girls as young as 17. And then an hour later, they said, actually, we'd like to revise that statement to 21. So, accusing me of a crime. One of them called me. Called you? That's fucking wild. Yeah, so so I want to shout out those that like told me about this so I can, so I wasn't just losing people without knowing, but that's how bad things had gotten. I don't know if I was in the Discord yet. All involved. They're all gone. They're all gone and they're all nobody. Who's the first to tell you? I don't know. I don't know if she wants to be named or not, but she's amazing. For like she literally brought it to me ASAP and was like, "Hey, what's this about?" Maybe one day we'll go over the actual drama because like it happened in the Discord, and those that are still in the Discord that saw it would be know how ridiculous it was. And it ended with they released their final statement. They released their final statement, and in the same document, it was hours of reading. Yeah, it was. In the same document that they had trigger warning essay, okay? The same document they had some of their grievances being my microwave mic and my bad YouTube thumbnails. And the trigger warning essay section, by the way, if you read their screenshots, it's of them sexualizing me on live. Don't forget the definitions. Oh my God, yes. And then the document started with we, the moderators, and moderators was like a clickable link. Moderators was a clickable link. And so I thought you'd click that and it would be a list of all the moderators that co-signed the letter. No, it was a link to the Webster's dictionary definition of moderator. This pattern of behavior isn't typically isolated, so it's even scarier. I'd like to believe that they've gotten over it. I haven't heard anything in a while. I know that a few of them like got really into Alina's community because like we had our beef for a bit. But that's kind of over, so I don't know if they're still I don't know if they're still making voodoo dolls and stuff of Dan. Of course they did. Villains don't move on for real. Haven't seen her in a long time either. Oh well, that's a whole other story. I think she just had a call out live. I don't know if I should be airing out other people's dirty laundry, but I'm sorry that happened, man. The Discord should be a chill place. Yeah, and honestly, once they left, I think our Discord has been damn near perfect. Like we had so few incidents, and everyone's just chill and super supportive of each other. So like it was short-term pain for a long-term gain. Yeah, I really love the art server. What was even in it for them? Don't cliffhang us now. It's just so basically like the head mod. I thought you were a video. Hey Neely. So I fired the head mod because like it just became clear that we weren't going to be able to agree on the direction of the live. And something happened that made me super uncomfortable, which was like she would question me about what my Discord pings were. Like I was like, "Oh, that was just Parker's Discord. It was an everyone at." And then she said like, "Okay, well, there were 4 pings and there were only 2 announcements on Parker's Discord." And I felt super uncomfortable. I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I got messages from like is this I'm like a person. I don't Yeah. Like, and that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. But there was a lot, and so the problem is, I had trusted her so much that most of the mods were brought on by her. So when this happened, they all turned on me because they were defending their friend. I thought that drama started because of what's his face on the dating panel. No. So the drama did start from the dating live, but what's his face was not the core issue that they had, because what's his face was removed from the Discord. They got over that. It was but the dating live, what's so good for me? Yeah, Tanner found his person, so that's cool. F what's his face? Yeah, Mac does not like what's his face. That dude made me uncomfy. Yeah, he made some very uncomfortable comments. For sure. And I really wish he had apologized in his final message in the Discord. That's kind of what that really rubbed me the wrong way, because I didn't think that, I thought that he could come back from it, like if he just took accountability, but he didn't, and that was really frustrating. And just, by the way, I don't think we talk about this enough. Okay, actually, I take that back. We talk about it just enough. But I just want to point out, the what's his face was by and large the biggest supporter of the live, and I essentially kicked him for making people uncomfortable. So fuck the guy before that said I'm just a grifter. Okay, I stand on business when it comes to keeping the community safe. He would donate thousands of dollars. Yeah. Kind of weird that he actually existed. Well, no, there was the one time that he donated $1,500 for me to do a 48-hour live. But other than that, he would send like $100 at a time, $100 at a time. I was here for all of this, but I don't even remember the people. I hated him for that. I know. Anyway, I'm supposed to be working. Y'all got me talking about drama. Now I feel like I've already told enough of the story. I should just fill in the blanks. Okay, hold on. I was clearing out my emails. Right, the day starts. I open my email. Okay. He is working. So we can do stuff together. Yeah. I'm supposed to get my work done so that when Matt gets here, I don't have to worry about like working for Monday morning. Give us something. Let's supply the campfire and retell the wars we've been through. Fill in the gaps. Talk and do stuff. Oh, I definitely can't do that. Okay. So it all started with the dating live that we did on Valentine's Day. And one of the mods participated in the dating live. And that mod apparently was really upset that like we joked around a lot and we didn't take it seriously. Like my co-host for the dating live was Johnny Palmadessa. Now I don't know why he thought he would find his true love on a political debate live dating show on TikTok. But Yeah. So then that mod was calling me in tears. I really liked him too. I liked him so much as a person, and I felt bad until I realized that it was just like, are we being fucking for real right now? Like I felt bad until, first of all, he lied to me about how upset he was. He when I asked everyone that participated, because this was something that, oh no, I'm talking about the 3-letter mod. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that mod, that's a whole other thing. Okay, so there were 13 people that participated. All right, and oh shit, I should take my nighttime pills. Wait, Hillary, how do you even? Thank you. Hold on one second. Okay. So there were 13 people that participated, and this head mod that we used to have she would do this thing where she would present an issue that she has as if it's the, what's the word here? The group consensus. So she convinced a lot of the other mods that this was the group consensus, and then they came to me and said, "Hey, like that, the dating live was a disaster." When I ended the dating live, I thought that it was mostly a success. Like there were a couple things that we needed to change if we were ever going to do it again. But I was like, this is mostly a success. I get off and the mods were like, "Wow, that was a disaster." And so like they basically gaslit me into thinking that it was horrible, and the contestants were like really upset about how it went. So then I asked all 13 individually, and 11 of the 13 were had extremely positive things to say. One was like kind of indifferent, and I literally found someone and was still gaslit into thinking it went awful. Yeah, literally. One was kind of indifferent. They were like, I have like commitment issues, so it was never gonna go well, but you know, I didn't have any problems with it. And then the only person that had any negative things to say really was a mod. But they didn't tell me the same thing that they were telling the other mods. They were like, "Oh, well, there was pros and cons, blah blah blah." So basically, I typed up a letter to the mods and I was like, "Hey, so like I get that y'all are upset, but if all the contestants enjoyed it except for the one mod, and everyone in chat enjoyed it, then like I'm not gonna do the changes you want." So like one of the changes that they wanted was that they wanted me to be less spontaneous. Oh, it's just, I mean, that's who I am. I'm literally doing a 24-hour live out of nowhere. I don't know, like that's who I am. How am I going to change that? I'm not going to be less spontaneous because that like affects you. Like I get that like she wants things in her way. She wants things planned and regimented or whatever, but like no offense, but this is my life. Yeah, so basically in the letter I said like I'm not comfortable like giving an apology if I'm not actually planning on changing the behavior. Like I can be sorry that you were hurt for sure, and I am, but I'm not gonna say sorry and then just keep doing what I'm doing. So like I don't think that's a sincere apology, and they really didn't like that. I did not like that particular mod at all. I immediately clocked her bad vibe. There are at least 3 people that that messaged me and said, "I'm leaving your community because of that mod." And y'all, if you knew the conversations, like she would talk about chat like they were children. It was so bad. It was so bad. So anyway, after like, and then okay, so then things came to a head. All right, things came to a head in the Discord. So we have a Discord vetting process because we started getting in some people spamming slurs, and we started getting MAGA and whatever. So we had a Discord vetting process. it's not very difficult. You all that are in the Discord know. Basically, you just post a screenshot of your TikTok. You give us the year of your birth to make sure that you're over 18, and you agree to the rules. That's it. The Discord vetting process. We just make sure that you're not a troll, a bot, or MAGA, because we just don't want to deal with MAGA. But the this mod was ready to deny someone for somebody for following like Theo Vaughn. I actually stopped coming because of them. First time back since February. Really? Holy shit! Welcome back, Andromeda. Yeah, February was when all this shit went down, though. So you could have been back for a while, but I appreciate you. That's so wild. Yeah. So she wanted to deny somebody for following, like, it was like Theo Vaughn and Matt Rife. And so, like, I looked at this person's follow list, and this was just a regular 19-year-old guy. Okay. He only followed 2 overtly political accounts, which was me and RFK Jr. That was it. And everyone else he followed is just like comedians that are problematic, but you might not know why they're problematic. Like, I didn't remember. I know Matt Rife is a scumbag, but I don't remember why. So, like, it's not crazy for, like, 2 of the most popular comedians on TikTok. Someone following them means they don't get into the Discord. What? So this is the exact kind of person that needs a good influence? Yeah, literally. No, when you start checking the following and vetting, I side eye because who has the... Yeah, I mean, all I do, I just check to make sure that they're not MAGA. That's it, to be honest. That's really it. And don't tell anyone, but sometimes if they're in, like, all of the other Discord, like they're in Parker's Discord and they're in Pickle's Discord, I just let them in. I don't even check. Also, what if they're following them to combat, etc.? That's fair. The reposts are actually usually the most telling. But either way, it's a much looser process now. We literally just look. It's like, is this a horrible person? No, you're in. It's super simple. But she wanted to deny him for like following just comedians. And I told her, I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I looked at the following list. The most of the things he follows are just like Pokemon streamers and music lives. Is just a regular guy? And so she said, okay, well, if you're gonna let him in, then you need to do an everyone announcement in the Discord saying that this is no longer a safe space for marginalized communities. And I said, if you want me to do that, sure, but I am going to fully explain what I'm referring to. That is what that was about. Yeah. And by the way, the person is still in the Discord, and I always wonder if they looked at the drama and were like, hey, they're talking about me. That mod was so President Coin coded, honestly, to use the Hunger Games reference. Yeah. Like, she had schedules for the mods. She like, what days are you guys available? Because we want to make sure there's someone always there. She said she wanted someone always looking at the Discord to make sure that nothing bad happened. So then she said, when I say that, if you want me to do that insane everyone act, then I'm gonna explain myself. So she said, so I was like, would you like to have a call first? And she said, we need to do a group call. So we have a mod call. It's 4 hours, and it is essentially everyone shit on Dan for 3.5 hours. Are the mods paid or something? No, they're not. They're not. And I also, like, I would love it if I got as big as some of the other debaters on this platform. I would love to be able to pay the mods, but there's nothing to pay them with at the moment. So like all the mods are volunteers, and that's why whenever I talk to the mods, I'm like, you guys never, ever, 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 ever have are obligated to do anything. Like if you're not available to mod, that's okay. If you just want to watch the live, but just aren't in the headspace to mod, that's okay. Like this is totally, it's for fun. The whole point. I'm running the Discord like the Navy. 4-hour meeting, catering sandwiches with at least. Yeah. So Sid was in that meeting, Mac was in that meeting, and it was like it was absolutely so like the meeting started with them saying that like they felt that I had changed as a person. Like I'm more distracted while the guests are up. And like I'm looking at my phone, and this was, as a reminder, this was after the election. And so I explained to them, I was like, yeah, like this is hard to talk about, but I've been depressed since pretty much since Kamala lost the election. And I've been like, I'm unfortunately, like it shows. I have a very expressive face. I have no poker face. Y'all can read it on my face when something upsets me. And so it went from like so I started crying explaining this, and they kind of just like skipped over that and just kept talking about their problems, about the dating show, and about that guy that follows Theo Vaughn. And so after that, we actually we started to come to an agreement, at least in terms of the TikTok vetting. Or the Discord vetting. We kind of came to agreement, but the head mod was still upset because she really, really wanted apologies, groveling, whatever it might be. She left. The last half hour, everyone was kind of just like bringing the temperature down. We're all, talking, having fun. But she left the call, and then somebody else needed to go comfort her. And then so she just wasn't joining the lives for days on end, waiting for me to resolve her issue or whatever. And eventually, like I thought about it. I talked to people, and once I put everything together, remember, like this is the person that said like, oh well, I heard 4 Discord dings and only 2 of them were Parker's Discord. So who were the other 2? Who was messaging you during the live? Like that made me feel so uncomfy. So many other things in regards to the people that have messaged me saying I left your community because of her. I wrote this letter basically saying like, hey, I wish you the best, but I don't think we're going to be able to continue working together. I didn't block her. I didn't say get out of the Discord. In fact, I recognized that she put in a lot of work into building up the Discord, and I offered the whole Discord to her. I said, if you'd like, you can rename the Discord and do whatever you want with it. You could use it for advocacy, whatever it might be. So after I sent that letter, her sister, who was in the Discord, and then her friends, just started spamming in the Discord that everyone needs to leave. If you're in this Discord, you're in danger. It's an unsafe environment. Blah 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 blah. And so people in the community, as y'all know, our community thrives on fact checking, on getting information. So they asked, "Hey, why is it unsafe?" And they didn't have details ever. Everyone asked. It was always vagaries. It was always just. It was always appealing to authorities. Like, well, look at the mods. Look at all the mods that are leaving. And then one of the mods that left said something so fucking. He said, all the people that would keep it safe are leaving. And I remember Liam, our mod, LRDC, was like, oh, so only you guys care about keeping the Discord safe? It was, yeah, it was something else. So, Dan, I'm so sorry. I was working season. I don't know what that means, but thank you. She told me to message her first so she could decide if you saw what I wanted to share. Yes, yes. She made this rule where no one could message me during the live. They needed to all message her. She made that rule. I said to my chat, I said, "Hey, if you guys can do me a favor, don't at me in the Discord during the live because I'm not going to be able to see it. It'd be easier if you message me." And then she made the rule where don't message him, just message me instead. There was a lot. There was so many things. Very much so a safe space. My own mini war was handled swiftly, and I appreciate it. Yeah, I really try to kick anyone that turns out to be problematic pretty quickly. Like that's not it's not first of all it's not common because generally our community is awesome. But there's 3 off the top of my head, 3 scenarios where like there's a person that was an issue and they were all dealt with in less than 24 hours. So they're all like they start to thank you, Ice Cold. They start to attack the people that are just asking what makes the Discord unsafe. And there were even people that were getting triggered due to prior trauma that basically just had to leave, regardless of what the truth was. And in reality, I think that's what their goal was. So this continued for a while. And eventually, like they triggered the shit out of me with how intense they were being. Yeah. And Barbie really cooked them with her final statement in that drama thread. But basically, like they put out a statement, or no, I put out a statement, and then they put out a statement, and then I put out a final statement. And that was really it. And I'd like to believe that once everyone saw their statement and saw how unserious their allegations were, I'd like to believe that they're just gone. I'd like to believe that they're over it. Now, a lot of them took the opportunity when when Alina and Irish were going after me, they took the opportunity to jump on on that bandwagon to try to find some kind of payback or some kind of Schadenfreude. But now that situation is seemingly over, really the only outstanding damage is the creators that had blocked me and whoever did leave the Discord. And Peyton hating for no reason. Peyton, so Peyton is a whole other bag of worms. That can of worms. Bag of dicks? I don't know what the phrase is. What happened with Alina and Irish? To keep it short, Alina came up on my live when I first announced that I was going on the Unfuck America tour. Alina came up to talk about the lack of diversity. And we had like a 4-hour conversation where a lot of different people came up. And it seemed like a very, very productive conversation. The parts that weren't productive were when she was calling Dean a racist grifter. And then Dean came up to defend himself. But for the most part, like Jaden was up there. The organizer at the time was up there, who, I mean, we don't really fuck with her anymore, but a few other people had come up there, and it was like a pretty productive conversation about the need for more diversity on the tour, and also elevating voices of marginalized communities. But then Alina, the way Alina would talk about it on her live and in her Discord, was in a way that made it seem like my community was attacking her, like my community was being misogynistic, and that made me feel super weird. But it was what it was. So we moved on, or we tried to move on. But then I rated Erica for the first time ever. I had only ever seen Erica in panels. I had never seen Erica's live. So we were looking for somebody to raid, and someone in chat said, "Oh, what about Erica Shantae?" And I was like, "Oh, I remember Alina mentioned her in the live that we talked about. Yeah, why not?" So we raid, and Alina and her gooners, or whatever she calls them, were like attacking the people in my community. Like they were like, "Oh, you guys, this is a performative raid, and you guys were talking so much shit before, and you're not welcome here." Like Alina said to one of the most amazing people you'll ever meet, Let Love Live. I know you guys probably know her if you've been here for a while. She said, "Well, I'm Erica's mod and close friend, and you're not welcome here." And so I saw that, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm burning this bridge. Like, this is not. I'm not gonna let this like just be water under the bridge." So I posted a bunch of memes, calling out her hypocrisy, where she says Dean doesn't raid enough black women, and then when Dan raids a black woman, it's performative. Calling out the fact that she was essentially trying to, as a friend, she wanted the much larger creator not to raid her friend and bring 600 people into her live. It was so strange. So I just posted memes in my Discord, and they fucking lost their minds about this. And so I decided to just clear the air, and we watched that 4-hour live on live, because her claim was that my community was being misogynistic, my community was attacking her, my community disagreed with the need for diversity. And so we watched the live with chat on the screen. And nobody was like that. I think in the 4-hour live, there was maybe one comment that maybe was misogynistic. Someone called her an airhead, and we had to like debate the etymology of the word airhead. Yeah, you had a leak. Did you know that? Yeah. We I think we found them all in the Discord. But anyway, yeah. So that's why the live was 7 hours, because y'all know Dan. Y'all know Dan's ADHD. We had to go through a 4-hour live with pauses and replying to chat and replying to her gooners in chat, and then me getting distracted. I know there's a point that we had a conversation about the difference between internalized versus inherent in regards to racism. Like there was a lot of stuff that happened in that live, but like it took 7 hours because we watched a 4-hour live in it. So then they ran with Dan ran a 7-hour live attacking Alina. He's a misogynist. To be clear, not a single time did I say anything about her being a woman or even attack her. All I said was, all I did was show that she was lying about my community and about their reaction to the live. Dude, no cap, Alina would run a good Republican campaign. And so then what happened was, it was definitely blown out of proportion. Yeah, for sure. And that's why, like people in my community would ask in their chats when they would say this stuff, they would say, "What's it? Give an example of Dan attacking Alina. Give us a timestamp." Nothing. 7 hours. Nothing. There's no single timestamp. What was wild was, at least 20 times in that live, I said, "My community will not harass, will not spam, will not message Alina or any of her friends." I said that 20 times, reminding my community. Meanwhile, we have clips from Alina's live where she says, "Oh, you guys should go into his live and spam ew. Oh, you guys should blah blah blah." We have a panel where basically everyone on the live is shitting on Dan. One of them says that Dan looks dirty. It looks like he lives in a place with a lot of cockroaches. I'm sorry. I think that's racially motivated. And the fact that she didn't even shut it down, she agreed. So just the way it was handled on both ends, where I'm just like, this is what was stated. I'm just clearing things up. Please do not harass her. Versus, I'm gonna hold the I hate Dan panel, was wild. He held a 7-hour live about Alina, so he's a misogynist, where she held 34 lives attacking Dean. I just don't know. So anyway, then she gets Irish involved. And so Irish starts spamming the chat. His people start spamming the chat. Irish was holding lies about it. Yes, exactly. And so then they release a video that's cut up of Erica and I to make us look like we're lying and we're horrible people. And y'all know, listen, you can think whatever you want about me. Y'all know Erica. Like an amazing soul. And they tried to portray her as a liar. And the reason was that they were upset Erica didn't immediately take Alina's side. When the reality was, Alina lied to Erica about our raid, about why we were there. So, anyway, then one of her mods starts talking with the people that left my Discord. Erica, the British lady. No, sorry guys, sorry. TikTok thinks I'm not moving. Erica Shantae. I also like Erica, the British lady, by the way, but I'm talking about Erica, the person who's on our live a lot. Erica with a C, not Erica with a K. And like they essentially make a whole TikTok account, trying to portray me as a predator. That's a whole other side story. But yeah, so that video of me and Erica, Alina posts it, but it gets viewer restricted. So she has all of her gooners post it and start to make new accounts just to post it. Like a harassment campaign over nothing. Over nothing. So I stopped engaging completely, and it seemed to have died down. Then I saw a live where Alina and Kenzie were victim blaming the women that were taken advantage of by Harry, and I thought that was disgusting, and I unfollowed Kenzie. But now, like, that has, I guess, been like exposed to the public by Irish. But he was trying to hide Alina's involvement. He censored Alina's voice in that live. But all the people were asking were like, wait, who's the host? Because the host is agreeing. Like he's doing a Kenzie call out. He's mad at Kenzie for whatever reasons. And so he's doing a Kenzie call out, but he's trying to hide the person that is agreeing with the victim blaming, trying to hide the person that is saying, I'm going to use your story whether you give me consent or not. Isn't Irish a white supremacist? Yeah, no, Irish is a bad dude. Just so we're clear. And Alina's friendship with Irish has always been very interesting, given that her big thing was dangerous people on the left. So anyway, just recently, I guess after the Kenzie stuff, leaks from Alina's Discord came out where they were essentially trash talking like a member of their community who's disabled. They were trash talking pretty much anyone that that they felt like it. And so there was a big call out live, and I think people are starting to come to grips with like who she is. Like, have you like her lives are literally just ads. I don't know if everyone's watched her lives in the past 3 months. They're just ads. They're literally children. Yeah. Pretends to be shocked. Yeah. By the way, in case you were wondering, I'm 95% sure that that's the reason Peyton put me on the unfollow list, the miscellaneous pieces of shit list, is because after he got humiliated on Dean's live, where like Mermaid and Simple Black Theory spoke with him, he went to Alina's live to lick his wounds. And so obviously Alina was like, oh, that Dan guy, blah, blah, blah. Can you prank call my brother? That sounds like good content, actually. Because like anytime anyone asked him, why is Dan on the list, he never answered. But yeah, it was 100% because of Alina. Yeah. What do you think about Brano? As Electro? I don't know what that is. Peyton is such a child, bro. Yeah, don't get me started on Peyton. Hey, I don't know when it's gonna happen, but I think at some point, like, the perception has to flip, because I genuinely feel gaslit by the people that still support him. Genuinely. Peyton, by the way, actually succeeded where all the others failed. Peyton, isn't Peyton bald now? I don't think so. His hair is shorter, but I don't think he's bald. Peyton just putting me on a list of people to unfollow without any explanation why led to between 1,500 and 2,000 people unfollowing me. Now, on the one hand, I feel like if all it took for you to unfollow was just my name on a list, then, you know, it is what it is. But then again, here the problem is that his video started with a lot of receipts for other people, right? So there was like 7 or 8 violation detected, end live now to avoid suspension. So there was like 7 people on the list, 7 or 8. Dan, that's fake. I know. There was like 7 or 8, and like he had a fuck ton of receipts for the first like few people. But then at the end, he just tagged on, oh, and these 4 people are the miscellaneous pieces of shit. You should unfollow them, and then go follow these women. Pointing out the women that were on the original panel where Z was microaggressive. He didn't look into any of them, by the way. He just assumed that they should all be followed. When in reality, like there's 3 probably that I would follow, but like a lot of them are problematic in their own right. Like 3 or 4 of the people that he recommended they follow said that Hovey isn't black because she's not American. And Peyton's just recommending them to be followed because they happen to be black women. He didn't say what their content is. He just said, laughing, I was like, excuse me? Yeah. If and y'all know Tashika. Y'all know the Tashika story. But so yeah. So I get if someone watches like all the receipts about the first 3 people, and then he just says, also make sure to unfollow these 4 people. I get how maybe they could be con into it. Which Peyton are we talking about? Peyton Venest, the runaway, the guy who was on the lam. That guy, the guy who was raising money for his unlawful arrest. / actually, I did do it. So now I'm raising money for a studio. That guy. Yeah, the 4 people on the miscellaneous pieces of shit list were me, Hannah, and Johnny Palmadessa. And then the 4th person, they actually are a piece of shit, so it's fine. Covey has some takes I've disagreed with, but overall, she's one of the smartest people on this app. 100%. Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have like so many reasons why in my opinion Peyton's like a grifter, but like Off Dragon was mentioned too. Yeah, and actually, I was working on a video that would have pointed out that Peyton literally used a screenshot that was not of Off Wagon, and he used it about Off Wagon, and I knew that because I was in that original group chat. But then Peyton got arrested, so I just canceled the video. I was like, all right, this guy fucked it up by getting arrested. What did he have against Johnny? I think because Tashika hated Johnny, that is why I put him on the list. But yeah, okay, so there's like a million reasons why like I think Peyton's a grifter, but something that I think we keep glossing over somehow. There's just the one. So he lied for 3 years about this robbery. Lied for 3 years about it. And then after he gets arrested, he starts a new GoFundMe. First, he had a GoFundMe for his studio. $10,000 to get home and also for a studio. But then he gets arrested. And so when people start to claim that the $10,000 was actually for his bail because the bail was also happened to be $10,000, they make a new GoFundMe to raise money for his legal defense because he is being falsely accused. And that GoFundMe still exists. And so he gets out of jail, admits to all of his lies, but we just don't talk about that GoFundMe. I think both were scams. But the second one, we're just going to gloss over that shit? I want to go see it now. Yeah, like where is this $780, Peyton? Legal help for Peyton's wrongful arrest. 2022, Peyton Vaness was stopped on the street by police officers. Blah 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 blah. It's all bullshit, and he admits it once he got out of jail. As a reminder, his friend who was posting for him while he was in jail, essentially implied that Peyton was racially profiled. This is why you shouldn't get too friendly with other creators. Wait, is he not white? Aggressively white, yeah. Yeah. Are we still awake? I'm resetting my sleep cycle. Didn't he stick up for the older millennial too? Yes, he stuck up for the older millennial because he was like, well, jail really sucks. So like, why are we laughing at the older millennial? Bro, what? Yeah. But the thing about Peyton is he is too powerful. He has so much privilege. I don't know if it's a combination of white privilege with male privilege, with pretty privilege or something, but his comments are so supportive. Y'all know he got out of jail and he said, I need to raise $1,000 to bail out friends that I have that are still in jail. And I need to raise $7,000 for the money I lost while I was in jail. The money he's referring to is the money from TikTok videos that were taken down. And then the other $13,000 he wanted to raise for a studio. And so he has a $20,000. That's why we have this grift goal, by the way. For those that never got the joke, that's what this is for. The grift goal, mutual aid for my bank account. He calls it mutual aid. He called money for his studio mutual aid, chat. I cannot. So anyway, his community in the first day raised over $1,000, and I believe he's at over 10K at this point. Could be wrong. And it just like it really. Anyone honest ever? Jesus fucking Christ. We are using their lunch money and allowance to support this adult man. You know, and the thing is, I think genuinely a lot of people that are supporting him only know him for defending the black woman on that panel because of these microaggressions. And so in that regard, he did a good thing, but they don't know all of the bad things that he did leading up to it. And also after it. I have to imagine that that's the case. Imagine working for 8 hours and coming home dead tired to donate some of that money to pay. That's all I knew. Yeah, Dean may be confident, but he's not perfect either. Well, I don't know. Wait, I don't really know what Dean has to do with. Dean has his flaws for sure, but like, so my big thing is I really don't like when people like lie to their audience, especially about money. I think that's like really scummy. It's why I make sure to tell you guys that right now I do have a day job. Obviously there were periods where like I worked less to focus on the lives, but I do have a day job. So nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. All I'm asking for is to follow. But like people that do this for a living, I have no problem with them having donation goals or them, asking for people to hit the pay links. That's okay. It's when you start to lie about what you need the money for that really rubs me the wrong way. This might be the first time I got your whole side uninterrupted. There was def tea here. Oh, wait, there's more. Hold on. There's definitely more. But I appreciate that. Yeah, no, there's a lot. Him lying about black women not being paid on the tour and then trying to claim that the reason one hand's politics, Peyton? No, that's Mason. We're cool with Mason. Mason's cool. No, this guy's name is Peyton Van Est. Anyway, so when Mermaid and Simple Black Theory and Dean were speaking to him on Dean's live, he was claiming that he wouldn't give Dean the names of the black women that weren't paid, because he wanted to protect their privacy. First he said that I don't want to. Why would I want you to pay them off? And Dean was like, what do you mean pay them off? He's like, well, you might brush this under the rug and just pay them yourself. And Dean was like, wait a second. So like you would prefer that they continue to be unpaid so that you can make more videos about it? And so Peyton walked that back and said, well, okay, so I can give you the names off live. There's not a single black woman or black person on the tour that had to pay their own way. There was only one person that had to pay their own way, and it was a white guy. Now, Jaden was offered very late to come, and he would have had to pay his own way. Same as the white guy, which is Pickles. The reason was that they were invited in the last, 3 days or whatever. So there wasn't any money to pay them. But all of the black people that went on the tour were paid. And so, was this the crowdfund discrepancy with Mermaid's ticket? Well, that's what he was. I think that's what he was trying to imply, or was that because Mermaid was reimbursed for all of her travel, versus those of us that were on the tour earlier, it was purchased, and we didn't pay it. So Mermaid paid it, and it was all reimbursed. She got it all back. So I can't speak to the crowdfund thing, but I know that he said he spoke to only 3 of the 10 creators that went. One of them was Simple Black Theory, who did not tell him that he wasn't being paid. And then the other ones, I don't think he spoke to 2 other creators that went. Mermaid also doesn't think that. None of the black creators think that because they all spoke to each other. So my guess is that who he actually spoke to was Jaden, who, like I said, was offered to go if he paid his own way. And then Tashika? I don't know. I don't know who the third person is there. Mermaid is a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, no, she cooked it. Oh, by the way, another thing that I think that the people that still support Peyton, they must have not seen his conversation with Mermaid. Because the way he spoke to her, he interrupted her 6 times in 3 minutes. And that alone really rubbed me the wrong way. And I think it's easy to fall into well, if Peyton's wrong, then that means he is right. Hell no, he's not right. That's not what we're talking about. It's Peyton called out something that was wrong. Someone named Peyton just joined. I think it's unrelated. But then decided to milk the situation for as much as possible. 2 things can be true at once. Exactly. Yes. Personally, I think Peyton should have approached the organization before putting out his video, but I'm also not upset that he put out the video as long as it's completely accurate, because it did happen on live. So now we learned as things progressed that there was a lot of behind the scenes toxicity that contributed to the way things played out. But ultimately, it became clear that Z was not interested in a teaching moment, and was not going to take accountability. It also became clear that Mr. Jones was not who we thought he was. Egos, yeah. You're just jealous you didn't get an invite. Let it go. I was literally invited. I went on the tour. The first stop. What are you talking about? The craziest part was the downfall of Mr. Jones. Y'all don't even know the full tea, okay? There is a universe where this tour doesn't blow up, if not for Mr. Jones. So if Mr. Jones wasn't involved, Erica, Mermaid, Becca, they were all. If people message me offering Venmo, that's a scam, right? Yes, that's a scam. They were all like pushing for a more public apology, or at least an acknowledgement of like what happened. And Mr. Jones was behind the scenes, okay? And he was telling Z one thing, Z and the organization one thing, and he was telling the black creators one thing, and he was telling the non-black creators one thing. He was, for those that have watched Game of Thrones, he was literally little fingering in the background. And so he told Z and National Ground Game that the black creators all agreed they wanted Mr. Jones to take up the like the streamer management part of the tour, and they wanted his partner at the time. They're no longer together. No Rads to be the face of the tour. He said that the black creators all agreed to that. They did not agree to that. He then told the black creators on the tour that the organization was working on putting out a public statement. They were not working on putting out a public statement. He told the non-black creators on the tour, like me, that the black creators on the tour didn't want any of the non-black creators on the tour to speak about the microaggressions or about Z. And so there's a video on TikTok right now, by the way, that I don't know if y'all have seen. It's the first video that comes up when you type in Dan Malek, which is super frustrating, but I'm going to show you guys this video real quick. Because I think with context, it makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Okay. So you type in Dan Malek. This is the video that comes up. So this clip is from the quote unquote 7-hour Alina live, right? Where we're watching the 4-hour live to show that Alina lied about the community. And so before this live, I get a call from Mr. Jones, a phone call where he says, "Hey, I heard you're going to be talking about the tour. What are you planning on saying?" And originally I was planning on not just talking about Alina in the 7-hour live. I was planning on talking about a lot of the lies told by a lot of people. Like there were lies being told by Peyton, there were lies being told by Z, and obviously the lies being told by Alina. There might have been some Tashika lies in there. I'm not sure. I can't remember. And he told me, well, okay, all of the black creators spoke, and we really would appreciate if the non-black creators do not talk about the microaggressions, do not talk about the situation with Z. We're just give us some time, give us 24 hours. We're handling it. And I was like, all right, well, the Alina situation doesn't really have to do with that. It's more about defending my community. So I'm going to do that. And he was like, all right, whatever. So then we have this clip, okay, which is posted by one of there's an account that's like anti-Unfuck America. And this is the second, I guess the second clip that comes up when you search Dan Malek, which is kind of frustrating. But this is from the live. Dan Jaden asked you a question. I'm sorry, hold on. I was looking up Discord. I'm curious if you've seen the live with Z. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I was there like in the moment for parts of it. But I'm not gonna. It's really not my place to speak on it during this live. So that's all I can really say on that. Yes, Wawa. Jones had called me before I went live. And Jaden, I have probably a more comprehensive answer if you want to DM me directly. It's just it's not something that I want to talk about on this live. So had Jaden DM'd me, I would have told him what I just told all of you, which is that the Black creators on the tour felt that the non-Black creators shouldn't speak on it until they have a comprehensive statement. Now, obviously, that would have been me trusting Jones, but Jones lied to me. That was not a group decision by the Black creators. I don't know exactly who he spoke to, but yeah. So obviously, the comments in here are absolutely eating me up for covering for racism or whatever. When in reality is I was just listening to the Black voices on the tour. But yeah, Jones called me maybe like an hour before I started this live to tell me basically don't talk about the microaggressions, don't talk about Z, anything like that. And so that's why this clip took place. I guess we can finish it. Okay, so I'm going to go over the YouTube comments one more time really quick. Let me look at the memes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, that's fair, Wawa. Yeah, all these people versus one woman trying to help the marginalized communities is a problem. And I said, outside of Dean, every single person brought up was a part of the marginalized community. So some of those people agreed with her, some didn't. Marginalized groups are not a monolith, and all their viewpoints should be represented. Okay, so I'm gonna ask people commenting about the situation that I said I'm not gonna talk about. Genuinely, I'm gonna set a boundary right now. It's not going to be talked about in this live. So like I would really appreciate if like we didn't continue that conversation, because that's not the intention of this live. And that's all I'll say on the matter right now. Do you not recognize how this chat right now was booing the woman and cheering the men? Okay. Nothing in this live warranted me going over this. I didn't think Alina did anything wrong enough in this live to go over this. The moment she attacked my community is why I'm doing this live. I'm only addressing things that directly affect myself or my community, and through conversations with people that are more directly involved, it's very clear that it is not my place to speak on this. Aiden, like I said, if I hope that answered your question, Jaden, and if not, just you're gonna have to DM me. I'm not gonna speak on this any further. He's proving the lie. She wasn't attacked like she's being claimed. Yeah, it's so the big thing about my platform is fact checking, and the lying about my community is just not going to be tolerated. Please zoom in on the comments. Stuff. And Jaden asked you a question. I'm sorry. I mean, this is on TikTok. Y'all can watch it after. But yeah, so this whole interaction took place because Jones called me before I went live, and I promised him that I was not going to talk about the situation with Z and the microaggressions. I was under the impression that this was a group decision by the Black creators on the tour, and I didn't feel I should like ignore their wishes on that, especially since he said like give us like 24 hours or whatever. Obviously, whoever, I don't know who runs this account, but They framed it as me silencing a black man. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Jaden and I are cool right now. So how did this come up again? Like 2 hours ago, we started talking about drama, and then it just slowly got into this conversation. But yeah. There was so much. There was so there was one person that it's tea time. Yeah, there was another person that said that like I was planning on doing a live that exonerated Z, and I asked them like when did I say that? And they said yesterday you said you were going to do a live going over all the lies, and I was like, well, I didn't say I was going to defend Z in that live. And then I told that person like, all my lives are on YouTube. Give me the timestamp and I'll give you $1,000. And so, because of that, she said that she felt uncomfortable, and so this was in like a comment section. And then like another creator made a video calling me misogynoir, and there was no winning. I don't know. I just like day job, please, I implore you. Yes, okay, day job. Yes. Okay. All right. I guess we'll play music. Y'all want to play music or a video? I could definitely never be a content creator. Yeah, it's something else. How did this affect your mental health? So when things were levied directly at me, it honestly wasn't as frustrating as when like they came after like the people around me to like poison them towards me. That's what really started to hurt. I was following the Unfucked Marketer so closely because I knew it tied into years of debate talk scandals. Yeah, so I didn't know all of the Mr. Jones lore, and I wish I had prior, because I would have obviously not trusted him when he called me that time. I was under the impression that he was like a trusted member of the community, but it got worse because there were some heavy strays. Yeah. Yeah, like Hannah caught so much heat for asking Tashika about her wanting, or her calling for Dean to unalive himself. And the reality is Z texted her telling her to ask that. And she got so much heat for that. And then like Johnny got heat. So Johnny I think did like, he did there was a live with Mermaid where I do think he probably spoke out of turn, but he apologized a lot about that. I knew they set up Hannah. I was like, that's a setup if I ever saw one. Yeah. And like what ended up happening with Hannah, and Hannah, by the way, was one of the 4 miscellaneous pieces of shit on Peyton's hit list. So so it was clear that the list, the miscellaneous people were just people that his friends didn't like. Like, I'm on there because Lena doesn't like me. Hannah's on there because Tashika doesn't like her. Johnny was on there presumably because either Tashika or maybe Sam doesn't like him. I had stopped following him because the people he surrounded himself with treated him like a god. I'm not sure who we're talking about. If we're talking about Mr. Jones or Peyton, but Johnny didn't come off great in that live, but I think he was just cracking under the immense pressure. Yeah. I like he should have handled it differently, but he also like had a whole live apologizing for it. So like, I mean, what more do you want the guy to do, Mr. Jones? The worst part was like I was glazing Jones so much after the tour because he was cooking so many Trump supporters. And then like when everything happened, I was like, damn. I can't. I had so many good clips of like Jones debating. I was like, I can't post any of these. Fuck. I stopped following Mr. Jones after the essay allegations that was brought up again after the tour. Yeah, see, the thing is, I didn't know about those prior. Debate Talk is an entire different beast if you're not in. You usually are missing stuff. Yeah. And what's worse was I actually I don't know if the person wants to be named, but like one of the people that was affected by Jones was someone that because I didn't know about the prior Jones situation, but I knew that they were close with Alina. Like I actually kicked them from my Discord when we were mole hunting. So I hope she didn't take offense to that. I don't even know if she noticed, to be honest, but. Sorry, my mod stuff kicked in. Oh shit. Okay, I was supposed to take pills. Okay, definitely don't take pills with the last sip of kombucha. Oh my god. Were Dean and Parker just two large creators to not get any heat from it? Dean got a fuck ton of heat. Parker also got some heat, but Dean got a fuck ton of heat. It's just that he I mean it's been a while, so. But like that was another thing. Like Peyton just like blatantly lied about Dean. He said Dean puffed with Z. That was just a lie. Dean had more scandals wrapped in it. Yeah. And then I don't know. I just feel so uncomfortable with like trying to bring people down. Like there were probably valid things to criticize Dean about in regards to how the tour was handled. Frankly, I think everyone on the tour probably could have handled it better with what happened to varying degrees. But like when you start to just include lies, what are we doing here? Like he included the fake screenshot from Off the Wagon. Well, it wasn't fake. It was an actual screenshot from the group chat, but it wasn't of him. And when he said like Dean was smoking with Z, like those are just lies. Why would you do this? The reason is because he cares a lot about the views. And like from my perspective, Dean and Peyton's issue seemed personal. I could definitely see that. But yeah, if Peyton didn't get arrested, I was working on a video that would have was a compilation of all the times where Peyton would brag about his views and where Peyton would demand gratitude for speaking out for the Black community, rather than like him talking about it like it's the right thing to do. Like I had all these clips that showed that he was opportunist, disingenuous, etc., etc., and then he went and got himself fucking arrested. So I was like, I'm not gonna post this while he's in the pokey. Damn time for capitalism. Who's always trying to be a white savior. Yeah, so it's also very difficult for me to speak like I can't say for sure on the white savior thing well, that arrest was definitely helped along by some folks. That if what he was saying was true, that like Unfuck America tour people were snitched on him, that was not me. Okay, I'll go on record and say that was not me. That's beyond. I might be petty, but that's a little beyond that. But I'm not comfortable like saying for sure that he's a white savior, because I don't think it's my place. Like, I know there are still, while I know there's a lot of black women that do not like him and do think he's a white savior or is trying to be a white savior. I know there's a lot of black women that support him and really appreciate what he did for the black community when he called out Z. So it's definitely not my place to say that they shouldn't feel that way. Like, they shouldn't support him. Like, I have to believe that they probably don't have the full all of the picture, but even if they do, it's not my place to say you shouldn't support this person that supported you. So yeah, I'm a little bit unwilling to say that. Conventionally attractive privilege is the reason Peyton still has so many followers. I maybe. I mean, I said it. It might be a combination of white privilege, male privilege, and pretty privilege. So. I also think that some of the issues people are mad about at him are issue that actually affects. In real talk, I appreciate the vulnerability and honesty. It's why I'm a day one. I appreciate that, our community disproportionately. Oh yeah, absolutely. The way he had you on that stupid board and in the same breath said he didn't know you at all. I was actually planning in the video I was talking about that I would have posted if he never got arrested. I was planning on so it's more nuanced than just when we view things like policing, etc. I was planning on cutting in when he said that fucking Dan guy. When Simple Black Theory asked him to name the black creators on the tour. He asked him to name the black creators on the tour, and he started naming non-black creators. And then, but when he got to Dan, he said that fucking Dan guy, and I just thought that was funny, and I was gonna like clip it in. I'm a 47 vet who is also gay. How the hell am I going to handle the fights ahead? All right, give me 1 second. I may be in trouble. I have to work. Sorry, guys. You have a job? Yeah. What do you do for work? I sell Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Work after not sleeping or sleep? Yeah, I can work. I'll be fine. Sells propane. Well, can you stream that or no, not allowed? Oh no, I can't stream that. There's gonna be buyers' addresses and stuff. But I can walk you guys through what I'm doing. Right now I'm just cleaning emails though. Your girlfriend just yell at you? No, she didn't yell at me. She was upset with me. Not Abby laughing at me. Normally work on the weekends. Yeah. But like I specifically want to work now so that I can spend more time with her when she gets here in a few hours, if she's still coming. Does care. Cares a lot. One says there's a bit in Twitch. Bit? I'm a 47-year-old vet who happens to be gay and mixed race, white, Native American, and black. I present white. I've been discriminated all my life. But if people can't handle a few mean words, then how the hell can they handle the real fights ahead of? I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't see anything. I don't know what's going on in there. Oh, a bot. Okay, I banned them. You think I'm a boy? I didn't think one way or another. Bot? No. It's on Twitch. I was reading your comment on YouTube. The bot is on Twitch. Thank you for your service, Joe. Thoughts on robot slurs? I mean, those fucking clankers? I don't have any thoughts on that. How do you feel about the royal family? I genuinely have no opinions about the royal family. Thank you, Uncray. Or Uncray. Are you going to bed yet, Dan? No, I'm not going to go to bed until tonight. Hi, Bob. And if I wanted to get seriously into anime, where should I start? I think Naruto's a good starter anime. Also watch Death Note. I appreciate that, Bob. I like the Lady Gaga album. We need a guest. We're done with guests for now. Am I still on the leaderboard? Maybe it's broken. Has it updated? Wait, it is broken. It's the same leaderboard. I'm resetting it. I'm sorry, everybody that's been tapping. I told you multiple times. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, there we go. I am Shadow Jade. When are you getting off? Probably when Matt gets here. Only if I don't get my work done, Sprinkles. All right, here's the question. Do we get coffee or cereal? Both. Cereal in coffee? So, I don't know if it's like a Middle Eastern thing or just a my family thing, but thing I used to do growing up, where you get a bowl, like a cereal bowl, and you'd put payu halib, basically tea and milk, in the bowl. And then you'd put like you'd rip up pieces of pita bread and cheese, and then put it in there, and then you'd eat it with a spoon. What kind of cheese? Want to say they make their cheese from like mozzarella curd, just like salty white cheese. Cycle Queen. When did you start? We started 11 hours ago. Coffee and something to soak it up. I don't know what I would have that could soak it up. Like, I'm pretty sure the only food I have is leftover Chipotle cereal. And I know damn well I'm not eating the Chipotle with coffee. No donuts. I wouldn't be able to keep donuts in my house. Okay. Finish the emails. Not to be TMI, but the McDonald's already of my stuff. Have y'all seen that the new McDonald's shake? It looks like a fantasy mountain or something. Put slices of American cheese into a bowl of frosting. Oh my goodness. No, I haven't tried it. Put butter or oil or cheese or an egg or whatever the trend is in your Jake looks like zombie brains. Okay. I am going to go procure cereal. Unless I can find something to eat with the coffee. Take a look. Do you guys want a video? Do you want to just keep listening to music? Do you want me to turn on the text to speech? Video games? That I can't do right now. Text to speech. And I was asleep and just woke up. Why are you still alive? Because I've lost control of my life. Beach? Oh. Video of text to speech. Okay. Text to speech is on. Luck. Odom El Nas by 20 Production. No. So we got these kind of suck, but I mix them. I'm mixing them in with these, which notably do not suck. I usually don't eat cereal. No, they're just icky because they're like protein based. I usually don't eat cereal. The only reason here is for Mac. But when in Rome. But my favorite cereal I think is probably Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Back to the music. I want to try something. I realized that I'm gonna need to leave the live for like a tasks. We already stayed up all night. Once I like get my coffee, should be good. Like half be 20. We're at 11 hours right now. Little Margot knows the truth, Dan. He's been watching in shame from the. That y'all. Oh no, my live glitch turns off live. Rubio looks like he was disrupting the class. Reminder, Wednesday, August 20th is the 1-year anniversary of the political lives. So you want to be there for that. Calendars. Like sitting on. That's a good question, Sprinkles. I was planning on running a rerun tonight. But I don't know. There's a chance I'm gonna fall asleep at like 8 p.m. Yeah, Dan. I have seen that. Hide their bites. I'm not trying to hide my bites. It's just the camera doesn't point. So awkward. Mukbanger Dan. Okay, well, technically yes, but Look at this some bitch. Giant size. And buy one, get one free at Publix. All right. Been Twitch. Been real. But I am going to lives. End your stream. Live stream. So hanging out.